Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 86. It's that chef. Walter's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield and locked onto the eerily calm child on the deck of the Azure Dragon. Get rid of him. He roared orders at the CP0 troops below. However, this was all in vain. Ha ha ha. Walter, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Locke seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and his offensive instantly became ferocious. Black Emperor, Starburst. He unleashed a punch imbued with all his domineering aura and gravity, slamming it fiercely into Walter's chest. Walter hurriedly crossed his arms to block, his metallic arms covered with the highest level of armament Haki. Boom! A deafening roar, incredibly muffled, came from where the two clashed, followed by countless bolts of black and red lightning. Walter's proud steel defenses cracked like spider webs in the face of this punch. He was sent flying backward as if struck by a meteorite, spitting blood and smashing a huge human-shaped hole in the Pangu city wall behind him. Grrrr. It's over. Newgate seized the opportunity and pushed the power of the tremor fruit to its limit. Emperor Zhen. He unleashed both fists simultaneously, and two extremely condensed shockwaves, like invisible battering rams, completely shattered Senroboch's plant defenses and slammed into his body. Senroboch let out a painful groan, his aged body flying out like a kite with a broken string, his life force rapidly fading away. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin also got tired of playing around, and she commanded Prometheus and Zeus to merge into one. Heavenly Might, Thunderfire Cannon. A beam of light, a fusion of fire and lightning, and filled with an aura of destruction, engulfed the poisonous dragon Ferdinand head-on. The three admirals, with the combined strength of the Rocks Pirates' three main fighters and the aid of the Rainfield, were defeated one after another in just a few minutes. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Seeing their strongest fighting force routed, the remaining Navy and CP forces completely lost their will to fight and began to flee frantically into Pangaea City. The Rocks Pirates did not give chase, their goal was not to occupy the Holy Land, but to establish their authority. Men, that's a wrap. Standing atop the ruins of Pangaea, looking down at the devastated Holy Land and the fleeing figures, Locust let out a domineering laugh that seemed to survey the world. Go back and tell those old fogies, the five elders, this is just an appetizer. Next time, I'll personally twist their heads off and use them as decorations for my throne. After saying that, the Rocks Pirates returned to the Azure Dragon. Under the watchful eyes of countless terrified people, the massive black ship started up again, slowly ascended into the air, and finally disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind only a burning and devastated Holy Land, Mary Gosa. The news spread like wildfire, faster than light, throughout the world. The Holy Land of Mary Gosa has been invaded by pirates, suffering heavy losses. 2 of the Navy's 3 admirals are dead and 1 is seriously injured. Steel Walter succumbs to his wounds. The Rocks Pirates, the world's most notorious criminals. When newspapers bearing these sensational headlines were disseminated worldwide via Newsbird, the entire world fell silent. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the photo in the newspaper of Rocks laughing maniacally amidst the ruins. A man powerful enough to make the world tremble, he left his terror etched into everyone's hearts. The immense threat posed by the Rocks Pirates was revealed to the world for the first time in the bloodiest and most undeniable way. Mary Gosa, between powers. The atmosphere was as heavy as ice that had stood for millennia. 5 elderly men, their auras as obscure as an abyss, sat around a round table, each with an unyielding gloom shrouding their faces. Walter is dead. The bald 5 elders, holding the first-generation Kaiditsu, spoke in a hoarse voice, breaking the deathly silence. Ferdinand and Bach were also seriously injured and will not be able to recover their combat power for at least 1 or 2 years. The high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters has entered an unprecedented period of vacuum. The 5 elders, with their long white beards, said in a deep voice, based on the reports sent back from the front lines by Sengoku and Garp, and combined with the analysis of the battle at the Holy Land, the Rocks Pirates' growth rate has completely exceeded our comprehension. In particular, that Cook named Rain's domain ability is too bizarre, and he must be listed as the highest priority target for elimination. Can't wait any longer. The blonde five elders slammed their fists on the table, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Conventional encirclement and suppression have lost their meaning for them. We must resort to the final means, set a trap they cannot refuse, and wipe them out completely, along with all the threats posed by the D clan. Contact the Knights of God and have them prepare. The five elders, each wielding a knife, stood up, their eyes as cold as knives. On the Azure Dragon, Ren was calmly wiping the kitchen utensils, his eyes deep as he looked out the window at the rapidly receding clouds. He knew that after this battle, that legendary name would soon appear. Valley of the Gods. With his current abilities, he is no longer able to stop this fateful battle from happening. All he could do was make the monsters on the ship as strong as possible before the final battle, strong enough to change the predetermined outcome. This time, there was no Golden Lion or Kaido on the ship, but there was an even more powerful and unfathomable version of myself. The ending is really hard to say. The aftermath of the Battle of Marigioase was more devastating than any tsunami in history. The name of the Rocks Pirates became the hottest topic in every tavern in the world, and also the most terrifying soothing spell for parents to use when their children cried at night. Their bounties surged once again to astronomical levels, with Rock's bounty even surpassing $5.5 billion, setting a record that is unprecedented and may never be repeated. However, the Rocks Pirates, who were at the center of the storm, seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. The Azure Dragon is currently docked on an uninhabited sky island located on the edge of the New World, which is not recorded on any sea chart. The enormous island is like a piece of emerald floating 10,000 meters in the sky, with a sea of clouds rolling below, isolating it from all the disturbances of the world. This is a secret supply point that Rain found based on the Sky Island's exclusive ingredient guide, and it is also their only safe haven during this monstrous wave. Durham is directing a group of cloud craftsmen, hired from the Sky Islands and skilled in repairing shell ships, to mend the damage left on the Azure Dragon in the Battle of Marigioase. He tenderly stroked the newly added scratches on the ship's hull, while simultaneously boasting to the Icelanders about the ship's glorious achievements. His conflicted expression was both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 87. Gats then became friends with the strongest warrior on the Sky Island, Sky Knight Gangfall, after a series of misunderstandings. The two spent their days either honing their marksmanship and anchoring skills, or competing to see who could eat more of the Sky Island's specialty, Cloud Fox roasted meat. Their hearty laughter often echoed across the vast Sky Island. Charlotte Linlin was like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. She discovered that everything on the Sky Island, whether it was the clouds, the land, or the plants, had a peculiar, sweet smell. Under Rain's guidance, she even learned to use her abilities to imbue the cloud earth with a soul, creating a living cotton candy that could walk on its own, which she played with every day. Silver, however, became fascinated by the thin air and unpredictable air currents of the Sky Island, where he practiced more advanced stealth techniques. Sometimes he would just stand quietly on the sea of clouds, as if he had become one with the clouds and mist, making it difficult for even Newgate's observation Haki to detect him. Meanwhile, the two most leisurely guys, Locks and Newgate, moved their deck chairs to the edge of the Sky Island, each with a glass of fruit wine made by Rain with cloud dew, looking down at the mortal world below. Gurla la la la. This kind of life isn't bad. Newgate swirled the liquid in his glass. There's food and drink, family noise, and peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. Locks chuckled, his gaze piercing through the sea of clouds as if he could see the storm further away. This is just the calm before the storm. Those old guys in the world government aren't pushovers who won't fight back when they're beaten. Then what are you waiting for? Newgate glanced at him. Waiting for a signal, waiting for the stage they have carefully prepared for me. Confidence and arrogance gleamed in Lox's eyes. They thought they had set a trap, but little did they know that it was the hunting ground I had longed for. For the past few days, Rain has been staying in the kitchen, conducting crazy culinary experiments using all sorts of bizarre ingredients from the Sky Island. He combined the impact shell, which can generate high-pressure gas, with the boiling cloud to create a wind shell soup that can burst with powerful impact the moment it enters the mouth. Gats took a sip, burped, and was sent flying. He then cooked photosynthetic ferns, which can absorb and store light energy, together with the holy rice from Angel Island, creating a bowl of dawn porridge that could slowly heal injuries and replenish life energy. Rain knew that the upcoming battle would be the ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the ship. He must push everyone's potential to its limit before that happens. On this day, a newsbird, in a near-suicidal manner, pierced through the thin air at an altitude of 10,000 meters and dropped a latest newspaper onto the deck. The front page headline of the newspaper was a piece of news that shocked the whole world. The world government announced that, in order to celebrate the birth of a son by a saint of the celestial dragons, a descendant of God, a grand blessing ceremony will be held 1 month from now on an island called God Valley. Several celestial dragon families and high-ranking officials from the world government will be present at the event. Valley of the Gods. Looking at the unfamiliar place name and then at the propaganda poster in the newspaper that touted peace and glory, a cruel smile appeared on Locke's face. Ha ha ha. The signal's here. Newgate also put down his glass, his expression turning serious. It's too obvious, Lox, this is a trap. I know. Rox stood up, his arrogant and domineering aura flashing by. But so what? They've gathered the world's fattest prey into a tiny cage, and left the door wide open, as if afraid I wouldn't be able to find it. How could I refuse such an invitation? Ryan came out of the kitchen, looked at the newspaper, and sighed softly. What was supposed to come finally came. He walked up to Rox and said calmly, Captain, are you sure you want to go? According to my analysis, almost all of the Navy headquarters mobile forces are gathering in the waters near God Valley, and even, the Roger pirates, which have been roaming outside, have recently been sailing in a very strange manner. Roger. Lox raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Is that guy going to join the fun too? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for him later. To completely eliminate all threats from the D clan, along with ourselves, on one island that's definitely a plan those old guys from the 5 elders would come up with. Lox's smile grew increasingly amused. Unfortunately, they miscalculated one thing. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over each of his companions present. They thought they were hunters, but they didn't know what kind of monsters they were facing. Rox's bold words instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Oh my god! Celestial dragons! Is their blood sweet? Ooh ooh ooh! Fight! Fight! As Ryan watched all this unfold, he knew he could no longer change anything with words. All he could do was use his cooking on that final stage to add the biggest variable to this battle that was destined to be recorded in history. In that case, Rain raised his head and looked at Lox, his eyes calm but firm. Please give me 3 days before I depart. I need to prepare a farewell banquet for everyone that will make even the gods tremble. 3 days later, at the edge of the Sky Island. An unprecedented, even unparalleled, spectacle unfolded above the sea of clouds. The dining table is carved from a single, massive piece of island cloud, pure white and supple. The dining chair is a sofa cloud that Ryan asked Lingling to give a soul to, it will automatically adjust to the most comfortable angle. The dishes served on the table were nothing short of miraculous. Each dish embodies Redden's ultimate understanding of the spirit of food. It is the final weapon he has tailored for every companion on the ship in preparation for the upcoming ultimate battle. The first dish was prepared for Gats. It was a huge, sizzling, bone-in tomahawk steak from the giant rhinoceros of the Cloud Peak. The giant rhinoceros is the king of the Sky Island, possessing immense strength, while Rain infused his cooking with a pure, rage-filled spirit born solely for destruction. As Gats took a bite, he felt an explosive force erupt within him, and he couldn't help but let out a roar that sounded inhuman. His muscles swelled and knotted at a visible speed, and dark red, magma-like patterns even appeared on his skin. He felt like he could punch right through the entire floating island. The second course was prepared for Silver. It was a bowl of fish soup from a tranquil lake with crystal clear water. Lake water itself has a calming effect, and Ren infused it with the spirit of tranquility. Silver took a sip and felt as if his soul had been detached from his body and merged with the wind, the clouds, and the light around him. He closed his eyes, and the whole world appeared in his mind in a completely new form, composed of countless lines and trajectories. His presence had completely vanished. He stood there, yet it was as if he did not exist in this world. Chapter 88. The third course was prepared for Durum. A seemingly ordinary cookie, made from powdered iron ore from the Sky Island, mixed with God's rice, yet containing the soul of resilience. Durum took a bite, and with a crunch, he felt his teeth almost break, but then a thick energy flowed through his body. He tapped his chest, and it produced a metallic clanging sound. He felt as if he were now the second keel of the Azure Dragon. The fourth course was prepared for Charlotte Linlin. A giant cake made from thousands of rainbow fruits unique to the Sky Islands, each containing different emotional energies. Ren infused it with the spirit of balance. After eating it, Lingling did not fall into the usual frenzy for a single delicious food. Instead, she felt that her complicated and chaotic soul power was being organized by a gentle force. The Prometheus and Zeus above her head were no longer simply flames and lightning, but faintly transformed into the forms of armor and weapons, their power becoming more concentrated and controllable. The fifth course was prepared for Newgate. It was a bowl of thick soup simmered with the roots of the Tree of Life from the Sky Island legend. The soup was as rich and mellow as jade, and contained the soul of protection. After drinking it, Newgate felt that the power of his tremor fruit was no longer just about destruction, but also had a touch of resilience. He could feel that while shattering everything, he could use the power of the vibrations to build an insurmountable protective barrier for his family behind him. Finally, it was prepared for Lox. That was a glass of wine. A glass of wine, brewed with the marrow of a 1,000-year-old cloud and a drop of blood from Ren, presenting a deep black-red color. What it contains is Ren's most direct understanding of the man, Lox, the soul of a conqueror. Rox downed the wine in one gulp. In that instant, he felt that his conqueror's Haki was no longer just a simple pressure, but had transformed into an absolute domain that could devour and distort everything. Within his domain, he is king, he is the law. This grand event allowed every member of the Rox Pirates to undergo a transformative and ultimate metamorphosis. Looking at the satisfied crowd, and then at his own rapidly increasing experience bar due to cooking several top-tier dishes imbued with the spirit of food, and his dwindling cooking points, a slight smile appeared on his calm face. He has done everything he could. The rest is up to fate. Ha ha ha. That's great. That's so satisfying. As Lox felt the unprecedented power within him, a power that seemed to control everything, he let out a wild, arrogant laugh. My men! You've eaten and drunk your fill. His gaze swept over each crew member, whose aura was surging and whose fighting spirit was boiling, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Start sailing! Our next target, God Valley! Oh oh oh! Amidst deafening cheers, the newly repaired Azure Dragon let out a resounding dragon roar, and like a black meteor, it plunged headlong into that destined place that would be recorded in history from the sea of clouds 10,000 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the distant New World, on a pirate ship crafted from the golden tree atom, its figurehead a grinning lion. A man wearing a straw hat and with an extremely confident smile on his face was looking at a secret invitation from the world government in his hand. He said to the blonde, bespectacled man next to him, "Really, it seems we have no choice but to go." "Roger, are you sure? This is clearly a conspiracy by the world government." "Ha ha ha. So what? I can smell it. There's the strongest liquor there, and an opponent I must surpass." In Gold Roger's eyes burned a flame of freedom that was no less powerful than that of rocks. A massive storm, encompassing the world's most elite forces, is about to collide violently on the island known as God Valley. Valley of the Gods. An island located deep in the New World, usually unknown and not even marked on most nautical charts. Today, however, this island has become the focus of the world. The island boasts beautiful scenery, lush greenery, and a wide plain in the center, with rolling mountains in the distance, making it look like a secluded paradise. But beneath this tranquility, undercurrents were surging, and the air was thick with a sense of impending doom. The island's port had long been completely blockaded by a massive naval fleet. Dozens of warships formed an impenetrable wall of steel, completely surrounding the island. The decks of every warship were filled with heavily armed elite naval personnel, their dark cannons pointing outwards as if awaiting the arrival of some terrifying behemoth. Monkey D. Garp was standing at the bow of the flagship, crunching away on a senbei, rice cracker. He was only wearing a simple white vest, but his eyes, which occasionally flashed with a sharp light, contained a terrifying power that could make the sea tremble. "Garp, are we really going to team up with that Roger? He's a pirate." The strategist Zhang Guo stood beside him, his face showing a mixture of confusion and seriousness. "Ha ha ha. What can you do? It's the Warring States period." Garp stuffed the last senbei into his mouth and patted the crumbs off his hands. "To deal with a monster like rocks, our navy would lose a lot of people if we relied on them alone. It's not a bad thing to borrow the power of pirates from time to time." His tone was relaxed, but his eyes were more serious than ever before. On the other side of the island, a magnificent, enormous cruise ship flying the Celestial Dragon's flag was slowly approaching the shore. Several world nobles wearing bubble hoods and with arrogant expressions disembarked from the ship under the protection of the Knights of God. They were the most important, yet also the most vulnerable, bait in this hunt. Further out at sea, a pirate ship with a lion-like prow, the Oro Jackson, lay quietly outside the encirclement of the naval fleet, maintaining a delicate distance from them. Captain Gold Roger stood at the bow of the ship with his arms crossed, gazing in the direction of God Valley, his face filled with undisguised excitement and anticipation. "Really, which direction do you think that Rock's guy will come from? Who knows? But it's time for the main character of this banquet to make his appearance." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said calmly. Just then, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened. A huge, dark cloud-like shadow loomed down from the horizon at great speed, accompanied by a series of deep, rumbling sounds, like the roar of a dragon. "Coming!" Garp's eyes sharpened instantly, and he clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The naval fleet instantly raised all its cannons, aiming them at the shadow in the sky. The shadow drew closer and closer, finally revealing its true form. That was the Azure Dragon. Chapter 89. This Black Sea fortress appeared directly above God Valley from high above, with an air of supreme dominance. Wah ha 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 ha. Rox's maniacal laughter, like rolling thunder, descended from the sky and resounded in everyone's ears. "World government, Navy, and Roger. I'm very satisfied with the stage you've prepared for me. As a return gift, I'll show you what true despair is." Before he finished speaking, dozens of launch ports suddenly opened on the bottom of the Azure Dragon. Immediately afterwards, countless candy bombs created by Charlotte Linlin and imbued with the spirit of explosion rained down like raindrops. These bombs look colorful and harmless, but each one contains terrifying power comparable to heavy artillery. "Fire! Stop them!" The Warring States period roared as he gave the order. The naval fleet roared into action instantly, with countless shells forming a deadly net, attempting to intercept the candy bombs in mid-air. However, at that moment, an invisible shockwave descended from the sky. Newgate stood on the side of the Azure Dragon's ship and made a light, downward gesture with one hand. Air shock. Click. The space above the naval fleet shattered like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer. The shells that had just been fired deflected their trajectories as they entered the shattered space, colliding and exploding in mid-air, creating a dazzling yet deadly display of fireworks. In the first round of combat, the Navy suffered a complete defeat. Countless candy bombs pierced through the interception net and slammed into various parts of God Valley. Rumble. The earth-shattering explosions rose and fell, and the entire Valley of the Gods was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Men! Dinner's ready! With a roar from Lox, the monsters on the Azure Dragon leaped down from the sky like tigers descending a mountain. Gats's massive body crashed into a Marine Corps formation like a meteorite, his huge anchor sweeping out and instantly clearing an area. Silver's figure flickered in the air a few times before silently landing on the mast of the Celestial Dragon cruise ship, his cold gaze locking onto the trembling world nobles. A legendary battle of unprecedented scale, bringing together the most elite forces of an era in the One Piece world, has officially begun in the most flamboyant and domineering way. Rain stood on the deck of the Azure Dragon, looking down at the island that had been transformed into a living hell, his eyes calm. He did not participate in the war, his battlefield was not here. Rain turned and walked back to the kitchen, taking out the battle bento box that had been prepared beforehand and contained various food spirits. He knew that this battle would be incredibly long and brutal, and that he would be the monster's strongest and only support in this protracted war. Just then, a tall figure walked up to Redden's side, carrying a faint, scorching aura like volcanic ash. It's the Flame Flower, Gloriosa. She didn't look at Rain, but stood beside him, her gaze also fixed on the battlefield below that was about to turn into a living hell. What a boring farce! She spoke, her voice still cool, but less icy and aloof. Rain didn't stop what he was doing, but calmly asked, "You don't like fighting?" "I just don't like this kind of battle where I'm treated like a monkey being watched." Flame Flower snorted coldly, her tone carrying a hint of the former Empress's pride. "If we're going to fight, we should fight like the warriors of Elbaf, honorably and fiercely, until the very end. That's just your fighting style." Ryan wrapped a piece of still warm roasted meat, marinated in special spices, in parchment paper and placed it in a food box. "For the captain, it's more like a grand ceremony to announce his coronation to the world. The more spectators there are, the more lively the ceremony will be." Flame Flower remained silent for a moment. Looking into Rain's calm and unwavering eyes, she suddenly felt that this child, who was not even 11 years old, seemed to be able to see through Locke's heart better than anyone else on the ship. She seemed to want to say something, but didn't know where to begin. As if knowing what she was thinking, Ryan picked up a delicate little wooden box from the side and handed it to her. "This is for you." Flame Flower took the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a candy, a dark reddish-brown candy made from the pulp of a lava fruit and an unknown, spicy spice. "Eat one before battle to make your domineering aura more explosive, and also to make your mood more intense," Rain explained. Flame Flower held the still slightly warm candy, feeling the scorching energy emanating from it, the same source as her domineering aura, and felt a gentle touch on the softest part of her heart. She looked up, gave Ryan a deep look, and then put the candy in her mouth. A spicy yet sweet flavor exploded on the tip of the tongue, turning into a warm current that flowed throughout the body. It wasn't the warmth from the food, but the warmth of being understood and cared for. "I won't die." Flame Flower suddenly spoke, her eyes becoming more resolute than ever before. "I will not die until I find a new way of life on this ship. This is a vow that is spoken to both Ren and himself." "Ah." Ren nodded and closed the last bento box. "Come back for dinner when you're tired, it'll be as much as you want." The simple conversation felt like an unbreakable agreement. Flame Flower turned and left, her silhouette remained aloof, yet no longer so lonely. The coastline of God Valley was shattered in the flames of the explosion, and the sea water was dyed a scalding orange-red. Oh! Gats's roar even drowned out the explosion, and his massive body, like a burning meteorite, was the first to crash into the center of the Navy's position. Boom! The ground cracked, air surged, and a huge impact crater appeared out of nowhere. Dozens of elite naval personnel were thrown into the air by the brute force, spitting blood and losing consciousness while still in mid-air. Monster! A rear admiral, his eyes blazing with fury, drew his long sword and roared, "Suppress with heavy firepower. Don't let him get close to the main position." However, Gats completely ignored the bullets and shells fired at him. Having eaten Rain's dish, which contained the spirit of rage, he now felt like the embodiment of destruction and power, every muscle in his body yearning for battle. Ha ha ha! Want me to tickle you? He hoisted the giant anchor and swung it like a whirlwind, deflecting all the incoming shells. He even managed to hit a few back with pinpoint accuracy, sending them exploding in the Navy's own positions. Fuck them all! With a sweeping motion, Gats's massive anchor ripped through the air with a piercing shriek, leveling an entire Marine Corps phalanx along with their fortifications and creating a vacuum. He was like a prehistoric beast that stormed into a china shop, leaving only destruction and wailing in his wake. Chapter 90. On the other side, aboard the Celestial Dragon's cruise ship, Silver's figure appeared silently at the top of the mast, like a shadow that blended into the night, without even stirring a gust of wind. Protect the holy carriage. The Knight Commander of the Knights of God, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man clad in magnificent armor and wielding a cross-shaped lance, spotted him immediately. Dozens of divine knights immediately formed an impenetrable defensive formation, protecting the trembling world nobles in the center. The reaction was very quick. Silver's tone remained icy as he looked down at the group of knights below, whose auras were not weak, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. After eating the dish of the silent soul, his world became different from that of ordinary people. He could clearly see the flow of air, the trajectory of sound, and even the frequency of each person's heartbeat. In Silver's perception, the seemingly perfect defensive formation below was full of fatal flaws. Unfortunately, your breathing is too noisy. The moment the words left his mouth, Silver's figure vanished from the mast. The next second, he appeared on the flank of the knight formation like a ghost, thrusting his spear at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary people. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight sound, like the tearing of cloth. The spear tip precisely struck the weakest gap where the armor of the two knights met, and a skillful force penetrated their bodies, instantly disintegrating their fighting ability. A tiny gap appeared in the formation. This gap was magnified infinitely in Silver's eyes. His figure flashed again, his spear transforming into streaks of silver phantoms, each appearance accompanied by the fall of a divine knight. Like the most elegant artist, he composed a waltz of death using the bodies and screams of his enemies. Oh my God! Is the blood of the celestial dragons sweet? Ling Ling's laughter, like a nightmare, echoed from the other side of the battlefield. She commanded Prometheus and Zeus, transforming them into mobile calamities that rampaged through the Marine Corps' positions. Flames and lightning intertwined, scorching the earth into scorched earth and turning the sky into an eerie purplish red. She is in better shape than ever before. The cake of the soul of balance from Ren has brought her complex and chaotic soul power into order, and her control over power has reached a whole new level. Prometheus was no longer simply fire, but transformed into a giant burning shield, blocking all the attacks aimed at her. Zeus transformed into a spear of lightning, each throw carving a destructive trench through the enemy ranks. Truly worthy of being called a monster. On the flagship, Sengoku watched the images transmitted back by the Den Den Mushi, his face so solemn it was almost dripping with water. He knew that conventional tactics and manpower were meaningless in the face of these monsters. Garb. Sengoku turned to look at the man next to him who was picking his nose. It's our turn. Ha ha ha. Is it finally my turn? My bones are practically rusting. Garp laughed and casually flicked the booger off his finger. He didn't even get off the boat, instead, he slightly bent his knees and then kicked off with a sudden burst of speed. Boom! He stomped a huge dent into the flagship's deck, and he himself, like a cannonball released from its barrel, soared into the sky with unparalleled momentum, his target being the azure dragon hovering in the air. Lox! Your head is mine! Ha ha ha! Garp! You're still so impatient? Lox's laughter rang out, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he watched the rapidly approaching figure. Perfect! Saves me the trouble of going down to look for you. He also took a step forward and charged towards Garp. Two martial arts monsters standing at the pinnacle of their era collided violently in midair in the Valley of the Gods in the most primitive and savage way. Boom! A deafening roar, seemingly capable of shattering the sky, reverberated throughout the entire sea. The black and red lightning, like wild snakes, tore a huge hole in the thick clouds. The battle instantly reached its climax. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the Azure Dragon, Rain was carefully placing a freshly made, still steaming combat bento into a specially made insulated food container. A label on the food box read in neat handwriting, Flame Flower Special, Extra Spicy Volcano Chicken Wings. He walked to the ship's side, looking calmly at the battlefield below, which had been completely transformed into a living hell. His observation Haki had already covered the entire area, and the condition of each crew member was clearly presented in his mind. He saw that Flame Flower was locked in combat with a vice admiral and another skilled swordsman. Although her attacks were fierce, she did not seem to be fully in control yet. Rain picked up the food box and tossed it gently downwards. The food box traced a precise parabola in the air, landing precisely where the Flame Flower was. Okay. While engaged in fierce combat, Flame Flower felt something falling from above and instinctively reached out to catch it. She paused slightly when she saw the words on the food box. Then she smiled. That smile, like a red lotus blooming atop a volcano, was breathtakingly beautiful, yet also filled with a scorching heat capable of destroying everything. Thanks, young head chef. She opened the food box and swallowed the roasted chicken wing, which was charred and smelled intensely spicy, in one bite. The next second, an explosive force erupted from her body. The battle has entered a fierce stage. The Valley of the Gods has been completely transformed into a giant meat grinder, where lives are lost every second and every inch of land is stained with blood and flames. Although the Rocks pirates were individually incredibly strong, the sheer number of the combined forces of the Navy and the world government was simply overwhelming. A steady stream of elite naval forces surged from the warships like a tidal wave, charging towards them fearlessly. The Knights of the Divine Knights also demonstrated their strength as the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield. They formed a battle formation, cooperated perfectly, and managed to temporarily halt Silver and Linlin's offensive. Damn it! These guys are like cockroaches, I can't get rid of them. Gats smashed an anchor into a naval armored tank and roared breathlessly. Although he was brave, his physical strength began to decline significantly after several hours of intense fighting. His wounds multiplied, and his movements became sluggish. On the other hand, the situation of the Flame Flower is not optimistic either. After eating Rain's special roasted chicken wings, she was in full power and managed to suppress the combined attack of a lieutenant general and another swordsman lieutenant general. But their resilience was beyond imagination. They were like two stubborn plasters, clinging to her tightly and using their exquisite swordsmanship to constantly wear down her stamina and domineering aura. It's not over yet. Big Mom. Before Lingling, several giant generals, each wielding a massive shield, formed an iron wall that withstood a single lightning spear strike from her. These giants are the Navy's secret weapon, each possesses power approaching that of the ancient giant race, and are specifically designed to deal with colossal combatants like Linlin. The battle seemed to have fallen into a strange stalemate. Chapter 91. The monsters of the Rocks pirates were like tigers trapped in a quagmire, possessing immense strength but being held back by countless ants. Grrrr. It seems that brute force alone won't work. Newgate knocked back Sengoku, who was entangled with him, with a single punch, and frowned slightly as he looked at the surrounding battle. He could sense that his side's advantage was being eroded little by little. Ha ha ha. Rocks. Your crew looks like they're about to collapse. High in the sky, Garp's laughter was like thunder. His battle with rocks had been fierce and earth-shattering, the two fighting from the sky to the ground, and from one end of the island to the other, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split in their wake, but neither could defeat the other in a short time. Humph, a bunch of trash. Rocks snorted coldly, kicked Garp away, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He knew that if this dragged on any longer, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Just when the tide of battle was about to turn, a calm voice, seemingly out of place in this bustling battlefield, clearly reached the ears of every member of the Rocks pirates through some unknown means. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. It's Ren. The soup served before the main course is ready. Please enjoy. The moment the words fell, an invisible domain, perceptible only to members of the Rocks pirates, silently spread out from the azure dragon in the sky, instantly enveloping the battlefield within a radius of several thousand meters. The Kingdom of Food. Within this domain, Ren is the rule. The naval soldiers who were locked in combat with Gats suddenly felt the solid ground beneath their feet turn into a swampy mud, sinking deep into it with every step, making it impossible to move forward. The air became as thick as soup, making it difficult for them to breathe and slowing their movements as if they were in slow motion. The steel weapon in his hand seemed to lose all its hardness in an instant, becoming as soft as noodles. What's going on? My knife is limp. A naval captain stared in horror as the valuable sword in his hand bent like a pretzel, his face filled with disbelief. My body is so hungry, so tired. Even more terrifying, an uncontrollable hunger and exhaustion surged from the depths of their hearts, frantically devouring their physical strength and willpower. On the other hand, the members of the Rocks pirates felt as if they had been injected with a powerful stimulant. The ground beneath my feet felt incredibly solid, and the thick air became fresh and sweet. All their fatigue and pain vanished, and a warm and powerful energy surged into their bodies from all directions, making them feel as if they had just enjoyed a top-notch feast, their bodies brimming with inexhaustible strength. Ha ha ha! What does this feel like? I feel like I could lift this whole island up. Gats roared excitedly, feeling his power return, even stronger than before. With a single anchor he swung, the sluggish navy, bogged down in the mud, were as fragile as dolls before him, easily swept away in large numbers. This area was caused by that chef. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong. He tried to purify this strange area with Buddhist light, but found that his power was weakened by several % after entering the area. Wow! What an interesting ability! Lingling laughed loudly, and Prometheus and Zeus became even more active within the domain. The power of the flames and lightning surged, instantly tearing apart the defenses of the giant generals. It's over, Garp! Rocks appeared before Garp, his body radiating an even more ferocious aura than before, his deep eyes filled with absolute confidence that he controlled everything. In this kingdom that belongs to my head chef, you have no chance of winning. Garp gritted his teeth, feeling as if his iron fists were hitting cotton in the air, and his strength was reduced by at least half. This is a bizarre ability that has never been heard of or seen before. It does not cause direct harm, but it is more deadly than any other kind of harm. It fundamentally changed the rules of this war. The scales of victory tipped irreversibly in favor of the Rocks pirates because of the intervention of a cook. Ha ha ha! Did you see that, Garp? This is the power of the Rocks pirates. Rox's maniacal laughter echoed through the Valley of the Gods, filled with an air of supreme arrogance. With the blessing of the Kingdom of Food, he felt like an omnipotent god. He no longer rushed to attack, but instead enjoyed the cat and mouse game, using an invisible gravitational field to manipulate Garp at will. Garp gritted his teeth, his bones groaning under the immense pressure of the eerie domain. His prized iron fist now felt like it had struck a ball of sticky cotton, rendering him powerless. What frustrated him even more was the hunger that was constantly eroding his will, making it incredibly difficult for him to even concentrate. The battle on the other side was even more one-sided, a massacre. Grrrr. Sengoku. Your Buddha light doesn't seem to be shining very brightly anymore. New Gate unleashed a powerful air blast, and the white aura that was powerful enough to shatter space became even more solid within the domain. The Golden Buddha, which had been transformed during the Warring States period, was struck head-on. Its massive body staggered backward, and a tiny crack appeared on its golden surface. He felt his strength had been weakened by at least 30%, while his opponent seemed to have just eaten and drunk his fill, and his strength was even more ferocious than before. Oh my god! You lackeys of the celestial dragons! Turn into my cake! Lingling transformed into a pink calamity on the battlefield. Prometheus and Zeus took on various forms in her hands, and her flaming great sword and lightning whip intertwined, shattering the proud battle formation of the Knights of the Gods. The knights' armor became as fragile as biscuits within the area, utterly unable to withstand this catastrophic onslaught. Gats, on the other hand, went completely berserk, carrying the giant anchor and rampaging through the navy's positions, clearing out a large area with each swing. In his eyes, those elite naval personnel were more vulnerable than training targets. Ended. On the Azure Dragon, Ren calmly watched all of this. His kingdom of food has completely taken control of the war. The outcome of this war is no longer in doubt. However, just when everyone thought the Rocks pirates were about to achieve a resounding victory and completely trample the dignity of the Navy and the world government underfoot, a hearty laugh, brimming with boundless confidence and a sense of freedom, came out without warning, like a thunderclap piercing the darkness, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! Hey! Rocks! Your party looks lively. Don't mind if we come and join in the fun. Chapter 92. This sound. The smile on Locke's face froze instantly. He turned his head sharply and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Garp and Sengoku were both taken aback, then a dazzling light flashed in their eyes. In the distance, on the edge of the battlefield, reddened by the flames of war, a man wearing a straw hat and sporting a black mustache stood with his arms crossed, a smug, undisguised smile on his face. "Gold Roger. Roger. What are you trying to do?" For the first time, Locke's voice carried a hint of genuine anger. What he hates most is someone jumping out and disturbing his enjoyment just when he's about to savor the fruits of victory. What? Roger grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Rocks. In his eyes burned a flame of dominance that was no less intense than that of his opponent. "Of course I'm here, to defeat you." Before he finished speaking, Roger's figure had already disappeared from the bow of the ship. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards the center of the Valley of Gods. He did not attack any Navy personnel, nor did he pay any attention to those Knights of the Gods. His target was only one person from beginning to end, Rocks Djibek. Interesting. On the Azure Dragon, Redden's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He could clearly feel that as Roger approached, an equally domineering will, like a sharp sword, pierced his seemingly perfect food kingdom domain. It's sizzling. Black and red lightning burst forth around Roger, creating a vacuum zone around him that was unaffected by the domain. The air was no longer sticky, the earth was no longer muddy, and the hunger that had been eroding his mind was completely dispelled by his powerful conqueror's Haki. "Your field is interesting, but it's useless to me." Roger was already in midair amidst his loud laughter. He drew his sword, Ace, from his waist. Without using any fancy moves, he simply wrapped it with his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, which he had concentrated to the extreme, and slashed fiercely at rocks below. God avoids. Asshole! Rocks roared, no longer caring about toying with Garp, and threw a punch at the terrifying slash that came from the sky. Boom! The fist and the sword collided with a loud crash in mid-air. In that instant, it was as if all the sounds of the world had been sucked away. What followed was an explosion that defies description. Rain's kingdom of food shook violently under the collision of this supreme power, and spider-web-like cracks even appeared at the edge of the domain. Ha ha ha! Now's the time! Garp seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The moment the crack appeared in his domain, his suppressed power erupted like a tiger breaking free of its shackles. There was an unspoken understanding between him and Roger, they both knew who the biggest threat was. Locks! I'll take your head! Garp's iron fist and Roger's longsword, one on the left and one on the right, formed a strange tacit understanding at this moment, and attacked Rox at the same time, who had just blocked the divine evasion. On the battlefield, there are no eternal enemies, only common goals. The balance of victory was once again dramatically reversed by an uninvited spoiler. The sky above God Valley was torn to pieces by 3 streams of Conqueror's Haki. The black and red lightning, like a wildly dancing serpent, darted wildly between Rox, Roger, and Garp, each collision causing the atmosphere to groan in agony under its strain. Boom! Rox unleashed both fists simultaneously, one blocking Garp's iron fist capable of shattering mountains, while the other hand unleashed a powerful repulsive force, pushing Roger's indestructible god evasion slash aside. 3 monsters standing at the pinnacle of their era clashed in the most primitive and savage way. The aftershocks of their battle alone caused the surrounding earth to crack inch by inch, and rocks to fly away, forming a death zone that no one could approach. Roger! Garp! You 2 bastards! Lox was acting like a madman. He fought 2 monsters of equal strength against one of them, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. His gravitational abilities were brought to their fullest potential. Sometimes he would use his dark acupoints to devour the opponent's attacks, and sometimes he would use the repulsive force of heaven to disrupt the rhythm of the 2. His offensive was domineering and unparalleled. Ha ha ha! This is more like it. This is the kind of battle I've been wanting. Roger's laughter was filled with unbridled joy. His swordsmanship was expansive and unrestrained, as if each strike was about to cleave the sky. Shut up! Pirate! I'll deal with you after I beat him up. Garp's roar was equally deafening, his fists embodied the purest justice, each strike containing the will to crush all evil. The melee between these 3 directly led to the complete tearing apart of Rain's kingdom of food. Once the domain was breached, the previous one-sided situation was instantly reversed. The long-suppressed navy and the Knights of God were like parched land receiving rain, the eerie feeling that had been weakening them and eroding their wool vanished. Now! All troops, counterattack! Seizing the opportunity, the Warring States period once again transformed into a golden Buddha, its light shining brightly, which revitalized the previously suppressed morale. He stopped playing defensively and launched a fierce attack on Newgate. Grrrr! There are more and more troublesome guys. Newgate frowned slightly. He could feel that the continuous surge of power that had been building up earlier had disappeared, and the rhythm of the battle had returned to equilibrium. He brandished his naginata and once again clashed with Sengoku's shockwave, this time in a true head-on collision. On the other side, a blond man with long hair and glasses drew his long sword from his waist, his gaze sharp as a knife, and instantly locked onto a target Silver, who was slaughtering his way through the knights. Your aura is dangerous. Be my opponent. The future Hades, Silver's rally, blocked the path of the ghost Silver in the most direct way. Silver paused, looking at the man before him whose aura was restrained yet unfathomable. A solemn expression appeared on his perpetually icy face. Without a word, he flicked his spear, transforming it into a silver phantom that intertwined with Rayleigh's sword light. Ding 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 ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out from the other end of the battlefield as two top-tier fighters, both renowned for their speed and skill, engaged in a dazzling duel. Damn it! How did these guys come back to life? Guts smashed an anchor into a naval armored tank and roared breathlessly. He felt his inexhaustible strength rapidly fading, and his wounds began to throb with pain. Ugh! Cockroaches! There are just so many cockroaches, I can't get rid of them all. Lingling was also caught in a fierce battle. Several giant generals and powerful members of the Gods' Knights regrouped and held her back. The entire Valley of the Gods has been turned into a giant meat grinder, with the Rocks pirates, the Marines, and the Roger pirates engaging in the most brutal melee on the island. Chapter 93. The chaos of the battle far exceeded everyone's expectations. On the Azure Dragon, Rain looked calmly at the battlefield below, which had completely spiraled out of control. The destruction of the Kingdom of Food was both unexpected and yet perfectly logical to him. Roger's Conqueror's Haki is an irrational force capable of distorting reality. It seems that relying solely on large-scale support is no longer sufficient. Ryan turned and walked back to the kitchen. He showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, like a seasoned battlefield commander, he began preparing new ammunition for this entirely new battle. He quickly took out several special ingredients from the storage room. One type is the boiling blood grass, obtained from Sky Island, which can instantly triple muscle activity. One type is the fiery chili pepper, harvested from deep-sea volcanic areas, which can induce a state of high excitement. There was also a piece of sea monster tenderloin that had been hunted earlier, containing immense life energy. Ryan moved with lightning speed, leaving a series of afterimages on the cutting board with his kitchen knife. He didn't have time to cook complicated dishes. What he needed to do was provide the most efficient and direct combat supplies. A few minutes later, a dozen or so steaming hot meat rolls wrapped in special oil paper were made. Each meat roll contains precisely enough violent energy to instantly restore an exhausted warrior to peak condition, or even briefly push them beyond their limits. Gats! Rain's voice, transmitted through a special vibration, clearly reached Gats's ears, who was engaged in a fierce battle. Catch it! An oil paper package traced a perfect parabola in the air and landed squarely in Gats's hands. Gats paused for a moment, then stuffed the entire meat roll into his mouth without hesitation. The next second, an explosive force detonated from his stomach. Oh 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 oh! With his eyes bloodshot, Jiachuo let out an even more ferocious roar than before. He felt his injuries heal instantly, and his power was even stronger than when he was in the domain. Ha ha ha! Again! He swung the giant anchor, transforming once again into a tireless destroyer, smashing the newly organized naval front to pieces. The same airdrop was also delivered precisely to Lingling, Silver, Flame Flower, and the others. After receiving precise battlefield supplies from Rain, the Rocks Pirates' monsters' momentum was instantly halted, and they unleashed astonishing fighting power once again, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The Warring States period was stunned by what they saw. He looked at the Azure Dragon, which hovered in the air like a battlefield logistics center, and then at the thin figure standing on the ship's side, occasionally throwing food bombs. For the first time, he felt a deep fear of the profession of chef. This chef not only changed the laws of war, he even tried to define the outcome of the war. The chaotic battle at God Valley has lasted for a full day and night. The earth groaned, and the sky was stained an eerie dark red. Whether they were pirates or marines, everyone who was still standing was at their last gasp, held on by sheer willpower. While Rain's field supplies were incredibly effective, the food resources were ultimately limited. After the last energy meat roll was swallowed by the Flame Flower, the members of the Rocks Pirates finally felt the exhaustion that penetrated to their very bones. Damn it, how many of these guys are there? Gats knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the anchor. Around him, the bodies of fallen naval soldiers had piled up into a small mountain, but further away, a steady stream of naval soldiers continued to pour off the warships. Meanwhile, the battle between Rayleigh and Silver finally came to a conclusion. Silver's spear tip was a fraction too slow, and Rayleigh's sword grazed his shoulder. He retreated gracefully, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Your marksmanship is excellent, but unfortunately, it lacks a bit of domineering presence. Rayleigh stood with his sword in hand, his breathing somewhat disordered. This duel had taken a heavy toll on him as well. At the climax of the battle, Rock's fight with Roger and Garp was also nearing its end. Lox was covered in blood, his once arrogant black robe was now tattered and torn, and his body was covered with fist marks and sword wounds. But the madness and fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish at all, on the contrary, they burned to the extreme. Ha ha ha! Roger! Garp! You guys are great! Excellent! Lox burst into wild laughter, his laughter filled with resentment and a desire for destruction. You should be proud of yourself for pushing me to this point. He knew that the coronation ceremony he had prepared for himself had completely devolved into an uncontrollable farce. Conventional combat methods are no longer enough for him to achieve victory. Since that's the case, then let's bury everything, including this island and this era. Lox opened his arms, and an unprecedented dark gravitational force, powerful enough to devour everything, erupted from his body. The light in the sky seemed to be swallowed up by that power, and the entire Valley of the Gods was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Black Emperor, Dark Star returns to ruins. A highly compressed black energy sphere, radiating an aura of destruction, rapidly formed above his head and continued to expand. That was not just gravity, but the final attack that combined his lifelong domineering spirit, ambition, and destructive will. He wants to drag the entire Valley of God, along with everyone on it, whether enemies or allies, into the abyss of destruction. Madman! Garp stared at the ominous black sphere, his expression turning extremely grave. He could sense that once that thing fell, there would be no living creature within 100 miles. Ha ha ha! That's more like it. Roger showed no fear, instead, he burst into laughter, holding his sword ace across his chest, his eyes burning with an unprecedented light. Come on, Rox! Let's use this final blow to put an end to our feud. His conqueror's Haki erupted without reservation, intertwining with Garp's armament Haki, which was as thick as a mountain. Garp! I'll borrow your fist. Humph! Enough with the nonsense. At this most critical moment, the two heirs of the D clan unexpectedly chose to join forces. Roger poured all his Haki into the blade, while Garp concentrated all his life's power into his right fist. God avoids. Iron Fist, Meteor Impact. A massive golden slash and a gigantic fist shadow wreathed in black and red lightning merged perfectly into one, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, heading towards that dark star capable of destroying the world. On the Azure Dragon, Rain looked calmly at the apocalyptic scene that would make even the gods tremble. He knew that this was the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. He did not try to stop it, nor could he stop it. He simply turned around and took out a huge insulated box made of sea stone from the kitchen. Inside the box was a thick soup he had made with the last of his ingredients, a soup imbued with the spirit of protection and immense life energy. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Rain's voice rang in the ears of all the Rocks Pirates members for the last time. Come back for dinner when you're tired of playing. Chapter 94. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate collision of light and darkness has a power that transcends the realm of words. The Dark Star, formed from Rock's lifelong ambition and destructive will, and the brilliant Pillar of Light, embodying the beliefs of the Pirate King and the Navy heroes, were annihilated in the sky above God Valley. There was no earth-shattering explosion. For a moment, the whole world seemed to have been muted. What followed was a silent, pure annihilation of energy. Space is like a lake surface tossed with pebbles, violently distorted and collapsed, and then expanded outward with unstoppable force. A pure white, all-consuming energy halo swept out, and wherever it passed, mountains, earth, forests, and wailing life were silently transformed into the most primitive particles and returned to nothingness. The Valley of the Gods, an island that witnessed the changing of the times, was thus completely erased from the sea charts. When the light, powerful enough to make even the gods tremble, dissipated, only a scene of devastation remained on the sea. The wreckage of the warship, the broken masts, and the floating corpses created a hellish scene. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, blood, and sea water. Cough, cough. On a huge shipwreck, Garp struggled to sit up and spat out a mouthful of sea water mixed with blood and foam. His body was covered with deep, bone-revealing wounds, his signature white suit was now just tattered rags, and his once proud iron fist trembled slightly from overuse of his domineering aura. Ha ha ha! What a embarrassing situation, Garp. Not far away, Roger's condition wasn't much better. He lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, his beloved straw hat nowhere to be seen, but his face still wore that signature smile full of freedom and nonchalance. Shut up, pirate! Garp cursed irritably, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. I'll deal with you after I beat him up. Okay, I'll be with you anytime. Roger chuckled, but, is that guy dead? The two looked at the epicenter of the explosion, where nothing was there. Rock's figure and his domineering aura had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Maybe. Garp's expression was somewhat complicated. Even monsters should have a limit to that level of attack. Just then, a heavily damaged naval flagship slowly sailed over. Sengoku stood at the bow of the ship, the golden Buddhist light around him long gone, his face pale, and a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, clearly having paid a considerable price in his battle with Newgate. He looked at Garp and Roger, then at the apocalyptic battlefield, and solemnly gave the order to the Den Den Mushi, battle over. Take stock of the casualties, search for survivors, and kill all pirates without mercy. And many more. Garp suddenly interrupted him. Garp. Sengoku looked at him, puzzled. Roger helped us in this battle. Garp looked at the equally dilapidated Oro Jackson in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Let them go." After a moment of silence, Sengoku finally nodded. Without Roger's sudden appearance, their navy would probably have been completely wiped out here today. This favor has to be acknowledged. Let them go. Sengoku gave the order again into the Den Den Mushi. On the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh looked at the naval fleet in the distance and adjusted his glasses. Captain, it seems they don't intend to pursue us. Ha ha ha. Those navy guys aren't so unreasonable after all. Roger laughed loudly and struggled to his feet. Men! Let's go! Let's find the best wine in the world! Let's have a feast! Roger's ship slowly turned around and disappeared on the horizon. Although they were all wounded, their eyes shone with an unprecedented light. After this battle, their captain was one step closer to the ultimate throne. With the departure of the Roger pirates, the Navy's cleanup operation officially began. However, unbeknownst to them, on the edge of this vast battlefield littered with wreckage, a silent rescue was also underway on the wreckage of a massive black ship, equally dilapidated and reduced to only half its hull. The kitchen of the Qinglong is the only place on the ship that is still relatively intact. Rain stood in front of the stove, with a thermal box made of sea stone at his feet. Inside the box was a thick soup he had simmered with the last of his ingredients, incorporating his complete understanding of the guardian spirit. The soup has a rich, jade-like color and exudes a warm aroma that can soothe the soul. Rain's observation Haki had already covered an area of dozens of miles around the sea. He was like a highly accurate radar, capturing the faint life force of every one of his companions. Found it, the first one. Rain picked up a bowl of soup, and in a flash, jumped off the wrecked side of the ship. His toes lightly touched the floating planks as if walking on flat ground, moving so fast that he left only a blur. Soon, he arrived at a huge shipwreck. Gurglalalala, cough cough. A familiar figure was leaning against the wreckage, half of his body submerged in the icy sea water. It was Edward Newgate with the white beard. The naginata in his hand was broken in two, his body was covered with knife wounds and internal injuries caused by the shockwave, and his aura was extremely weak. Even he was at his limit after fighting a day and a night against an opponent of the Warring States period's caliber, especially with the opponent having reinforcements from time to time. Newgate. Rain's voice rang in his ears. Newgate struggled to open his eyes, saw it was Ryan, and gave a weak smile. It's Ryan, we lost. Not yet. Ryan handed him the soup, drink it. Without hesitation, Newgate took the bowl and drank the still steaming soup in one gulp. As soon as the soup entered his throat, an indescribable, warm, and boundless life energy instantly melted within him, like spring rain arriving on a parched riverbed. His wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and his depleted strength and domineering aura were rapidly recovering. More importantly, that warm energy seemed to be telling him that he was not fighting alone, that he had family behind him. Goo la 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 la. Newgate stood up again, still disheveled, but the flame in his hawk-like eyes reignited. Great! Great soup! Let's go find the next one. Ren nodded, and the two set off together. Guided by Rain's observation Haki, which was comparable to a life detector, they quickly found the other survivors. Chapter 95. On a huge ice floe, they found Charlotte Linlin, who was almost frozen to death. Prometheus and Zeus above her had shrunk to the size of a fist and were on their last breath. After Lingling drank the soup, her enormous body began to radiate heat again, and the two homies regained their vitality. She looked at Ren and, for the first time, didn't ask for cake. She just muttered, "Those giants are really troublesome." In a pile of twisted steel rubble, they found Gats trapped underneath. The towering man was covered in blood, his massive anchor broken into 3 pieces. When he saw Ryan, he looked as aggrieved as a child. "Head chef, my anchor is broken." Further out at sea, they spotted Silver and Durham floating. Silver was the most seriously injured, his shoulder was pierced by Rayleigh's sword, almost crippling half of his body. After drinking the soup, he simply closed his eyes silently, channeling his internal energy to heal his injuries without uttering a word. Durham clutched a fragment of the Azure Dragon's keel and wept uncontrollably, crying, "My ship, my Azure Dragon, it's sunk." Rain offered no words of comfort, but simply handed him a bowl of soup. When the core members of the Rocks Pirates reunited on the wreckage of the half-destroyed Azure Dragon, the sky was already beginning to lighten. They lost miserably. The ship was lost, the crew suffered heavy casualties, and the captain was nowhere to be found. But they survived this devastating battle that will go down in history. This future spur of dominance, capable of dividing the ocean, was pulled back from the brink of hell by this 11-year-old head chef in the most incredible way. Soon after, the World Economic News Agency's newspapers spread all over the world. The front page headline, in the most eye-catching and impassioned font, proclaimed, "The Navy's hero. Monkey D. Garp single-handedly defeated the Rocks Pirates at God Valley." The newspaper featured a photo of Garp standing atop a naval flagship, raising his arms and shouting, with countless cheering naval soldiers in the background. The report made no mention of the Roger Pirate's appearance or role, attributing all the credit to Garp alone. The title of naval hero resounds throughout the world. And behind this truth, obscured by history, lies the wreckage of that dilapidated black behemoth. Rain was handing the last bowl of soup to Flame Flower. The proud former empress had also suffered serious injuries in the battle, but her eyes remained cold. She took the soup, looked at the new sun slowly rising in the distance, then at the group of monsters around her who, though disheveled, still had flames burning in their eyes, and finally drank it in silence. The era of Lox has come to an end. But their era, or rather, the new era led by this divine chef, has only just begun. The dust settled after the Battle of God Valley, but it did not bring peace to the sea. Instead, like the aftershocks of a violent earthquake, it triggered even more turbulent undercurrents. The world government promoted the Navy's victory with unprecedented force, and Garp's name was elevated to a godlike status, becoming an idol worshipped by countless young people and the embodiment of justice. The Rock's pirates became synonymous with evil, and their remnants were put up with exorbitant bounties. The Navy's warships, like sharks smelling blood, launched a frenzied manhunt across the seas. All of this was both distant and intimately relevant to the people aboard the wreckage floating in the unknown sea. It's been 3 days. 3 days have passed since that great battle. Thanks to the miraculous cooking of Ren, everyone's injuries have been mostly healed. Newgate regained his power to shatter space, Linlin's homies regained their former vitality, Gats's brute strength was even greater than before, and Silver's wounds had scabbed over, but he was temporarily unable to engage in high-intensity combat. However, physical recovery cannot heal the inner wounds. A ship can be rebuilt if it's lost. If a companion dies, you can find another one. But without its captain, the pirate crew, united by Rock's absolute domineering nature and ambition, lost its soul. A suffocating atmosphere hung over the wreckage, heavier than the smoke from the Valley of the Gods. No one spoke, everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Gats was holding a huge steel pipe he had found in the ruins, trying to turn it into a new weapon, but he was always distracted. Durham dives into the sea every day to salvage the wreckage of the Azure Dragon, trying to find a trace of its former glory in those cold steel fragments. Flameflower remained aloof, sitting on the ship's railing, gazing into the distance, but a hint of confusion had crept into the depths of her cold eyes. Silver was wiping his spear, which bore a scratch left by Rayleigh. He wiped it over and over again, as if trying to erase the shame of defeat along with it. Newgate and Linlin, two powerful beings second only to rocks, each occupied a corner of the wreckage, silently confronting each other like two lurking beasts, scrutinizing each other and the precarious future of this pirate crew. Finally, on the evening of the 4th day, the oppressive silence was broken by a sharp, piercing laugh. "Mama, Mama!" Charlotte Linlin stood up, her massive body casting a huge shadow that enveloped everyone. "Rocks, that idiot, is dead. This pirate crew can't be without a captain." Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Newgate, her eyes revealing undisguised ambition and greed. "From today onwards, I am the new captain of this ship. You all must listen to me." Lingling's declaration was like a spark thrown into a hot oil pan, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere. "What a joke!" Gats was the first to jump up. Although he was also afraid of Lingling, his admiration for rocks made it impossible for him to accept this fact. There can only be one captain, and that belongs to Lord Rocks. He's just missing, he'll definitely be back. "Missing? Ha ha ha!" Lingling laughed loudly. "Stop fooling yourselves. With an explosion like that, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. Right now, I'm the strongest here, so the captain's position is naturally mine." "You're the strongest!" A deep voice rang out, and Newgate slowly stood up, his mountain-like body exuding an equally imposing aura. "Gulalalala! Lingling, have you forgotten who took your Prometheus and Zeus back from me?" Newgate's words carried a hint of dangerous warning. Lingling's face instantly darkened. She remembered that after the Battle of God Valley, when she was on the verge of death, it was Newgate who returned her 2 homie cores to her. "So what?" Lingling retorted angrily, "That's what you owe me. If you men weren't so useless, how could we have lost so badly? If you lose, you lose." Newgate's voice turned cold. "Now is not the time to argue about who should be captain, but to think about how we, the remnants of this army, are going to survive. To live? What a cowardly thought!" A crazed glint flashed in Lingling's eyes. Chapter 96. Once I become captain, we'll rob and kill. We'll trample the navy and the world government under our feet. We'll build a nation that belongs only to me. The kingdom of all nations. What I want is not a country. Newgate shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Gats, Silver, Durham, and even the reclusive Flame Flower, his eyes softening. What I want is family. Family. Lingling scoffed, as if she had heard the funniest joke. What's the use of something so weak? Can you eat it? Different road non-phase plan. Newgate said no more, but he stuck the broken naginata into the deck to show his stance. Two equally terrifying conquerors Haki clashed violently above the wreckage, crackling black and red lightning and causing the already fragile ship to groan under the strain. A civil war that will determine the fate of the remaining members of this pirate crew is about to break out. Enough! Just then, a calm voice rang out, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. It's Ren. He came out of the kitchen carrying a huge tray. There were no delicacies on the tray, only a few bowls of steaming, seemingly ordinary white porridge, and a few dishes of dried seafood meat floss and pickled vegetables. Everyone's eyes were attracted. They saw Ryan walk between Newgate and Lingling and place the tray on a relatively flat deck. He ignored those two powerful auras of conquerors Haki that were enough to terrify ordinary people, as if they were just passing through a gentle breeze. Time to eat. Rain's voice was calm and unwavering. You have to fill your stomach before you can fight. This incongruous statement caused a strange easing of the tense atmosphere. Lingling looked at the bowl of steaming white porridge and said disdainfully, "This kind of thing? It doesn't even deserve to be called rice. You can skip it." Ryan didn't look at her, but simply handed a bowl of porridge to Gats next to him. Gats hesitated for a moment, but then took it. He now has blind faith in Ryan's cooking skills, even a bowl of plain porridge must have some magic about it. He took a sip. The next second, Gats's eyes widened suddenly. It was a feeling that cannot be described in words. The rice grains are cooked to perfection, melting in your mouth. The rich aroma of the rice oil blends perfectly with the sweetness of the rice grains, transforming into the purest and warmest power that slides down your throat into your stomach. That warmth instantly dispelled the depression, confusion, and unease of the past few days, as if I had returned to my most carefree childhood, to the simplest bowl of rice porridge my mother cooked for me by the stove. This tastes like home. Woo! Gats, a burly man, actually had tears in his eyes. Seeing Gats's exaggerated reaction, Lingling picked up a bowl with some skepticism. The moment the porridge entered her mouth, her massive body shuddered violently. She seemed to see herself as a child, living with nuns and other children in Elbaf. Although she was always getting into trouble during that time, it was the happiest and most blissful period of her life. This bowl of porridge awakened the memories she longed for most and feared deep within her heart. At this moment, a crack appeared in her heart, which had been hardened by desire and ambition. Newgate also picked up a bowl, took a sip, and saw his own turbulent childhood and his boundless longing for his family. Silver took a sip and saw his past of being abandoned. Flame Flower took a sip and saw the man she both loved and hated. This is no longer just a simple bowl of porridge, it is a bowl of memories that Ren has simmered together, imbued with the meaning of food, and infused with everyone's memories and emotions. For a moment, only suppressed, soft sobs could be heard above the wreckage. A civil war that was about to break out was averted by a bowl of porridge. Memories are like scalding porridge, burning the soul of everyone who enters the throat. When the last bowl of porridge was finished, the atmosphere on the wreckage was no longer tense, but rather shrouded in a complex and heavy emotion. No one mentioned the captain's position anymore, and no one clamored to conquer the world. That bowl of porridge allowed them to temporarily escape the shadow of Rock's death and the uncertainty about the future, forcing them to confront their deepest desires and pain. Lingling sat in the corner, hugging her knees. Her face, which always wore a greedy and willful smile, now revealed a rare vulnerability. She thought of the nun, of Elbaf, and of the warmth she thought she had long forgotten, the warmth of family. But soon, that vulnerability was replaced by an even stronger ambition. She looked up at Rain, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Kid, your cooking is really quite good." This was the first time she had genuinely praised Ryan. But Lingling stood up, dusted herself off, and the domineering aura of a future queen returned to her. "What I want is not memories, but the future. A country where I can do whatever I want, where I can eat all the world's delicacies, and where all races can live in peace under my feet." She stopped looking at Newgate and instead turned her gaze to the vast, boundless sea. "There's nothing I want here anymore." Linlin turned around and said to everyone, "From today onwards, I, Charlotte Linlin, am leaving the Rocks Pirates. I am going to establish my own pirate crew in my own country." After saying that, she summoned Zeus directly. His huge body leaped up and flew away into the distance without looking back. "Goodbye. Goodbye. A bunch of pathetic wretches who only know how to dwell on the past. Next time we meet, I'll be the queen." Her signature laughter faded into the distance on the sea, taking with it the last vestige of the pirate crew's past arrogance. Lingling's departure was like toppling the first domino. Flame Flower also stood up. She walked up to Rain and gave him a deep look. "Thank you for the porridge. It reminded me of some things I should forget, but can't forget." Her voice was still clear and cold, but it had lost some of its icy chill that kept people at a distance. "However, my journey should come to an end now." She glanced at Newgate, then at the others. "You monsters are not suited for a woman like me who just wants to find a quiet place to die." She leaped onto a floating plank and, with her superb physical skills, rode the waves, drifting away in the opposite direction from Lingling. Her silhouette remained aloof, but no longer so lonely. "Hey! Why did you all leave?" Gats panicked. "Aren't we comrades?" "Goo la 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 la." Newgate let out a deep laugh, walked over to Gats, and patted him on the shoulder. "Gats, all good things must come to an end. Lox is dead, and it's time for us monsters, who were brought together by him, to go and find our own place." Chapter 97. Newgate's gaze swept over the remaining Silver and Dorlum. "What about you? What are your plans?" Silver paused for a moment, polished his spear until it gleamed, and then stood behind Newgate. "I owe the head chef a meal, and I'll follow him until I pay it back." His reasoning was simple and direct. Durum, clutching the fragment of the Azure Dragon's keel, cried out, where can I go? My biggest dream in life was to build the world's strongest ship. Now that the ship is gone, I'm homeless. Brother Whitebeard, if you still plan to go to sea, please take me in as a useless shipwright. I can do anything." Gats scratched his head and walked over to Newgate. "I'll follow Whitebeard too. As long as there's fighting and meat to eat, that's all that matters." In the end, apart from Lingling and Flame Flower who left, everyone else chose to follow Newgate. Looking at his family members, who were disheveled but whose eyes still burned with fire, Newgate felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility welling up inside him. He is no longer the Edward Newgate who only knew how to drink and fight, he is now the backbone of a group of people and the head of a family. He walked up to Ryan, the boy who had remained calm throughout. "Ryan." Newgate's voice was incredibly solemn, "Thank you. I just did what I had to do." Ryan answered calmly. "Gulalalalal, you always talk like that." Newgate burst out laughing. "So what about you? What are your plans? Are you thinking of opening a restaurant, or?" Rain raised his head and looked at the man in front of him, the world's strongest man who would one day support countless people with his back. A slow smile appeared on his lips. That smile was confident and profound. "I." Ryan's gaze passed over Newgate and fell upon the rising sun, a sun brimming with infinite possibilities. "Of course I'll follow you. Because the finest ingredients of this era are still hidden in the most dangerous places." He paused, his eyes gleaming with a chef's longing and ambition for his ultimate dream. "Moreover, I promised the captain that I would use my cooking to present him with a feast that would make even the gods tremble. Although the captain is no longer here, this agreement is still valid. Only. Ryan's voice became lighter, even carrying a rare touch of humor. The main characters of the feast have changed from one to a group. I've already decided on the menu for the Whitebeard pirates' first family dinner. Let's start by hunting a legendary sea king that will fill all of our stomachs. An era has come to an end. But a new, more magnificent era, forged by food and family, is slowly unfolding alongside this dilapidated wreckage and the lingering warmth of that pot of congee. 7 or 8 days adrift at sea would be a despairing journey that would crush the will of an ordinary person, but for the monsters on this wrecked black behemoth, it was more like a short but oppressive vacation. However, the departure of Lingling and Flame Flower was like removing 2 pillars, making the already shaky wreckage appear even more desolate. They took away not only top-tier combat power, but also the last bit of arrogance and obsession belonging to the Rocks era. The remaining group, Newgate, Gats, Silver, Durham, and Ryan, 5 very different men, formed a somewhat awkward new group. The atmosphere was no longer tense, but shrouded in something heavier confusion. The captain is gone, the ship is gone, and the monsters that gathered together because of Lox's ambition are now like a flock of fledglings driven from their nest, looking around blankly, not knowing where to fly. Finally, one evening, this oppressive silence was broken by a heart-wrenching wail. It's over, it's all over, this time it's really going to fall apart. Shipwright Durham, a man who was always worried, was now holding a piece of the keel of the Azure Dragon, which had been pulled from the sea and broken in 2, and crying like a 300-pound child. Pointing to the wreckage at his feet, groaning under its own weight, he cried out to the crowd, "Look! Look at this! This ship, the culmination of my life's work, it's about to break down." The port-side alloy armor plate developed more than 300 micro-cracks in the explosion at God Valley, and now every wave is exacerbating its metal fatigue. The energy shield generator at the bottom of the ship has long since burned to scrap metal. We don't even have the most basic defense now. The most crucial thing is the keel. If the keel breaks, a ship without a keel is like a person without a spine. If another big wave comes, we'll all be fish food. Durham's lament was like a bucket of cold water, waking everyone from their fantasies about the future and forcing them to confront the harshest reality before them. They don't even have a single ship that can navigate safely right now. It's noisy. Newgate frowned and gave a low growl. Although he was also upset, as the new leader whom this group had tacitly agreed to be, he had to remain calm. He walked to the edge of the wreckage, stepped on it, and felt the fragile tremors beneath his feet. His expression darkened. Durham was not exaggerating. This pile of scrap metal really won't last much longer. Then, what should we do? Gats scratched his head, realizing for the first time the seriousness of the problem. He may not care about wealth or fame, but he cannot be indifferent to a ship that can provide him with enough to eat and sleep in. How about, we find a deserted island and I build a new one? Durham wiped away his tears and tentatively suggested, but his tone was full of uncertainty. Shipbuilding requires a lot of timber, tools, time, and most importantly, a safe and undisturbed environment. And now, they are highly sought after by navies and bounty hunters around the world. That's too late. Silver's voice came from the shadows, as calm as ever. I just found something in the sea. It's a navy tracking mine. Although it's an old model, it means our position has been exposed. This news was like a boulder thrown into an already turbulent lake, creating ripples everywhere. The Navy's encirclement has been quietly set in motion. Damn it! These Navy lackeys are really persistent. Gats angrily slammed his fist on the deck, and the already fragile deck cracked open with a loud snap, causing him to quickly withdraw his hand. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive at that moment. With pursuers ahead and no way to retreat behind, the very ground beneath their feet was about to sink. This is absolutely desperate. Goo la 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 la. Just then, Newgate's laughter broke the silence. His mountain-like body rose to his feet, his eyes showing no trace of despair, but rather burning with fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 98. That's more interesting. If we were to get away so easily, we would be underestimating the navy. He looked around at his new family and said in a loud, booming voice, if we lose a boat, we'll steal one. If there's no road, we'll fight our way through. What are we lacking right now? Newgate looked at Dorlam. A ship that is strong enough, fast enough, and powerful enough to carry all our dreams. Durham answered instinctively, the shipwright's spirit rekindling in his eyes. It is good. Newgate slapped his thigh, then let's go steal the best one. He walked to the middle of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the mine Silver had just retrieved from the sea, which bore a clear marking G1. Branch G1. Newgate grinned. I remember that was one of the Navy's largest logistics and ship development bases in the first half of the Grand Line, known as the Justice's Military Factory. Shall we go there and steal a ship? Gats's eyes lit up instantly, his fear and confusion replaced by a belligerent excitement. Do not! A calm voice rang out, interrupting their discussion. It's Ren. He emerged from the only remaining intact kitchen, carrying a tray with several bowls of steaming, seemingly ordinary meat broth and a few pieces of toasted bread. Time to eat. Rain distributed the food to everyone, as if the approaching naval fleet outside and the sinking ship beneath his feet had nothing to do with him. Before robbing, you have to fill your stomach first. The group took the food, and although they were anxious, they couldn't help but eat heartily because of the soothing aroma. After a bowl of hot soup, a warm current flowed through my body, dispelling much of the depression, fatigue, and anxiety of the past few days. Looking at everyone, Ryan calmly said, the G1 branch is too large a target, too heavily defended, and too far away from us. By the time we arrive, the Navy's encirclement will have already been completed. He walked up to a fairly complete nautical chart and drew a circle on it with his finger. It was an island located on the edge of the doldrums, marked as dangerous on nautical charts, but without any specific information. This is a secret, abandoned naval experimental base, codenamed Storm's Eye. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. According to the intelligence I obtained from CP0 prisoners, the Navy conducted pressure and extreme environment tests on new warships here. Due to frequent experimental accidents, the base was abandoned, but in order to cover up certain secrets, they did not take everything with them. There, we can find what we're looking for. Ryan's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone calm yet filled with undeniable confidence. A forgotten, self-repairing experimental warship, and enough food reserves to last us until the next resupply point. His words stunned everyone. A chef who can not only create miracles with his cooking, but also possesses top-secret intelligence that even the Navy may not know. Newgate stared at the unfathomable child before him for a long time before bursting into a deafening laugh. Gurla la la la. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, his eyes filled with appreciation and trust for Ren. Men! Did you all hear that? For the first time, Newgate's voice carried the authority and pride befitting a captain. Our head chef has shown us the way. Durham, reinforce the hull with the remaining planks. We have to hold out until there. Gats, Silver, keep watch. Rain, the food supplies are your responsibility. Target, the eye of the storm. Move out. Oh. In the face of despair, new hope is ignited. This ship, composed of remnants of a defeated army and destined to become the future ruler of the seas, embarks on its first true adventure, a journey for its home into uncharted waters, led by a new captain and a mysterious head chef. The journey to the eye of the storm is a race against death. Despite the frantic repairs by Durham and Gats, the wreckage of the Azure Dragon was barely kept from falling apart immediately. But with each crash of the waves came a sickening metallic groan, like the final gasps of a terminally ill old man. Durham's dark circles were darker than the bottom of a pot. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, like a mad artist trying every means to prolong the ship's life. He even removed the door panel of his own room to fill the largest crack in the bottom of the ship. Gats became the hardest worker, using his brute strength to force steel plates into the damaged areas wherever reinforcement was needed, and then having Durham weld them as quickly as possible. Silver stood atop the tallest mast, like a silent sculpture. His observation Haki was used to its fullest extent, like an invisible net, capturing every movement within a radius of dozens of nautical miles, protecting this dying behemoth from all potentially fatal reefs and storms. And Ryan became the sole pillar of support for everyone on the ship, both mentally and physically. He used the last of the ingredients to carefully plan and prepare the most efficient energy replenishment for everyone. For the sleepless Durham, a concentrated soup of marine mammal liver essence was prepared to refresh his mind and replenish his energy. For Gats, who was exhausted from physical exertion, they prepared grilled dried fish, which was rich in protein. For Silver, who was in a state of high concentration, a nourishing stew of seaweed was prepared. Each dish is precisely tailored to each individual's needs, ensuring they remain in peak condition throughout this battle against time. Finally, at dawn on the fifth day, when the ship's mournful cries had reached their limit and even Durham was beginning to write his will, Silver's voice came from the mast, calm yet carrying a hint of relief. "Arrive!" Everyone perked up and looked ahead. Where the sea meets the sky, an island enveloped by a massive, relentless ring-shaped storm appeared before them. The storm was like a divine barrier, completely isolating the island from the outside world. Any ship that tried to approach would be torn to pieces by the terrifying gravity and wind force. "This is the eye of the storm." Gats swallowed hard as he looked at the scene that resembled a natural disaster. How do we get in?" "Give it to me." Newgate walked to the bow of the ship, took a deep breath, and his fists were covered with an unprecedented, almost tangible white aura. "Grrrr. Open for me." He threw out both fists and slammed them hard against the impenetrable storm wall. "Emperor Zhen, heaven opening." The two extremely condensed shockwaves were not a spreading impact, but rather like two invisible giant axes that cleaved the storm barrier. Boom! A deafening roar that seemed to shatter the world. The terrifying storm, which could even distort light, was torn open by Newgate's earth-shattering strike, creating a massive passage several thousand meters long and about 100 meters wide. Chapter 99. Inside the passage, all was calm and peaceful, as if it were another world. "Now, Durham!" Newgate roared, maintaining this passage was also a huge drain on him. "Okay." Durham snapped out of his daze, used all his strength to turn the rudder, and steered the soon-to-fall-to-be disintegrated wreck into the miraculous waterway carved out by human hands. The moment they crossed the passage and arrived at the inner bay of the island, the storm passage behind them suddenly closed. The wreckage of the Azure Dragon beneath our feet had finally completed its final mission, slowly disintegrating amidst a heartbreaking lament and sinking into the tranquil harbor. Standing on the island's beach, the group looked at the ruins that had once held their ambitions and glory, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "Okay, stop being sad." Newgate patted Durham on the shoulder. "Out with the old, in with the new. Our new home is waiting for us on this island." Everyone looked up and surveyed the forgotten island. At the heart of the island, a massive base constructed of steel and concrete stands silently, like a crouching steel behemoth. The base is rusted by time and filled with an atmosphere of desolation and death, but its main structure is still intact, showing the Navy's former glory. "Let's go treasure hunting." Gats was the first to excitedly rush out. However, as soon as they stepped into the base, a chilling, hellish cold enveloped them all. In the base's plaza, dozens of naval soldiers lay haphazardly, their bodies already desiccated. Their faces were frozen in extreme terror, as if they had seen something incomprehensible and horrific before they died. In the center of the square, a three-masted sailing ship, entirely black and with a Gothic design, seemingly pieced together from the bones of countless wronged souls, floats silently in mid-air. The ship's sails were tattered, yet its hull emanated an ominous, chilling black aura, like a ghost from the abyss. What kind of ship is this? Durham stared at the ghost ship that completely defied the laws of physics, his face filled with shock and bewilderment. Be careful, something's fishy. Silver gripped his spear tightly, sensing a thick, chilling aura of death emanating from the ship. Just then, a hoarse voice, as if it hadn't been uttered for centuries, came from the deck of the ghost ship. How many years has it been? Finally, have new living people arrived? A figure dressed in a tattered naval officer's uniform, whose body was already semi-transparent, and who looked like a ghost, slowly floated out of the cabin. Welcome aboard my ship, the Moriarty. I am the captain of this ship and the only resident of this island, former Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the ghost Moriarty. A strange smile appeared on the ghost's face. As the price for disturbing my eternal slumber, leave your shadows behind as my new crew. Before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and countless black, bat-like shadows flew out of his mouth, sweeping over everyone in a massive wave. Shadow. Newgate looked at the overwhelming swarm of black bats and a smile of interest appeared on his face. Grrrr. Interesting ability, but you've picked the wrong person to play with these vague and ethereal things in front of me, haven't you? He took a step forward, without even using the tremor fruit, but simply unleashed his innate, domineering conqueror's Haki. An invisible force of will swept out like a tsunami. The bats made of shadows were instantly destroyed upon contact with Conqueror's Haki, as if they had met their nemesis. They let out a shrill scream, disintegrated, and vanished without lasting even a second. What? Conqueror's Haki? A look of horror appeared on the ghost Moriarty's translucent face. His shadow fruit ability, which he was so proud of, was completely crushed by the opponent in the most unreasonable way. No. Impossible. My shadow is invincible. He roared and waved his hands, stripping away the shadows of the naval corpses in the square and converging them into a huge, twisted mass of shadows, like a monster from hell, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Newgate. Shadow Revolution. It's noisy. Newgate frowned, seemingly impatient with this noisy attack. He raised his fist, and a pure white halo gathered at the knuckles. Air shock. A simple punch, thrown from a distance. Click. The space in front of us was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The massive mass of shadows was instantly shattered into pieces upon contact with this power, like a piece of paper thrown into a shredder, dissipating into countless black specks of light. The ghost Moriarty was struck as if by a heavy blow, letting out a scream. His translucent body became even more ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Damn it, who exactly are you people? He stared in horror at the group of monsters before him. Us. A lazy voice rang out, and Gats walked out carrying the anchor. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and said in the same tone as Locke's, just a bunch of gourmets passing by. Foodie. Moriarty was stunned. Yes. Gats pointed to his stomach. Our captain said he's going to turn your shadow into a cold dish, so just surrender obediently. Before he finished speaking, his massive body shot out like a cannonball, the giant anchor in his hand whistling as it tore through the air, and slammed into the ghost ship that was suspended in mid-air. Don't touch my boat! Moriarty screamed and tried to block him with his shadow. However, Silver's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, his spear covered with a layer of jet-black armament Haki, the tip of the spear pointing directly at Moriarty's body. Your opponent is me. A brawl between two completely unequal forces ensued. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Although Ghost Moriarty was a former Marine Vice Admiral with considerable strength, he didn't even have a chance to fight back against a monster like Newgate plus Gats and Silver, two helpers with unlimited potential. Finally, Newgate punched him off the ghost ship, and he crashed to the ground, his translucent body almost dissipating. The ghost ship, now without its master's control, slowly descended from mid-air with a muffled thud, coming to a steady stop in the center of the square. Spare my life. Moriarty lay on the ground, pleading weakly. Tell us, what exactly happened here? Newgate asked, looking down at him. Under the threat of death, Moriarty revealed everything. Chapter 100. It turns out that Moriarty was one of the people in charge of this Storm's Eye base, responsible for testing the new warship with self-repair capabilities. However, during an extreme test, the warship's power core underwent an unknown mutation, generating a bizarre energy field that could strip living beings of their life force. The entire navy at the base was instantly drained of their life force, turning into dried corpses. Because he is a user of the shadow fruit, his true form can hide in the shadows. He narrowly escaped death but was trapped on this island, isolated from the world, until today. The experimental warship was deemed a failure due to the accident and abandoned in the deepest dock of the base. So, that ship is still there. Durham's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed Moriarty by the collar and asked excitedly. It's right in the innermost S-class shipyard. Great! Durham danced with excitement and turned to run towards the dock. And many more. Rain's voice rang out. He walked to the dark ghost ship, reached out and gently touched the hull, then closed his eyes. This ship is built with a very special kind of wood. It seems to absorb the negative emotions around it and transform them into its own energy. That's right. Moriarty quickly explained, this is a soul wood I found in a forbidden area of the New World. It resonates with my devil fruit power, and this ship is alive. Rain opened his eyes, a knowing glint in them. He turned to Newgate and Durham and said calmly, the experimental warship's power core is unstable and too dangerous, we can't accept it. What? Durham was struck dumb. But this ship? Rain patted the ghost ship beside him. After modification, it can become our new vehicle. Its materials and characteristics are far more suitable for us than those mass-produced products of the Navy, A&D. Rain's gaze swept over the dried-up naval corpses on the ground, finally settling on Moriarty. It seems that its kitchen still has a lot of leftover, top-quality ingredients from back then. Half an hour later, long-absent smoke rose from the base's square. In the well-preserved kitchen of the ghost ship, Rain found a large quantity of rare ingredients that had been preserved by time. He used these ingredients to prepare a belated, grand feast to celebrate moving into his new home. Roasted whole lamb, seafood soup, fruit salad, a sumptuous feast filled the square. The group sat around the campfire, eating meat and drinking wine heartily. Newgate looked at the scene before him. Watching Gats and Durham argue heatedly over the last piece of roast meat, and seeing Silver silently hand Rain a towel to wipe his hands, a warm, heartfelt smile appeared on his usually dignified face. This is the home he wanted. As for the ghost Moriarty, after being stunned by Newgate's Haki, he was stripped of all his shadows and turned into a weak, ordinary ghost. Ryan put it into a glass jar he found in the kitchen, calling it spare seasoning, hoping that one day he could develop a ghost-flavored jam. A new era for the Whitebeard pirates has begun on this forgotten island, accompanied by a grand feast filled with laughter and joy. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A new world, an unnamed spring island. Cherry blossoms fall like rain, drifting in the warm air and turning the entire island into a romantic pink. Inside the largest tavern in the center of the island, the atmosphere was completely at odds with the gentle scenery, filled with tension. Damn it! Do you know who we are? We are the Bloodaxe Barrow Pirates. Our captain has a bounty of 80 million berries. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the alcohol on this island. A burly pirate with a menacing face, carrying a giant axe, stomped his foot on the table and roared menacingly at the tavern owner. Inside the tavern, the other guests were already trembling with fear, hiding in a corner and not daring to make a sound. Just then, a lazy voice came from the second floor of the tavern. It's so noisy, it's disturbing my sleep. Everyone looked up and saw a tall man, as big as an iron tower, leaning against the second-floor railing, yawning. His bronze skin was covered with old and new scars, exuding a wild and oppressive aura. It is the giant anchor, Gats. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Blood Axe Sparrow glared at Gats. Gats ignored him and just shouted downstairs, "Hey! Durham! Is the sale the captain asked you to fix repaired done yet? If you don't leave soon, the Sakura cake the head chef made will get cold." Behind the bar, a short man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes that were darker than the bottom of a pot suddenly looked up. He was holding a needle and thread and carefully mending a huge sail. "Almost there. Don't rush me." Shipwright Iron Walderam roared impatiently, "Do you think repairing the mast cracked by the aftershock of your punch with Lord Whitebeard is an easy task? This is soul wood. If it weren't for Chef Redden's special resin, it would have fallen apart long ago." Whitebeard. Blood Axe Sparrow's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name. This name is now a household name in the New World. "That's right, it's Whitebeard." Gats grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and leaped off the railing, landing with a thud that shook the entire tavern. "I'm in a good mood today. If you know what's good for you, take your men and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll shove your axe down your ass. You wanna die?" Blood Axe Sparrow was furious. He considered himself a big shot in the New World and could not tolerate such humiliation. He roared and swung his giant axe down at Gats's head. However, Gats didn't even use his signature giant anchor. He simply raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and precisely grasped the axe blade that was about to strike. Clang! With a crisp sound, the full-force attack of Blood Axe Sparrow, powerful enough to split stone and shatter monuments, was actually caught by Gats with his bare hands. The axe blade was less than an inch from his forehead, but it could not go any further. "What?" Blood Axe Sparrow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Good strength." Gats made a comment, then suddenly tightened his grip with his 5 fingers. Click! He managed to carve 5 clear finger marks into the giant axe, forged from refined steel, and the axe groaned in pain under the strain. Unfortunately, it's like tickling an itch. With a kick, Gats sent Blood Axe Sparrow's massive body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through the tavern wall and disappearing into the distance. His men were dumbfounded, and their weapons fell to the ground. "Roll!" A cold voice came from the shadows of the tavern. The ghost Silver was already standing there, the spear in his hand radiating a chilling aura. The pirates, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away from the tavern. After the battle at God Valley, Rock's name became the biggest taboo for the world government. To avoid unnecessary trouble and to respect Newgate's dream, on a night when cherry blossoms were in full bloom, Newgate personally drew the flag that would resonate for decades to come, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Edward Newgate officially became the captain of this monster ship. Their vehicle was the ghost ship made of soul wood that they obtained at the Storm's Eye base. After 3 years of painstaking modifications by Durham, combined with the application of the Shadow Fruit ability squeezed out from Moriarty, this ship has completely become a true sea fortress. It can infiltrate shadows, heal itself, and even replenish its energy by consuming the negative emotions around it. Durham named it the Moby Dick. Chapter 101. Gururara, Gats, you've sent someone flying again. Newgate's booming voice came from outside the tavern. He strode in with steady steps, his signature white crescent beard appearing even more imposing, and his aura of supreme authority becoming increasingly restrained and profound. Behind him followed a 14-year-old boy. Ren. Over the course of 3 years, Ryan had grown considerably taller, but his handsome face still retained its calm and composed expression. Over the past 3 years, the Whitebeard pirates have rapidly risen to prominence in the New World. They target vicious and ruthless pirates who oppress civilians, robbing their treasures, burning their ships, and then throwing a grand banquet to celebrate. Their morally ambiguous behavior has drawn the attention of countless people and caused the Navy considerable headaches. Meanwhile, the tide of the New World is rising ever stronger. Gold Roger and his elite pirate crew had become famous, their passion for adventure and challenging the strong surpassing even the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, a monster named Kaido, who seems to be immortal, also emerged, causing a bloodbath and forming the Beast's pirates. Charlotte Linlin is frantically expanding her territory, dreaming of establishing a gourmet kingdom composed of all races, and her Big Mom pirates are not to be underestimated. There was also a man named Shiki, who, with his terrifying ability to make islands float, formed the Flying Pirates, whose fleet grew larger and larger each day, and whose ambitions were ever growing. In the New World, heroes rise up, and a magnificent era of piracy has begun. Among them, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest, but the other future emperors of the sea have also shown their ferocious fangs. "Captain, the ship is repaired." Durham presented the mended sail to Newgate as if it were a treasure. "Grrrr, well done, Durham." Newgate nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the cherry blossoms fluttering in the air outside the window, then looked at his reliable family members beside him, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Men. Resupply complete. Let's have a celebration feast, and then, let's continue." Oh! The tavern erupted in thunderous cheers once again. The Moby Dick set sail again, like a giant white whale, silently gliding into the ever-changing blue of the New World. Life on the ship, as always, was full of noise and energy. On the deck, Gats and Newgate were performing their daily rituals. "Whoa! Watch this! Giant anchor, whirlwind slash!" Gats roared, whipping the massive anchor into a black tornado and slamming it down on Newgate. Over the course of 3 years, nourished by Rain's miraculous cooking and honed through countless real battles, Gats's strength has become vastly different. This single strike is enough to shatter a small mountain into dust. However, Newgate simply stretched out one finger lazily. Too slow. Ding! An ordinary-looking finger precisely touched the core stress point of the rotating giant anchor. An invisible shockwave quietly entered. Gats felt an irresistible force coming from the anchor, and his attack, which was powerful enough to shake mountains, instantly collapsed. He was thrown away along with the anchor. It crashed with a loud thud onto the newly reinforced hull of Durham's ship, leaving a clear human-shaped dent. "Grrrr, Gatsu, you have enough power, but you're still far from mastering it." Newgate withdrew his finger, took a big gulp of wine, and commented leisurely. "Damn it! Again." Gats climbed out of the crater, but instead of being discouraged, his fighting spirit was even stronger. In the corner, Durham, clutching his toolbox, looked at the newly appeared dent, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. My shape memory alloy armor, it says it hurts." He took out his notebook and added another heavy entry to the Today's Ship Damage Report column. The port side number 3 shape memory alloy armor has suffered a severe dent. The cause is daily training. The estimated repair time is 3 days. The required materials are 5 high-strength alloy plates, a certain amount of shock-absorbing and cushioning material, A&D. A large heart capable of withstanding the impact of a monster. Silver stood quietly at the stern. He did not participate in this violent training. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly thrust out the spear in his hand. His movements were so slow that you could see every trace of the gun tip cutting through the air. But with each thrust, a tiny, slowly healing black hole would appear in the air in front of the spear tip. This is a higher level of his application of armament Haki internal destruction. Over the past 3 years, he has long since ceased to be the ghost who only knew how to stealthily assassinate, but has become a true master of marksmanship who can directly confront top experts. Meanwhile, Ryan was busy in the kitchen. In the spacious and clean kitchen, all kinds of rare ingredients are processed in an orderly manner. He is preparing today's lunch. The main course was the tenderloin of an ice mammoth, a giant elephant hunted yesterday on a winter island. The meat of this mammoth is extremely tender, with its fat layer evenly distributed like snowflakes, making it an excellent ingredient for making top-quality roast meat. Rain first marinated it overnight with more than a dozen spices collected from different islands, and then slowly roasted it at a low temperature using a special stone slab called volcanic rock. The stone slab can evenly transfer heat, locking in the juices to the maximum extent, while also infusing the meat with the aroma of minerals contained in the rock. Sheila. The grease dripped onto the scorching hot stone slab, making a pleasant sound, and an overpowering aroma that blended the scents of meat, spices, and minerals instantly filled the entire kitchen. Head chef. I smell it. It's the smell of roast meat. Gats's nose is more sensitive than anything else. He instantly stopped sparring with Newgate and rushed to the kitchen door like a big dog, drooling all over the place. Not yet. Rain said without turning his head. He said. Don't rush, Gats. Newgate also came over, his eyes full of smiles as he watched Ryan's focused and skillful movements. Over the past 3 years, he has become accustomed to this kind of life. He has a reliable family, an endless supply of wine, and the world's finest cuisine. This is the home he wanted. Dinner time. Finally, Rain cut the roasted mammoth steak into thick slices and placed them on the huge dining table in the center of the deck. On the table were a milky white soup made from deep-sea fish bones and soft bread made from cloud wheat, a specialty of the Sky Island. I'm gonna start now. Gats was the first to pick up a steak bigger than his face and take a big bite. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had been struck by an electric current of happiness. The meat was more tender than I could have imagined. The moment my teeth touched it, the rich juices burst in my mouth. The unique caramel aroma from the volcanic rock blends perfectly with the complex flavors of spices, creating an unprecedented and primal, wildly delicious taste. Wow! This is so delicious! I feel like my muscles are singing. Gats wolfed down his food while mumbling his praises. Everyone started eating, and only the sounds of satisfied chewing and happy sighs remained on the deck. Just then, Silver on the lookout tower suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as ever. Captain, there's something on the course. Chapter 102. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. On the distant sea, a blurry black dot was slowly drifting towards us. As the ship drew closer, they realized that it was neither a ship nor an island, but a huge wooden barrel floating on the sea. Is it a drifting barrel? What might be inside? Treasure or fine wine? Gats asked curiously. I gonna go see. Silver's figure flickered, and he leaped directly down from the mast, which was tens of meters high. He lightly touched the sea surface with his toes a few times and arrived in front of the huge wooden barrel as if walking on flat ground. He tapped the wooden barrel lightly with the scabbard. Dong dong! An echo came from inside, as if it were empty. But then, a faint, dreamlike groan came from inside the barrel. Hungry, so hungry, pineapple. Silver frowned slightly, and with a single shot, he popped the lid off the barrel. Inside the wooden tub, a boy who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old was huddled up. He had messy, golden hair and his face was covered in dust. It looked like it had been hungry for a long time. It was hugging its knees, half asleep, and muttering something to itself. Pineapple, give me a pineapple, why? The boy's unique verbal tic and obsession with pineapples plunged the deck of the Moby Dick into an eerie silence. Gats scratched his enormous head, looking utterly bewildered, and asked Durham, what does why mean? Is it some kind of new variety of pineapple? Durham rubbed his forehead, feeling his common sense being repeatedly challenged by this bizarre and fantastical sea. Silver lifted the still sleeping boy out of the barrel like a chick, and with a few quick movements, returned to the ship. He casually tossed the boy onto the deck, and the boy let out a muffled groan, rolled over, and continued smacking his lips and muttering in his sleep. Pineapple, such a big pineapple, why? Grrrr, this little rascal is quite interesting. Newgate looked at the suddenly appearing boy with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The fact that this kid could survive drifting alone in a barrel in this perilous new world's oceans speaks volumes about his extraordinary abilities. Captain, he looks like he's starving to death. Silver said calmly. He could sense the faint life force within the boy. Ryan. Newgate looked toward the kitchen. Ryan had already come out. He squatted down and carefully examined the peculiar boy. The boy's eyes were sunken and his lips were cracked, but his breathing was relatively steady. There were no obvious external injuries on his body, he was simply suffering from hunger and dehydration. However, seeing that familiar hairstyle, a smile crept into Ryan's heart. Was it all arranged by fate? To run into you here. Putting his thoughts aside, Ryan reached out and gently touched his wrist, feeling the unique pulse of life within him. His constitution is very special, his cell activity is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his recovery ability should be very strong. Ryan gave a professional assessment, then got up and went back to the kitchen. A moment later, he came out carrying a bowl of warm white porridge that smelled faintly of rice. It contains no fancy ingredients, only the best spring water and the plumpest rice grains, making it perfect for waking up a weak stomach. Rain gently fed a spoonful of porridge to the boy's lips. The warm and pure fragrance seemed to possess a magical power. The boy, still half asleep, twitched his nose and unconsciously opened his mouth. After swallowing a spoonful of congee, the boy's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Delicious, why? The bowl of porridge was quickly emptied, and the boy's complexion visibly became rosy. His long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of slightly sleepy, yet exceptionally clear blue eyes, like the sky after the rain. Young Marco woke up. He looked around somewhat bewildered, but when his gaze swept over Newgate's mountain-like physique, Gats's imposing muscles, and Silver's cold and sharp demeanor, the bewilderment on his face was instantly replaced by vigilance. Who are you people? Marco sat up abruptly, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest in a defensive stance. Us. Gats grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, finding it amusing to tease this seemingly silly kid. We're a group of foodies passing by. We saw you were starving, so we just gave you a handy bite. Foodie. Marco was taken aback by the answer, and then his stomach rumbled loudly, reminding him of how delicious the bowl of porridge he had just eaten was. Gula-la-la-la, little devil, don't be nervous. Newgate's loud voice rang out, carrying a reassuring power. We are the Whitebeard pirates. We saved you because we felt a connection with you. We meant no harm. Whitebeard pirates. Marco's pupils shrank suddenly. Of course he had heard of this name. It was a powerful pirate crew that had recently risen to fame in the New World and was even giving the Navy a headache. Rumor has it that their captain, Whitebeard, possesses the power to destroy the world, and that every member of their crew is a monster. He was actually saved by this legendary group of pirates? Marco's feelings were complicated. He was grateful to them for saving his life, but also wary of their identities. Thank you, for saving me. Marco stood up, bowed to everyone, and spoke sincerely. My name is Marco, and I'm a medical apprentice on a small island. A medical apprentice? Newgate raised an eyebrow. This identity surprised him somewhat. Just then, Ren came over with a plate of sliced pineapple and placed it in front of Marco. The golden flesh exudes an enticing sweet aroma. Marco's eyes widened instantly. He stared at the plate of pineapples, his mouth practically watering. Eat up, get some vitamins. Rain said calmly. Marco, no longer caring about his guard, picked up a piece of pineapple and stuffed it into his mouth full of juice, a happy expression on his face. Delicious. Why Seeing his completely unguarded state, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This little brat with the pineapple head doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. All right, kid. Newgate watched him finish eating and then asked, "Where do you live? We can give you a ride home when it's on our way." Marco paused, put down the pineapple in his hand, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a trace of sadness. "My home is gone." Marco's voice lowered. "Our island was attacked by a group of pirates. They burned down our village, stole everything, and even killed my teacher. I barely escaped with my life on the line." As he said this, his fists clenched involuntarily, and flames of anger and resentment ignited in his eyes. "I'm too weak. If I were stronger, I could protect them." The atmosphere on the deck instantly became heavy. Looking at the boy before him, Newgate seemed to see his past self, the one who craved power and wanted to protect his family. He paused for a moment, then spoke to Marco with an unprecedentedly solemn tone. "Kid." Newgate's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with undeniable power. "Since you're already homeless, why don't you become my son?" Chapter 103. 2. To be your son. Marco was completely stunned by Newgate's earth-shattering words. His mouth dropped open, the pineapple in his hand fell to the ground, and his blue eyes were filled with disbelief. "What is this? A slap in the face and a sweet date? No, they just pulled you out of the sea and now they want to adopt you as their son?" The style of the story changed so fast that he felt his brain couldn't keep up with the pace of these pirates. The atmosphere on the deck thus became somewhat subtle. Gats looked at Marco with envy, thinking that being the son of Whitebeard was an incredible honor. The kid was really lucky. Durham was silently calculating in his mind how much the consumption of food and fresh water would increase with each additional person on board, whether the ship's load would be exceeded, and whether the ballast would need to be readjusted. Silver remained expressionless, but his gaze swept back and forth between Newgate and Marco, as if assessing the impact of this decision on the team's future. "Guralalalala. What? You don't want to?" Newgate couldn't help but burst into laughter at Marco's dumbfounded expression. I didn't mean that." Marco snapped out of his daze and quickly waved his hand, feeling his face burning. It's too sudden, and we've only just met. The length of time the meeting lasts is not important." Newgate interrupted him, a rare gentleness appearing in his hawk-like eyes. "I see the same thing in your eyes as I do, a longing for family, a pursuit of power, and a heart that refuses to give in. The people on this ship are all my family." Newgate's gaze swept over every crew member present, his voice becoming deep and powerful. "We drink together, eat meat together, fight together, and pursue our dreams together on this vast sea. We may not be relatives, but we are closer than relatives. I can see you're a good boy, Marco. Rather than letting you drift alone on this cruel sea, why not stay and become one of us?" Newgate's words were like a warm torrent, crashing against Marco's lonely and confused heart. Family. This word was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Since his hometown was destroyed and his teacher was murdered, he has become a wandering ghost. The only belief that keeps him alive is to become stronger and then avenge his teacher and the villagers. He never imagined that he would have a place he could call home again. Marco looked at the man before him, known as Whitebeard. His mountain-like physique exuded a reassuring aura of power, and his deep eyes held no trace of hypocrisy or scheming, only sincerity and appreciation. He glanced around at the people, the seemingly simple-minded giant, the taciturn but sharp-eyed gunman, the shipwright with a worried expression but focused gaze, and the young chef, whose eyes were unusually calm, gave him a bowl of porridge and a plate of pineapple. Although this group of people have very different styles and all seem to be intimidating, there seems to be a unique bond between them called family. Marco's resolve wavered. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly came from the lookout tower. "Captain! Ship spotted at 3 o'clock. It's a pirate ship." The flag is Blood Axe Barrow. Silver's voice shattered the warmth on the deck. Blood Axe Barrow. Gats raised an eyebrow, a look of disgust on his face. It's those scum again. I chased them away on Spring Island last time, and they still dare to show their faces. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Newgate's eyes. How many of them are there? 3 ships, it looks like they're trying to surround us. Silver answered calmly. Gulalalala, it seems the lesson from last time wasn't learned enough. Newgate stood up, stretched his limbs, and his terrifying aura made the entire Moby Dick tremble. Men, get ready to get moving and show these clueless bastards what happens when they interrupt our family gathering. However, before they could make a move, Marco suddenly stepped forward. He looked at the 3 pirate ships approaching in the distance, and a flame of revenge ignited in his eyes. Wait a moment. Marco's voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with deep-seated hatred. That flag, it's them. It's those bastards from Blood Axe Barrow. They're the ones who destroyed my homeland. This unexpected coincidence left everyone stunned. What did you say? Gats's eyes widened instantly. That's right. I would never be wrong. Marco stared intently at the flag bearing the image of crossed blood axes, his body trembling slightly with rage. Let me go. Please let me go. Marco turned to look at Newgate, his eyes filled with pleading and determination. This is my revenge, please let me settle it with my own hands. Newgate looked at the boy before him, his blue eyes burned with an indomitable flame, and his awareness and courage filled him with immense admiration. It is good. Newgate didn't hesitate, he nodded and gave an approving smile. Gats, Silver, you two keep an eye on him, don't let him die. Yes. Captain. Thank you. A flicker of gratitude crossed Marco's eyes. He turned around, looked at the approaching enemy ship, and took a deep breath. A strange, intense energy surged from his body. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, a cluster of blue-green flames, seemingly alive, suddenly ignited on Marco's body. The flames weren't scorching, instead, they carried a warm, healing aura. The blue flames instantly enveloped Marco's entire body, and his body began to change. His bones crackled and popped, and a pair of huge wings made of blue flames stretched out from his back. This is, a devil fruit. A look of shock appeared in Gats's eyes. A glint of light flashed in Rain's eyes, he sensed an incredibly pure life energy emanating from the blue flames. It's a mythical beast, the legendary phoenix. With a clear, melodious cry, Marco's figure vanished completely, replaced by a gigantic, magnificent bird engulfed in blue flames. Marco, in his phoenix form, spread his wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of blue light as he charged headlong toward his enemy. The phoenix streaked across the sky, its azure flames leaving a brilliant yet resolute trail against the azure backdrop. On the deck of the Moby Dick, everyone was speechless with shock at the sudden scene. Mythical beast. Phoenix. Durham muttered to himself, a hint of shock in his voice. My goodness, this kid, is he really this good? Wow! Gats was so excited that his face turned bright red, and he even unconsciously started imitating Marco's verbal tick. Newgate stared at the blue figure, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. He knew he had struck gold. This young man not only possesses a sincere heart, but also the strength to match that heart. Gurururura. This kid will definitely grow up to be an amazing man. Newgate's laughter was filled with pride, as if Marco were already his real son. Chapter 104. On the other side, on Blood Axe Barrow's 3 pirate ships. Boss! That ship up ahead is Whitebeard's Moby Dick. A lookout shouted in panic. What? Whitebeard? Blood Axe Barrow's face turned deathly pale instantly. The shadow of being kicked away by Gats last time had not yet dissipated, and now he had actually encountered this group of monsters again. Quickly! Turn the ship around. Retreat. Barrow made a quick decision. He didn't want to experience the fear of being dominated by monsters again. However, it's too late. A clear, melodious cry descended from the sky, and a streak of azure fire fell like divine punishment, slamming heavily onto the deck of his flagship. Boom! The deck was smashed open, leaving a huge hole, and wood chips flew everywhere. The blue flames exploded, but instead of burning the ship, they turned into a shockwave that sent all the surrounding pirates flying. As the flames subsided, Marco reappeared, half crouching on the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the culprit who had destroyed his family. Barrow. Marco's voice was hoarse with anger. What are you? Barrow looked at the boy in front of him, whose body was engulfed in blue flames, and was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. The person who wants your life. Marco roared, his legs enveloped in blue flames, and with a powerful leap, he shot towards Barrow like an arrow. Phoenix Seal. His legs were covered with a layer of solid armament Haki, which intertwined with the blue flames, transforming into a deadly kick. Asshole! Don't underestimate me! Barrow was also enraged, and he swung his giant axe, hacking hard at Marco's kick. Clang! The axe and the leg collided with a loud crash in mid-air. A tremendous force came from his leg, and Barrow felt a numbness in his arm as the giant axe slipped from his grasp. Immediately afterwards, the foot burning with blue flames was firmly imprinted on his chest. Puff! Barrow spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive body flying backward again, crashing into the mainmast and breaking it in half. Boss! Upon seeing this, the surrounding pirates roared and charged towards Marco. A cold glint flashed in Marco's eyes. He spread his arms, and his blue flame wings stretched out once more. Flame of rebirth, flying feather. Countless feathers made of blue flames shot out like sharp blades, accurately striking each of the pirates who rushed at them. The pirates were not injured after being hit. Instead, they felt a warm power flow into their bodies, instantly losing all their strength, collapsing to the ground, and falling into a deep sleep. Marco clearly couldn't perfectly control his abilities. He intended to severely injure his enemy, but unexpectedly unleashed the healing properties of the Phoenix Flame, dismantling the enemy's fighting power in a peculiar way. He ignored the ragtag soldiers and walked step by step toward Barrow, who lay fallen beneath the mast. Barrow struggled to stand up, but the sharp pain in his chest prevented him from moving. He looked at the boy who was walking towards him like a god, and for the first time, fear showed in his eyes. No! Don't kill me, I'll give you all my treasure. Marco didn't speak, but simply raised his fist, which was burning with blue flames. Just as he was preparing to avenge his teacher and the villagers and end the villain's life, a huge hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. It's Newgate. He had somehow gotten onto the ship. That's enough, Marco. Newgate's voice was calm and gentle. Killing him will not bring your family back to life, instead, it will taint your hands with the same filth as his. But... Marco's eyes were filled with resentment. There are many ways to take revenge. Newgate looked at him with deep eyes. Let him live forever in fear of you, let him dream of today's blue flames every time he closes his eyes. This is a crueler punishment than killing him outright. And... Newgate grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. We haven't taken the treasure from this ship yet. Marco slowly loosened his fist, and the flames in his eyes gradually died down. He looked at Newgate, then at the figures waving at him from the Moby Dick in the distance, and the deep-seated hatred in his heart seemed to have been diluted quite a bit. He knew that he was no longer alone. He has a new family. Half an hour later, Blood Axe Barrow's pirate crew was completely looted. All the treasure, food, and drinks from the 3 ships were moved to the Moby Dick. As for Barrow and his men, they were stripped naked, tied together with seaweed, and left to fend for themselves on their dilapidated ship. A grand welcome banquet is being held on the deck of the Moby Dick. With the fresh ingredients he had just captured, Rain prepared a feast so lavish that even the gods would drool. Marco sat next to Newgate, looking somewhat reservedly at the group of eccentric family members before him. While stuffing a huge piece of roasted meat into his mouth, Gats was slurring his words as he boasted about his spoils of the day, even though he hadn't actually done anything. Durham, holding a new design, excitedly discussed with Silver how to use the newly acquired treasure to add a pineapple-shaped figurehead made of pure gold to the Moby Dick. Newgate handed a large wine glass to Marco with a warm smile on his face. "Come, Marco, drink this. From today onward, you are my son, and we are your family." Marco looked at his still somewhat childish face reflected in the glass, then at the sincere and warm smiling faces around him, and his eyes welled up slightly. He picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. The spicy liquor went down my throat, but brought an unprecedented warmth. "Yes, Dad. Yes." A cry of "Dad" echoed throughout the entire sea. The festivities continued late into the night, gradually subsiding as the rum ran out and Gats began to snore. The newly joined member, Marco, after being repeatedly plied with several large glasses of wine by Newgate and Gats, leaned dizzily against the mast with his signature pineapple-shaped head, wearing a silly, happy smile on his face, as if he had integrated into a new family. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and cast golden light onto the deck of the Moby Dick, a new day began in a way very characteristic of the Whitebeard pirates. "Oh, oh, oh, oh! Daddy! Again!" Gats's roar was like thunder, accompanied by the sharp whistling of the anchor breaking through the air. His massive body leaped high into the air, whipping the enormous anchor into a black tornado, which crashed down upon the mountain-like figure in the center of the deck. Newgate didn't even get up, remaining seated cross-legged, simply extending a finger lazily. "Too slow, Gats." Ding! A crisp, disproportionately soft sound. That powerful blow, capable of shattering mountain rocks, crumbled instantly upon contact with Newgate's seemingly ordinary finger. Chapter 105. An invisible shockwave surged upstream along the anchor, and Gats felt an irresistible force. He was thrown out along with the anchor, tracing a perfect parabola in the air. "Durham! Catch me!" Gats screamed desperately in mid-air. In the corner, Durham, who was carefully wiping the ship's rudder with a piece of deerskin, turned pale upon hearing this. He rolled to the side, scrambling on his hands and feet, letting out a mournful wail, "Don't come any closer! My new guardrail! It was just replaced yesterday!" Boom! With a loud bang, Gats's massive body slammed solidly against the port side railing. The railing, crafted by iron wall Durham from refined steel mixed with shape memory alloy and touted as being able to withstand artillery fire from a lieutenant general, was smashed into a clear human-shaped dent with a sickening twisting sound. "Oh no! I have to keep track of the expenses again." Durham clutched his head, feeling as if his heart, like that section of railing, had shattered. "Goo la 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 la!" Newgate let out his signature laugh. "Gates, your strength has improved a lot, but your timing is still like that of a complete novice. Damn it! Again!" Gats climbed out of the crater, but instead of being discouraged, his fighting spirit was even stronger. He rubbed his arm, which was numb from the impact, and was about to charge again when he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right arm. Looking down, he saw that his wrist was twisted at a strange angle, obviously dislocated in the collision. "Ouch! Dad, you hit too hard." Gats grimaced, sweating profusely from the pain. "Who told you to charge in like an idiot?" Newgate chuckled and was about to get up to help him set the bone when a sleepy voice came from the side. "I'll do it, why?" Marco walked over, yawning, and frowned slightly as he looked at Gats's twisted wrist. Gats looked at the pineapple-headed boy who was much younger than him and asked with some doubt, "Are you sure you can handle this?" "I'm really tough." Marco did not answer, but simply extended his right hand, and in his palm, a cluster of blue flames, seemingly possessing life, quietly ignited. The flames weren't scorching, instead, they carried a warm and peaceful aura, like the afternoon sun in spring. He gently placed the ball of blue flame over Gats's wrist. Oh! So comfortable! What is this? Why? Gats stared in astonishment as he felt a warm force seeping into his bones through his skin, and the excruciating pain was rapidly subsiding. To everyone's astonishment, Gats's dislocated wrist automatically reset under the protection of the blue flames, with the bones making a soft cracking sound and the swelling visibly subsiding. In just over 10 seconds, when Marco withdrew his hand, Gats's wrist was completely healed, even stronger than before. This is done. Gats flexed his wrist and felt no pain. He stared at Marco in astonishment, then at his own hand, as if witnessing a miracle. The abilities of mythical Zoan species are really convenient. Newgate exclaimed in admiration. Rain also came out of the kitchen at some point. He looked at the blue flames on Marco's hand that had not completely dissipated, and a glint of research flashed deep in his calm eyes. He could clearly sense that the flame contained an incomparably pure life energy, completely different from the energy boost he received through cooking. Your flames, in essence, accelerate cell regeneration and recombination. Rain walked up to Marco and, like a meticulous scholar, calmly analyzed, this regeneration is not without its price, it will consume your own life force, right? Marco felt a little uneasy under Rain's all-seeing gaze and nodded subconsciously, yes, that's how it is, but my constitution is special, and I recover very quickly. Ah! Ren nodded, then pulled a small notebook from his pocket and quickly jotted something down. Record: Phoenix Flame can be used to quickly heal physical injuries, but it will consume the caster's life force. It is recommended to use it with dishes containing a high concentration of life energy to achieve a perpetual motion-like healing effect. Optional menu items: Sea King Spinal Broth, Tree of Life Fruit Salad, 1000-year-old Dragon Turtle Herbal Jelly. Marco's lips twitched involuntarily as he looked at the unheard-of dish names in Redden's notebook. He always felt that in the head chef's eyes, he wasn't a crew member, but rather, a top-quality ingredient that needed to be paired with a specific sauce to maximize its effectiveness. Ha ha ha! Marco! Your ability is amazing! Gats didn't care about any of that, he excitedly lifted Marco up and placed him on his shoulders. I won't be afraid of getting hurt again. You're the miracle doctor on our ship. Put me down. Why? Marco blushed deeply at this sudden enthusiasm. Durham also came over. He looked at Gats, who was completely unharmed, and then at the bent railing, his eyes shining with hope. He grabbed Marco's other hand and asked excitedly, Dr. Marco, can your flames be used to repair ships? Marco. The deck was filled with a cheerful atmosphere once again. With Marco, the ship's doctor, joining the crew, the training became even more unrestrained. In the past, when Gats and Newgate sparred, Gats would at most be knocked away and suffer some minor injuries, but Rain's cooking would quickly help him recover. Now, Newgate occasionally goes too far, breaking Gats's bones, and then Marco uses blue flame to perfectly restore him. In Newgate's words, this is called destruction before construction. Through constant severe injuries and regeneration, Gats's physical strength and resilience are increasing at a terrifying rate. Marco gradually integrated into this strange family. He is no longer the lonely avenger. He will fool around with Gats, listen to Durham complain about the troubles of hull repairs, be startled by Silver's sudden appearances, and quietly listen to Newgate tell stories of the past. Of course, what he looked forward to most was the pineapple that Ryan would serve him every day, a dish specially prepared for him. This monster ship, named Moby Dick, became more complete and powerful after a pineapple-headed doctor joined it. Carrying these future maritime giants, it braved the winds and waves of the New World, heading towards the unknown distance, continuing its voyage destined to be recorded in history. The Moby Dick's voyage continued for several more days. The past few days have been calm and peaceful, and even the ignorant sea kings have wisely taken a detour. Life on the ship was as lively and bustling as ever. Chapter 106. On the deck, Gats was enthusiastically pestering Marco to demonstrate the phoenix transformation. Just one more time, Marco. Just once. Gats, like a curious child, circled around Marco. Your blue fire suit is so cool. Even cooler than Prometheus. No, why? Marco shook his head helplessly. My dad said that abilities shouldn't be used for performances. TCH, cheapskate. Gats curled his lip and then turned his attention to Silver. Silver. Let's have a fight. I feel like my punches are getting heavier again. From the shadows came Silver's cold and succinct reply, you will die. Gats's face fell instantly. Goo la 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 la. Newgate looked at this bunch of clowns and burst into hearty laughter. He likes this atmosphere, this is the home he wants. Meanwhile, Ryan was busy in the kitchen. For lunch today, he plans to try a completely new dish. He extracted the ink sac from a giant deep-sea squid he had caught the day before, filtered and purified it using a special method, and then added more than a dozen spices collected from different islands, each with a spicy or aromatic flavor, to simmer it into a pot of sauce that was as black as ink but exuded a strange fragrance. He will use this sauce, paired with chewy squid meat and springy noodles, to create a brand new abyss ink pasta. Just as the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas and the deck was bustling with noise, everything seemed so ordinary and harmonious. Silver on the lookout suddenly spoke, his voice more solemn than ever before. Captain, a fleet has been spotted directly ahead. 11 warships are in an encircling formation, and the flagship at the head has a dog's head figurehead. Dog head? The iconic figurehead silenced the noise on deck. Newgate's pupils contracted sharply. He put down the barrel of wine in his hand, slowly stood up, and the lazy aura vanished instantly, replaced by a terrifying aura as heavy as a mountain. Garb. He slowly uttered the name, a name that represented a certain ultimate combat power on the high seas. A naval hero? What's he doing here? Gats's playful expression vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Soon, the massive fleet came into everyone's view. 11 massive warships, like 11 mobile steel fortresses, completely blocked all of the Moby Dick's escape routes. On the flagship's deck, a burly man in a white suit and a cloak of justice sat imposingly on a cannonball box. He crunched on a rice cracker, looking carefree and unrestrained, but his eyes, which occasionally flashed with a sharp light, contained a terrifying power that could make the ocean tremble. It was none other than the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. Grrrrrrr. Garp. You've really made quite a show of force. Newgate looked at the figure in the distance and burst into laughter, his voice like rolling thunder echoing across the sea. Whitebeard. Garp's laughter was equally hearty. He stuffed the last senbei into his mouth and patted the crumbs off his hands. You're getting more and more outrageous lately. The old men at the world government are losing sleep over you. I can do whatever I want on my own ship, what business is it of theirs to tell me what to do? Newgate responded sharply. Ha ha ha. I love your rascal spirit. Garp stood up laughing, stretching his limbs and making cracking sounds. However, I'm here today to uphold justice. You lawless bastards will be punished by my iron fist. Just then, a young figure slowly walked out from behind Garp. He was a tall, somewhat lazy-looking young man with black curly hair, wearing a standard naval uniform but no hat. His skin was slightly pale, and his eyes looked a little sleepy, but when his gaze swept over the Moby Dick, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees out of nowhere. Redden's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed a chilling, piercing, and intensely concentrated coldness emanating from the young man. Oh? You brought a little brat with you. Newgate noticed him too and asked with interest. Garp glanced back and burst into laughter, he's no ordinary brat. His name is Kuzan, the strongest newcomer in our navy this generation. I brought him here specifically to show him what a world-class monster is like, so he won't get too arrogant later. Kuzan, the future Admiral Aokiji. At this moment, his face did not yet have the languor and composure that would later appear, instead, it displayed the sharpness of a young genius and a hint of barely perceptible tension. He looked at the figures on the ship opposite, especially the man known as Whitebeard. He could clearly sense the earth-shattering power contained within that body. Mr. Carp. Kuzan spoke, his voice cool yet possessing a magnetic quality unique to young people. Enough with the small talk, shall we get started? Alara, what an impatient little brat. Garp imitated Kuzan's verbal tick, making the latter's mouth twitch. All right. Garp's smile vanished, his eyes instantly sharpening, and a mountain-like aura surged forth, heading straight for the Moby Dick. Whitebeard. And the monsters on your ship. Prepare yourselves. Today is your end. Before he could finish speaking, Garp kicked off with both legs. Boom! He stomped a huge dent into the flagship's deck, and he himself, like a cannonball, ignored the distance of hundreds of meters, tore through the air, and charged straight at the Moby Dick with unparalleled momentum. The naval hero personally led the charge. The battle is about to break out. Garp's actions were the most direct call to war. Without the probing of artillery fire or the arrangement of tactics, this naval hero's fighting style was always so simple, pure, and most domineering, using his iron fists, capable of crushing everything, to send the enemy, along with their ambitions, to the bottom of the sea. Well done! Newgate was equally fired up, and the naginata in his hand hummed with excitement. He took a step forward, his mountain-like body standing firmly on the bow of the ship. A pure white halo instantly gathered above his right fist, and the surrounding air began to violently distort and crack due to this power. Grrrrrrrrrr. Let me see if your iron fist is harder, or my vibration is stronger. Facing Kapna's meteor-like figure, Newgate neither dodged nor avoided, and threw out a punch in return. Boom! Fists collided violently in mid-air. In that instant, it was as if all the sounds of the world had been sucked away. What followed was an energy explosion that defies description. The black and red lightning, like a wildly dancing demonic serpent, darted wildly between the two, tearing a huge hole in the clouds in the sky. A visible circular shockwave spread wildly from the two people, forcibly pressing a huge crater with a diameter of over a kilometer into the sea below. The Moby Dick and the naval flagship were propelled hundreds of meters backward by the terrifying aftershocks, and the crew members were thrown about by the force. Chapter 107. Wow! My butt! Gats plopped down on the ground, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. Durham clung tightly to the helm, watching the ship groan and groan as the impact caused the ship to creak and groan. His face drained of color, and he let out a desperate wail. Here we go again! My memory alloy armor! It's crying! It says it feels like it's about to crack. Meanwhile, the young men on the naval flagship were terrified by this scene of gods fighting, their faces turning pale. Only Kuzan, using ice to create a foothold beneath his feet, steadied himself, his gaze fixed solemnly on the two demonic figures in the distance, muttering to himself, "Is this, the battle at the pinnacle of the world?" After the attack, both Garp and Newgate were knocked back. Garp somersaulted in midair and landed steadily on the deck of his flagship. He shook his slightly numb fists, but his face was beaming with a thoroughly enjoyable smile. Ha ha ha! That was exhilarating! That was so exhilarating! Whitebeard, your power has grown even stronger. Newgate laughed too. Your fists are still as hard as ever, Carp. The way these two old acquaintances greeted each other was so simple and unpretentious. Men! Stop watching! Charge! Garp roared at the marines behind him. Yes! The naval fleet shifted its formation instantly, with warships on the flanks adjusting their guns in preparation for a barrage of fire. On the flagship, several battle-hardened vice admirals drew their weapons, ready to join the battle. "Oh my gosh! It's finally my turn!" Gats roared excitedly, grabbed the anchor, and prepared to jump ship. "Your opponent is me." A cold voice suddenly came from the sea. Kuzan had somehow left the flagship and was now leisurely riding a bicycle made of ice on the sea. Wherever he passed, the sea surface instantly froze into a crystal-clear ice path. Ice Age! Kuzan pressed his hands against the sea surface, and a bone-chilling cold spread wildly from him. Click, click, click. In just a few breaths, the sea area spanning several thousand meters was completely frozen into a boundless ice field. The Moby Dick was also trapped in place by the sudden ice, unable to move. What? Gats stared in astonishment at the several-meter-thick layer of ice beneath his feet, his mouth agape. This guy is an ability user. Irera, were you scared? Kuzan pushed up his non-existent glasses, a lazy smile on his face, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Your ship is frozen in place. Surrender now. You little brat. Just as Gates was about to shatter the ice, a figure rushed out even faster than him. Dad, leave this guy to me, why? It's Marco. Azure flames erupted from his body, and with a clear cry, he transformed into a magnificent and extraordinary phoenix. With a flap of his wings, carrying a warm and powerful life force, he flew straight towards Kuzan on the ice. Oh? A mythical beast? Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Kuzan's eyes. He raised his right hand and made a fist at the charging phoenix. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. A giant, lifelike ice bird made of ice appeared out of thin air, opening its sharp beak to meet the ball of blue flame. The first clash between ice and fire occurred with a deafening roar, witnessed by everyone. Boom! There was no explosion as expected, instead, a strange reaction occurred the instant the blue flames and the giant ice bird made contact. The ice bird's chill could not freeze the regenerative flames that possessed life force, nor could Mars flames melt the ice formed by extreme low temperatures. The two forces eroded and annihilated each other, eventually turning into billowing white steam that enveloped the two figures. What a troublesome ability, why? As the steam dissipated, Marco's figure reappeared in mid-air. He looked at the unharmed Kuzan with a solemn expression. Each other. Kuzan's tone became more serious. Your flames seem to be able to nullify damage. While the two were locked in a standoff, other battles had already broken out. Gats roared and leaped onto the ice, facing the combined attack of three vice admirals. With each swing of the giant anchor in his hand, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the solid ice surface, displaying unparalleled dominance. Silver then engaged in battle with a swordsman admiral wielding a famous sword. His marksmanship was unpredictable and ghostly, while his opponent's swordsmanship was powerful and steady. The two moved swiftly across the ice, leaving behind deep slash marks and gun marks. Durham was sweating profusely with anxiety. He was directing a few hastily recruited laborers to try to melt the ice that had frozen the ship's rudder with a steam gun, while muttering to himself. Oh my god! What if the soul wood at the bottom of the ship freezes and breaks? The repair costs will be way over budget. On the highest battlefield, Newgate and Carp's battle begins once again. This time, they chose the vast ice plains as the battlefield. Iron Fist, Meteorite. Thunderous Emperor, Sky Rift. Each collision caused the entire ice field to groan and tremble, and bottomless chasms spread out beneath their feet, as if to tear this frozen world apart completely. In the kitchen, Ryan calmly observed everything through the observation window. His attention was mainly focused on the battle between Marco and Kuzan. A battle between ice and life force. Ryan quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Kuzan's devil fruit ability is essentially to strip away heat and stop the movement of molecules in matter, while the Phoenix Flame is pure life energy, which is the most active manifestation of molecular movement. In theory, the two are in a perfect state of restraint, but it seems that neither of them has developed enough yet, it's just a superficial clash. A completely new menu was rapidly forming in Ryan's mind. If we could strengthen Mar by using ingredients that contain the ultimate fire element energy, such as the heart of a lava dragon, and then combine it with sunflower nectar that can stimulate cell activity. Perhaps, it can give that blue flame the temperature to truly melt everything. Just as Rain was deep in thought, the situation on the battlefield changed once again. Kuzan seemed to find the fight with Marco too time-consuming, and he suddenly clasped his hands together. Frozen moment. An even more terrifying chill erupted instantly. This time, the chill did not spread but condensed into countless tiny ice needles, covering the Moby Dick from all directions. He actually wanted to turn the entire ship, along with all the people on board, into an eternal ice sculpture. Not good. Newgate's expression changed, and he was about to retreat to defend. Ha ha ha. You dare to get distracted while fighting me. Carp seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Newgate's open goal. At this critical moment, a calm voice resounded throughout the battlefield via the ship's public address system. I already told you not to disturb the chef's work. The moment the words fell, a dazzling golden light, as brilliant as the sun, burst forth from the kitchen of the Moby Dick. The light was intense and domineering, filled with an aura of destruction. All the ice needles that attacked the Moby Dick were instantly vaporized and turned into gas in midair as if they had met their nemesis under the golden light. Kuzan's pupils contracted sharply as he stared incredulously at the pirate ship. Chapter 108. The golden light was so pure and so domineering, like a miniature sun rising slowly in the kitchen of the Moby Dick. It lacked the space-tearing power of the tremor fruit, and the domineering will of Conqueror's Haki, but the primal and scorching life energy it contained sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Kuzan's pupils contracted to their maximum size in that instant. His extremely cold aura, which he was so proud of and which could freeze the sea, was as fragile as ice and snow that had encountered their natural enemy when illuminated by that golden light. It was instantly evaporated and vaporized in mid-air, leaving not even a trace of white mist. How can this be? His ice age, his frozen moment, is the essence of his Logia-type devil fruit power absolute zero, which strips all things of heat and brings their molecular motion to a state of death. But that golden light was like an inexhaustible source of heat, the ultimate expression of life's movement. The two are essentially perfect nemesis, and at this moment, his eyes seemed so insignificant in the face of this light. Who is it? Kuzan's voice trembled slightly as he stared intently at the location of the Moby Dick's kitchen, trying to discern the source of the dazzling light. Not only him, but everyone on the battlefield was stunned by this sudden scene. Garp, who was locked in a fierce battle with Newgate, found his movements involuntarily slowing down by half a beat. He turned his head and looked at the pirate ship shrouded in golden light, a serious look appearing in his usually cynical eyes. This breath. He could sense that although the power was immense, it was completely different from the domineering and unparalleled power of Whitebeard's vibrations. It was more restrained, more pure, and more dangerous. Gula-la-la-la. Newgate punched Carp away, then looked towards his own kitchen with a complex smile that was a mixture of pride and helplessness. That brat finally couldn't resist and made a move. Hey? I told him to stay in the kitchen and not to break the new pot. The golden light slowly dissipated. At the kitchen door of the Moby Dick, a slightly thin figure stood quietly. He was dressed in a clean chef's uniform, even holding a long-handled ladle in his hand, with his ever-present, calm expression. It was Ren. He glanced around at the deck, which was covered with a thin layer of frost from the Kuzan chill, and then at the several sauce jars cracked by the cold at the kitchen door. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He doesn't like his kitchen to be disturbed in any way, especially the low-temperature environment that can affect the preservation of food. It's you. Kuzan looked at the boy, who looked to be only a teenager, his eyes filled with disbelief. That terrifying power that was enough to evaporate his frozen state just now was actually emitted by this brat? Alala, it seems I underestimated you. Kuzan pushed up his non-existent glasses, trying to mask his shock with his usual lazy tone, but his eyes, which suddenly became incredibly sharp, betrayed him. Kid, your ability is quite interesting, but the game ends here. Kuzan's figure vanished instantly, leaving a crystalline ice path extending from the ice beneath his feet. He moved like a ghost gliding across the ice, rushing towards Ren at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. He wanted to freeze this troublesome chef into an ice sculpture as quickly as possible. Ice skates. Kuzan's right arm instantly transformed into an elemental blade, gleaming with a chilling light, and pierced straight into Ren's heart. However, despite this blow that could freeze the soul, Ren's face remained expressionless. He didn't even retreat, he simply turned slightly to the side just as the ice blade was about to hit him. At the same time, the ordinary-looking long-handled ladle in his hand was lifted upwards at an incredible angle. Ding! A crisp, disproportionately soft sound. The edge of the spoon collided precisely with the blade of the ice skate. Kuzan felt an indescribable, extremely concentrated, and terrifying power emanating from that small spoon, instantly disintegrating the cold air and armament Haki clinging to his ice blade. Immediately afterwards, the force flowed upwards along his arm. Click! Kuzan's prized ice blade shattered like fragile glass. What? Kuzan was terrified and immediately retreated, putting dozens of meters between himself and Rain. He looked down at his arm, which was still trembling slightly but had returned to normal, and then at the boy opposite him who was still holding a soup spoon and whose posture had not changed at all. His eyes were full of shock. In that brief exchange, he could clearly feel the power attached to the spoon by his opponent, that pitch-black armament Haki that seemed capable of devouring everything. Its condensation and domineering power were incredibly strong. How can this be? How could a teenager possibly possess such incredible armament Haki? The armament Haki is good, but unfortunately, the temperature isn't high enough. Ryan finally spoke, tapping the frozen railing beside him with his spoon, like a discerning gourmet critiquing an undercooked steak. Your ice has too many impurities and is not pure enough. It will affect the taste if you use it for sashimi. At most, it can only be used for shaved ice, and you will need to add a lot of syrup to cover up the bitterness. Kuzan. He felt that his worldview was being ruthlessly destroyed by this brat in an extremely bizarre way. You, who are you? Ryan tucked the ladle back into his chef's apron, looked up, and calmly stared at him. I'm just a chef. A chef who hates being disturbed while I'm preparing dinner. The moment he finished speaking, Ren disappeared. Without the explosive power of shave or the ethereal grace of moonwalk, he simply took a step forward, yet seemed to disregard the distance in space, instantly appearing before Kuzan. Extremely fast. Kuzan was shocked and tried to transform into his elemental form to escape, but was horrified to find that his body seemed to be locked by an invisible aura, and he could not even mobilize a trace of cold energy. Ryan held up one finger. It was a slender, pale finger that looked harmless, but it was wrapped in a layer of armament Haki that was darker than the abyss and purer than the night. Its domineering aura was so solid it was almost tangible, distorting the surrounding light like a miniature black hole. Rain's fingers touched Kuzan's chest lightly, without a trace of hostility. Boom! A faint, almost inaudible thud. Kuzan's proud naval uniform had a small hole, about the size of a finger, silently appearing on the chest. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible, spiraling penetrating force erupted within his body. Chapter 109. Puff. Kuzan spat out a mouthful of blood, his tall body flying backward as if struck head-on by a battering ram, carving a deep trench hundreds of meters long into the solid ice. He eventually crashed into an iceberg he had created, leaving the entire iceberg riddled with cracks. He struggled to stand up, only to find that all the bones in his body seemed to have been shattered, and he couldn't muster any strength. The whole place was dead silent. Whether it was Carp and Newgate who were engaged in fierce battle, Gats and Durham on the deck, or the tens of thousands of officers and soldiers on the naval fleet, they all stared in disbelief at this scene. Kuzan, the strongest rookie in the marine headquarters and a Logia-type ice fruit user. He was defeated in an instant by a chef who looked to be only a teenager, using just one finger. Rain withdrew his finger, glanced at his still clean fingertip, then looked at Kuzan, who was embedded in the iceberg in the distance, his life hanging in the balance, and his brows furrowed again. It's too crunchy, it doesn't even qualify as an appetizer. He turned around, ignoring the outside noise, and walked back to the kitchen. All right, now you can cook in peace. All that remained was a calm yet terrifying silhouette that silenced the entire world. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence because of Redden's nonchalant finger gesture. The wind stopped, the waves subsided, and even the two demon-like figures in the sky temporarily ceased their battle. Garp's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he stared at the small, thin figure slowly walking back to the kitchen, then at Kuzan, who was embedded in the iceberg in the distance, struggling to move. He felt his mind was starting to malfunction. What happened just now? He instinctively asked Newgate, who was standing next to him. Newgate was equally shocked, but after the shock came unparalleled elation and pride. He sheathed his naginata, crossed his arms, and let out his signature loud laugh. Grrrrrrrrrr. Garp, do you see that? That's the head chef of my Whitebeard pirates. Chef? Garp's lips twitched violently. You call that guy who can kill the so-called monster rookie in headquarters with a single finger the head chef? Are all your head chefs this qualified? Wrong. Garp's eyes suddenly sharpened as he stared intently at Rain's retreating figure, a long sealed file, classified as top secret by the world government, flooding his mind. 3 years ago, before the God Valley incident, was the era when the Rocks pirates ran rampant. The Naval Intelligence Department once received a top-secret report from the CP agency, which mentioned an extremely mysterious yet crucial figure on the ship Rocks. That person was neither a combatant nor a navigator, but a cook. It is said that the Rocks pirates' terrifying ability to sustain combat and the fact that each crew member is as strong as a monster are all related to the chef's cooking. Even more frightening is that, according to CP0's only close-up observation record, although this chef rarely took action, the strength he displayed even made the then CP0 chief feel a chill. At that time, the chef's bounty had reached 3 billion. During the God Valley incident, this chef displayed even more terrifying skills, almost leading the Rocks pirates to victory. If it weren't for the Roger pirates joining the fight, and the Navy risking their lives to fight, the Rocks pirates would probably have been the victors in that battle. Ultimately, after the Rocks pirates were destroyed, the 5 elders issued a top-secret bounty for this mysterious chef, which was never made public and only circulated among the top echelons of the organization. The bounty on that wanted poster was second only to Rocks, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin at the time. 4 billion pellis. One chef, 4 billion. This figure sparked a heated debate among the 5 elders at the time, but was ultimately suppressed due to insufficient evidence and the destruction of the Rocks pirates, and sealed in the Marine Headquarters' forbidden archives. Garp just took it as a joke at the time. But now, looking at the chef in front of him who was equally young, equally unfathomable, and equally possessed miraculous abilities, a name exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. The god of cooking. Rain. Garp practically gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, word by word. Attention everyone. Target changed. That chef. Capture that chef. At all costs. Garp's voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of barely perceptible excitement. He knew that he had encountered a true treasure today. A monster more dangerous than Whitebeard, with potential even more terrifying than Rocks. If we can kill him here, it will be the greatest achievement the Navy has made in hundreds of years. Iron Fist, Meteorite. Garp ignored Newgate and with a powerful leap, he transformed into a true meteor, disregarding spatial distance and carrying the momentum to shatter everything, heading straight for the Moby Dick's kitchen. He wanted to personally verify just how tough this legendary chef really was. Garb! I'm your opponent! Newgate roared, unleashing the full power of the tremor fruit, and slashed a sky-splitting slash toward Garp's inevitable path. However, Garp neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the shockwave, powerful enough to tear space apart, to strike him. Puff! Garp's back was slashed open with a deep, bone-revealing wound, and blood gushed out, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he moved even faster. He traded injury for speed, determined to take down the chef before he could do something even more terrible. What a madman! Newgate cursed under his breath and immediately prepared to retreat on defense. But it was too late. Garp's figure had already appeared above the Moby Dick, and his iron fist, wrapped in black and red lightning, slammed down on the small kitchen like divine punishment. This punch is enough to split the entire Moby Dick in two. Durham was so frightened that his eyes rolled back, Gats's eyes were bloodshot, and Marco even transformed into his phoenix form to rush forward and defend. At this critical moment, the kitchen door opened. Ryan came out carrying a pot of freshly made, steaming hot borscht. He looked up at the iron fist that was falling from the sky, powerful enough to destroy everything, and his brows furrowed again. Honestly, they're all so noisy, how can anyone cook in peace? He grumbled somewhat impatiently. Then, he made a move that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. He casually raised his free left hand towards Garp in the sky. There was no golden light, no domineering aura, and not even any energy fluctuations. However, Kapna's unstoppable downward momentum suddenly halted. He felt as if he were being held up by an invisible hand, a force that was gentle yet irresistible, completely dissipating the terrifying power in his fist that was enough to shatter the continent. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous repulsive force came. Kapna's burly body flew back like a bounced ball, even faster than when he came. Chapter 110. This is... Garp steadied himself in mid-air, staring incredulously at his fist, then at the child holding the soup pot in one hand while the other remained raised. In that instant, he clearly felt that the space around him was distorted and folded by an incomprehensible force. That's neither gravity nor repulsion, it's a more advanced force. This was an ability that Ren had redeemed from the system shop a year ago. After a year of practice, I can now use it proficiently. At this moment, Ren's strength is vastly different from what it was 3 years ago. Back then, Rain couldn't control the outcome of that battle, but if the current Rain were in the God Valley battle, the Rocks pirates would definitely not have lost. Observation Haki can be used like this. Garp was completely dumbfounded. He felt that his decades of combat experience across the seas and his understanding of domineering aura had been completely overturned by this brat today. Gurururura. Garp. I told you not to bother my head chef. Newgate's loud laughter finally pulled Garp out of his shock. He looked at the small figure on the distant ship, who had already distributed the borscht to the other crew members and was now hitting Gats on the head with a spoon because Gats had stolen some of his soup. For the first time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Monsters, what an unreasonable bunch of monsters! He muttered to himself. This battle is unwinnable. One white-bearded man was already enough of a headache for him, and now another head chef with unfathomable strength and bizarre abilities has appeared. Most importantly, the naval elite he brought, the future hope of Kuzan, was rendered incapable of fighting by a single finger. If the fighting continues, there will be no other outcome than losing all of G1 Fleet's resources here. Hey! Sengoku! Garp suddenly roared at another area of the sea. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that Sengoku was definitely keeping an eye on the battle situation here. We've finished our rice crackers. That's it for today. Call it a day. Garp came up with an extremely perfunctory reason, yet it was very much in line with his style. His voice carried across the entire ice field through his unique vocal range. Gats and the others, who were locked in a fierce battle with the vice-admirals, were taken aback upon hearing this. The naval officers and men, whose morale had already plummeted due to Kuzan's defeat and Rain's intervention, were relieved as if they had been granted a pardon. Retreat! Everyone retreat! On the flagship, an officer finally reacted and issued the order in a hoarse voice. The naval fleet began to slowly retreat, orderly disengaging from the battlefield, while simultaneously dispatching a medical ship to carefully carry Kuzan, who was still embedded in the iceberg, back to the battlefield. Want to go? Gats, carrying the anchor, said with some lingering enthusiasm, I haven't had enough fun yet. All right, Gats. Newgate's voice rang out as he watched the departing fleet, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Let them go, we've already won today. Yes, they won, and won cleanly and decisively. With the strength of a single ship, they directly repelled the elite fleet led by the naval hero Garp. Once this news gets out, it will surely shock the whole world. The turning point for all of this came from the head chef, who was frowning at that moment because there were a few jars of ketchup missing in the kitchen. With the Navy's withdrawal, the frozen sea returned to calm. All that remained was a desolate ice field and a group of pirates who were still eager for more. Ha ha ha! That was great! That was so much fun! Gats slammed the anchor into the ice, creating a large crater, then ran up to Rain, his face full of admiration, and asked, Head chef, what was that move you just made called? The one that sent that sailor flying with a bayou. It was so cool. Teach me. Ryan glanced at him and said casually, that's called tossing the pan, a basic cooking technique used to ensure the ingredients in the pan are heated evenly. You can't learn it. Gats. Durham came running over with a long face, holding an abacus and typing away rapidly. Head chef, I just did some calculations. Although your action didn't cause direct damage to the hull, the resulting spatial oscillation caused minor loosening of 32 precision parts inside the hull. The repair cost will be approximately this much. He showed Ryan an astronomical figure. Ryan didn't even look at him, just walked past him and calmly said, get reimbursed by the captain. Durham. Marco flew back with lingering fear. He landed next to Ren, looking at the boy who was a few years younger than him with awe and a hint of fear in his eyes. He now finally understood why Ren always liked to study his flames. In this man's eyes, he probably really is just a top-quality ingredient that needs to be paired with a specific menu to maximize its effects. Dad. Marco ran to Newgate's side, still shaken, and asked, was Rain always this good? Why oi. Goo la 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 la. Newgate patted him on the shoulder and laughed, I didn't know he was so amazing, but isn't this the kind of surprise family brings? He looked around at his crew, at Rain who was chasing after Gats over a bowl of soup, at Durham who was inspecting the damage to the hull, and at Marco who looked on with admiration. And Silver, silently polishing his spear in the shadows, was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and pride. This is the home he wanted. A group of monster family members who can rely on each other and bring surprises at crucial moments. All right, men. Newgate's booming voice echoed through the sky. We've defeated the Navy, how can we not have a celebration banquet? Rain. Today I'm going to eat the biggest piece of roast meat and drink the strongest liquor. We have meat, but we're out of wine. Rain's voice came from afar. The fight just now shook the cellar door open, and all the wine spilled. Newgate's smile froze on his face. The deck was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the evening, a grand victory celebration was held on the deck of the Moby Dick. Rain prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone using a rare ingredient called the ice-scale dragonfish, which he had caught from the ice field that afternoon. The fish is grilled until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, served in a milky white broth made from fish bones, and accompanied by a cold side dish of fish roe and seaweed. Although there was no wine, the exquisite taste made up for everything. While eating, Gats gesticulated wildly, boasting about how he had knocked down 3 vice-admirals that day. Durham, meanwhile, sighed and calculated the deficit from this voyage. Marco listened to everyone's stories with curiosity, feeling himself gradually becoming part of this strange yet warm family. Ryan sat alone in the corner of the kitchen, writing something in his notebook by the light. Experiment report. Experimental subject, Ensign Cusin, Navy Headquarters. Attribute, Logia type, ice fruit. Ingredient quality, below average. Energy development is still in its early stages. The ice is not pure enough and contains too many impurities, resulting in a crunchy texture and low energy conversion rate. Cooking suggestion, not suitable as a main ingredient for elaborate cooking. Consider using it in summer desserts such as shaved ice and smoothies, but it needs to be paired with a large amount of high sugar sauce to neutralize its bitterness. Weaknesses, high calorie content, high purity armament Haki, and a chef's ladle. Overall rating, it's passable as an appetizer, but the taste is terrible, not recommended. After writing the last sentence, Ryan closed the notebook. He looked up at his family members laughing and playing on the deck, then at the vast, boundless sea reflecting the sunset in the distance, and a faint, heartfelt smile appeared on his calm face. The future seems to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 111. News travels fast. When the news of the G1 elite fleet, led by naval hero Garp, suffering a crushing defeat in the Whirlpool Sea and being repelled head-on by the Whitebeard pirates in a near-humiliating manner spread throughout the world via the news bird, the entire world fell silent. The New World, on a giant, whale-shaped pirate ship. Roger. Come look at this. Ha ha ha, Garp actually got humiliated. A blonde, bespectacled man handed a newspaper to the captain next to him, who was wearing a straw hat, with a gloating smile on his face. Oh! Gold Roger took the newspaper, and when he saw the peculiar family portrait of the remnants of the Rocks pirates, his gaze swept over the familiar faces, and finally settled on the small, seemingly inconspicuous figure standing in the corner. Whitebeard, and this brat named Rain. Roger's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, a kind of excitement and curiosity like discovering a new continent. Really, how many interesting creatures do you think are still lurking on this vast ocean? Who knows? But if even Garp is willing to retreat, the guys on this ship are probably more interesting than what's written in the newspapers. Rayleigh, the king of Hades, adjusted his glasses, his eyes deep and unfathomable. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marine Vondo. In the Marshal's office, Steel Bone Kong slammed the Den Mushi receiver on the table with a loud bang. Damn it! Garp! You've disgraced the entire G1 fleet! On the other end of the Den Mushi came Garp's lazy voice, accompanied by crunching sounds. Well, what does it matter? No one died anyway. Besides, Sengoku's senbei really doesn't taste good, it tastes like paper. Garp said nonchalantly, however, Sora, I have to remind you, there's a brat on Whitebeard's ship who's even more troublesome than he is. That head chef. Steelbone Kong's voice became serious, and the report sent back by Sengoku also emphasized this person. Yes. Garp's tone became unusually serious. That kid's abilities are very strange. I can't even understand how he made his move. Moreover, his strength is unfathomable. I feel like, he didn't even use his full strength. The fact that the naval hero Garp could utter the words unfathomable is itself the most terrifying intelligence. Steelbone Sky hung up the Den Mushi, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He walked up to the huge world map, his gaze lingering for a long time on the turbulent seas of the New World, before finally dialing the red Den Mushi that led directly to the holy land of Mary Goase. Between powers. 5 elderly men, their auras as obscure as an abyss, were silently looking at a top-secret report urgently submitted by CP0. At the heart of the report was a somewhat blurry photograph, magnified several times. In the photo, a 14-year-old boy is holding a soup pot in one hand, while casually raising the other hand to block the iron fist of naval hero Garpna, which is powerful enough to crush islands. Space distortion is neither gravity nor repulsion. The bald five elders holding the first-generation Kaiditsu had a hoarse voice, like two rusty iron plates rubbing against each other. It is a power that is even higher than that. He was also mentioned in God Valley's report. The five elders, with their long white beards, said in a deep voice, "The Rock's pirate's incredible surge in collective combat power at the end seems to be related to his cooking. At the time, we all thought it was the power of some kind of mental fruit, but now it seems we all underestimated him." A chef. A dangerous glint flashed in the blonde elder's eyes, a chef who can create an endless number of powerful individuals through his cooking, and who himself possesses unknown and terrifying power. History seems to be repeating itself in a way that we don't want to see. Can't wait any longer. The five elders, who had been silent all along and had a scar on his forehead, finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. This person's threat level must be raised to the highest level. His existence is more destructive to the balance of this world than Whitebeard himself. Give me the order. The five elders, each wielding a knife, stood up, their eyes as cold as knives. Rewrite the bounty order, listing the godly chef Rain as a top threat target on PAR with locks. Notify all CP agencies to find him at all costs, and then, eliminate him. As for the amount, the five elders exchanged a glance and finally uttered a number that sent shivers down the spines of the world. 4 billion berries. On board the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was completely different from the tense atmosphere outside. It was filled with a cheerful air. Gats continued to relentlessly pester Ren, trying to learn the legendary skill called frying potatoes, but Ren ruthlessly rejected him, saying that Gats couldn't even cut potato shreds evenly, and his huge body squatted in the corner drawing circles. Marco has completely integrated into this strange family. He listened with great interest as Durham complained about how many internal damages the battle had inflicted on the ship and how much the repair costs had exceeded the budget. Occasionally, he would use his still unskilled regeneration flame to scorch the damp planks for Durham. As a result, because the heat wasn't controlled properly, the deck almost caught fire, which led to a chaotic chase and beating from Durham. Newgate leaned back in his captain's chair, watching the group of clowns, drinking his wine, and letting out bursts of satisfied laughter. This is the home he wanted. Ignoring the noise on deck, Ryan sat alone in the corner of the kitchen, quickly jotting something down in his notebook by the light. Experiment report, continued. Experimental subject, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, Navy Headquarters. Attributes, top-tier armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, a pure physical damage dealer. Ingredient quality, supreme. Its life energy is as vast as a dormant volcano, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas once it erupts. The meat is firm and full of explosive power. Every muscle fiber has been refined through countless trials, making it the perfect main ingredient for creating top-tier power-based dishes. Cooking advice: it is not suitable for delicate cooking, as that would destroy its most original wild flavor. It is recommended to use the most bold cooking methods, such as roasting the whole animal on volcanic rock, or using its bones to make a rich broth, paired with the strongest liquor, in order to bring out its deepest deliciousness. Weakness analysis: emotionally rich, easily influenced by family and food, attack style is wide-ranging and has many openings, but because its speed and strength are too brute, the openings themselves become meaningless. Its biggest weakness seems to be the rice balls I make. Overall rating: a walking, humanoid source of top-tier ingredients, both taste and nutritional value are impeccable. Highly recommended. After writing the last sentence, Ryan closed the notebook. He looked up, preparing to make dinner, when a newsbird fluttered its wings and landed in a panic on his windowsill, leaving behind a stack of brand new wanted posters. Ryan picked up a card at random and scanned it with his eyes. When he saw the wanted poster with his own picture on it, and the excessively long string of zeros below it, even he showed a barely perceptible look of surprise on his face. Chapter 112. Head Chef. What's that? Is there another bounty? Gats's large head peeked in through the doorway. He snatched the bounty poster from Ryan's hand, and when he saw the number on it, his mouth instantly formed an O. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, billions. Gats felt his brain wasn't working properly, so he rubbed his eyes hard and counted again. 4 billion. Head Chef. When did you become so valuable? His earth-shattering scream instantly drew the attention of everyone on the deck. Newgate, Marco, Durham, and Silver all gathered around, and when they saw the contents of the bounty poster, the entire Moby Dick fell into an eerie silence. The next second, Gats reacted the fastest. He threw away the anchor in his hand and pounced on Ren with an agility that was completely out of proportion to his size. He grabbed Ren's leg and his face was full of the most fawning smile he had ever seen before. Boss. From today onwards, you're my boss. I'll carry your shoes from now on. Look at my physique, how about I be a meat shield for the food tasting? 4.5 billion pellis. This number was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, creating a huge wave on the Moby Dick. Durham held the abacus, his fingers moving so fast they left after images. He tried to calculate how many Moby Dick ships this number could buy, but the abacus beads couldn't handle such a huge amount of information, and 3 of them broke on the spot. Marco stared blankly at the unnaturally calm face of Rain on the bounty poster, then looked at his own rookie bounty of tens of millions of berries, and for the first time began to have deep doubts about the price system of this world. He felt that his own mythical beast species might not even be worth a single hair of the head chef. Grrrr. Interesting. Really interesting. Newgate was the only one who could still smile. He picked up Gats, who was clinging to Ryan's leg and refusing to let go, and threw him aside. Then he picked up the bounty poster, his smile filled with pride and a hint of helplessness. It seems those old guys in the world government finally recognize a good deal. He knew that behind this number lay not only strength, but also the world government's deep-seated fear of Rain's ability to create monsters. Ryan himself had no concept of the number. He simply took his bounty poster back from Gats, looked at the photo on it carefully, and frowned slightly. This photo is poorly taken, the lighting is too dim, and it doesn't capture the color of the borscht. Everyone. The commotion caused by the exorbitant bounty was finally brought to a forced end by Ryan's threat that if he didn't prepare dinner soon, he would starve. Although the crew was still in shock, their desire for dinner eventually overwhelmed everything else. For the next few days, the Moby Dick's voyage proceeded as usual. After learning that his head chef's net worth had skyrocketed, Gats trained even harder. He put a picture of Ryan on his anchor and roared at it every day, claiming that he would become a man worthy of a head chef worth 4.5 billion. Marco grew increasingly in awe of Rain, even taking on odd jobs in the kitchen, such as using the flames of the phoenix to help Rain precisely control the oven temperature. However, due to his lack of experience, he almost roasted an entire sea king into charcoal. Newgate continued to drink and sunbathe every day, but when he looked at Ryan, there was a hint of worry in his eyes that he himself did not realize, like that of an old father. He knew that this bounty would make Ryan the target of all the ambitious people in the world. And Ren is still the same Ren. He prepares 3 meals a day on time, and in his spare time he sits in the corner of the kitchen, studying his strange and unusual ingredients, as if the ups and downs of the outside world have nothing to do with him. The fermentation of news often takes longer than brewing wine, and it is far more intoxicating than the strongest liquor. When the bounty of 4.5 billion berries was sent to every corner of the world by the newsbirds, the ocean was in complete uproar. It was no longer a silent shock, but a monstrous wave of greed, frenzy, and fear mixed with desire. In the underworld of the New World, the Den Den Mushi, snail communication devices, in the hands of information brokers rang incessantly, each buru-buru representing a bloody deal. Rain's excessively calm face was imprinted on the kill list of countless bounty hunters, with the words "Walking Ultimate Treasure" marked in blood-red letters next to his photo. The hyena, Carib, licked his chapped lips, crumpled the bounty poster in his hand into a ball, and his eyes gleamed with a morbid excitement. He and his brother Korib, a master of technology and poisons, are the most notorious bounty hunter brothers in the New World, known for their hyena-like sense of smell and ruthless methods. They never confront the strong head-on, they prefer to quietly snatch the fattest carrion after the lions and tigers have fought. And now, this piece of rotten flesh, worth 4.5 billion, is emitting an unprecedentedly enticing aroma. "Brother, I've found it." Korib's voice came through a specially made den mushy, snail phone, that could block eavesdropping, with a cold, hoarse tone. Whitebeard's ship appeared in the Whirlpool Sea 3 days ago. Based on their speed and habits, their next supply point is likely to be Water 7, or, it might be the uninhabited sea known as the Eye of the Storm. The Eye of the Storm? He 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 he. Caribou let out a laugh that sounded like a hyena grinding its teeth. That's a perfect place to bury treasure. Tell the brothers to get our new toys ready. It's time to show this ocean the true power of technology and ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was the complete opposite of the tense atmosphere outside. In fact, it could be said to be overly lively. Since becoming the chief bodyguard of Chef 4.5 billion, Gats has been in a state of euphoria. He was no longer content with just waving the anchor on the deck, but expanded the training area to the entire ship. His daily routine consisted of carrying the anchor, running from the bow to the stern, and then climbing from the mast to the bottom of the ship, which he called a comprehensive, three-dimensional patrol to ensure that no flies or mosquitoes could get close to their esteemed head chef. As a result, several times the noise was so loud that it almost broke the railings that Durham had just repaired, which led to the shipwright chasing after it with a hoarse voice. "Gats! You stupid ox! That's a load-bearing beam! A load-bearing beam! Not for you to practice walking on stilts! I'm testing the ship's pressure resistance. To protect the head chef, we must ensure everything is absolutely safe." Durham was so angry he almost fainted. He felt that his heart, like the keel of the ship, was constantly teetering on the brink of breaking. The way he looks at Gats now is like looking at a moving, talking maintenance deficit. Chapter 113. Marco, on the other hand, became completely integrated into the kitchen. He was no longer satisfied with the rudimentary task of controlling the oven temperature with the Phoenix Flame, and began to learn how to handle some special ingredients under Rain's guidance. For example, he could use his healing flames with exquisite control to roast a sea snake containing a trace of toxin, completely evaporating the toxin while preserving its delicious flesh to the maximum extent. Marco discovered that this precise control over flames was far more difficult than simply unleashing fire in combat, opening up a whole new realm for his ability development. Marco's gaze towards Ren has now shifted from awe to adoration. Newgate still spends his days lounging on the captain's throne, drinking, basking in the sun, and watching his bunch of clowns frolic. However, his gaze would always linger on Ren for a few more seconds without him noticing. Besides relief, there was also a hint of worry in his eyes that he himself was unaware of. He knew that the bounty was both an honor and a death warrant. There are far too many hyenas on this ocean, driven mad by the lust for money and power. And Ren, at the center of the storm, remains the same Ren. Without fail, he prepares 3 meals a day for the crew, and in his spare time he takes out his notebook and updates his food catalog. Experiment report, continued. Experimental subject, Marco the Phoenix, live. Attribute, Zoan type, mythical Zoan, Phoenix fruit. Ingredient quality, above the highest level, its life energy is incomparably pure, like an inexhaustible spring, containing the power of regeneration. It is theoretically a perfect, perpetually functioning ingredient library that can be infinitely sourced. Cooking suggestions: high-temperature cooking is not suitable, as it will destroy its unique regenerative properties. It is recommended to cook it at low temperatures or eat it raw. Its blood contains the most concentrated vitality and can be used to make top-grade restorative potions or broths. Its flame can be used for flameless cooking, which can perfectly lock in the moisture of the ingredients and give the dishes a unique healing flavor. Weakness analysis: armament Haki can inflict effective damage on it, but its regenerative abilities will quickly repair it. It seems to have an unusual obsession with pineapples, which could be used as an effective means of luring or appeasing it. Its biggest weakness might be the pineapple pie I made. Overall assessment: this top-tier ingredient can fly, has self-healing properties, and even comes with a portable oven. Its strategic value far exceeds its combat value. Highly recommended. Long-term holding and sustainable development are advised. After writing the last sentence, Ryan closed the notebook, looked up, and was about to check on Marco's cooking when a strange, eerie smell, a mixture of putridity and sweetness, wafted in from the sea breeze without warning. The smell was faint, yet extremely penetrating, as if it could directly enter a person's nasal cavity, stirring up the most primal desires and nausea within. Okay. Redden's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He is not a superhuman, but his perception of taste has long surpassed the limits of human beings. He could clearly distinguish that the smell contained at least 100 different substances, including the stench of rotting sea creatures, the sweetness of highly poisonous seaweed, and a very faint trace of human sweat. What's going on? This smell, it's awful, ugh. On the deck, Durham, who was chasing Gats, suddenly stopped and began to gag, covering his nose. Gats stopped too, took a deep sniff, and exhaled 2 puffs of white air from his huge nostrils. What is this smell? It's like 100 sea king corpses thrown into a cesspool and fermenting for 100 years. Newgate's face darkened. He put down the barrel and slowly stood up. His powerful observation Haki allowed him to sense that something was approaching at high speed, and there was more than one. Men, be on guard. Newgate's voice was as loud as a bell, instantly turning the playful atmosphere on the deck into a somber one. Just then, Marco rushed out of the kitchen in a panic, his handsome face filled with terror. Dad! Something terrible has happened. The ingredients in the kitchen are rotting rapidly. Why? Before the words were even finished, the calm sea around the Moby Dick suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 3 oddly shaped submarines, resembling steel hyenas, broke through the water and surrounded the Moby Dick in a triangular formation. On the deck of the lead submarine, a tall, thin man with a sickly smile stood there, greedily sniffing the air and letting out a piercing laugh. He, found it, found it. The scent of 4.5 billion berries. It's irresistible. He is Caribou, a paramecia-type user of the Niffler fruit, who can track everything by scent and create a stench that can cause organic matter to rot rapidly or induce hallucinations. Big brother, stop talking nonsense. On the submarine behind him, his younger brother Korab had already set up a menacing-looking cannon, the top of which gleamed with the unique eerie blue light of sea stone. Let's finish this quickly and catch that brat. Then we'll be the richest bounty hunters in the world. Korab grinned maliciously and pressed the launch button. A massive fishing net, wreathed in a ghostly blue light, descended upon Ren on the deck at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. The massive net woven from sea stone drew a deadly arc in the air, carrying the domineering power to seal off all ability users, and hurtled straight towards Rain. However, it was facing the most unreasonable group of monsters on the Moby Dick. Court death. Newgate didn't even bother to get up, he simply tossed the barrel of liquor in his hand forward casually. The enormous oak barrel spun rapidly through the air, producing a dull whistling sound, and struck the center of the sea stone net with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrel exploded, and the aged rum burst open like mist. The incredibly strong net was also knocked to the side by this sheer force, grazing the gunwale of the Moby Dick before falling into the sea. What? A look of surprise crossed Korib's face. Ha ha ha. You think you can catch our head chef with this little skill? Trying to tickle me? Gats roared like thunder. Carrying the giant anchor, his massive body leaped into the air like a meteorite, crashing down on the submarine where Korib was. Giant anchor, mountain collapse. The battle reached a fever pitch in an instant. He. Don't rush, the real show is just beginning. Korib looked at Gats charging towards him with a strange smile on his face. He took a deep breath and then suddenly opened his mouth. The terrifying realm, a corrupt illusion. A thick, yellowish-green fog, visible to the naked eye, spewed from his mouth, instantly enveloping the battlefield within a radius of several hundred meters. Chapter 114. The fog not only has a corrosive quality that can quickly rust even steel, but more terrifyingly, it can directly affect a person's nerves, stirring up the deepest fears and creating the most realistic hallucinations. Just as Gats was in midair and inhaling the mist, his body suddenly stiffened. The scene before his eyes changed instantly. He was no longer at sea, but had returned to his hungry childhood, where he was being chased and beaten with sticks by the entire village for stealing a piece of bread. He was surrounded by voices criticizing and cursing him. Monster! Get out! You good for nothing! You don't deserve to live in this world! Ah! Gats clutched his head, letting out a painful roar, and his massive body plummeted helplessly from mid-air, crashing into the sea with a deafening roar, creating towering waves. Gats! Durham cried out in alarm. He tried to rush over, but found that the deck beneath his feet was rotting and softening at a visible speed, turning into a puddle of sticky mud. My boat! My precious darling! Durham let out a scream even more piercing than Gats's. He felt his heart, like the deck, was rotting. Dad! Marco transformed into a phoenix, with blue-green flames burning around him, attempting to purify the foul-smelling area. However, while his flames could burn away physical objects, they could not dispel the illusion that affected the mental realm. He felt the scene before him distort, and countless dead comrades appeared before him, questioning why he had failed to protect them. Marco, why didn't you save us? No. It's not. Marco's flames instantly became chaotic, and he lost his composure. Caribou's sniff fruit ability is both bizarre and deadly. It doesn't cause direct harm, but it can undermine the enemy's will from within, plunging even the strongest warrior into a nightmare of self-doubt. Grrrr. This is an interesting ability. Newgate was the only one unaffected, his overwhelming conqueror's Haki was enough to crush all illusions. He stood up, preparing to use a shockwave to completely obstruct the thick fog along with the 3 submarines. Don't move, Whitebeard! Caribou's voice rang out again, tinged with a smug grin. On the other 2 submarines, several bounty hunters had already set up more than a dozen specially made heavy cannons with muzzles flashing with a ghostly blue light, all aimed at Newgate. I admit you're strong, but these are the latest seastone armor-piercing rounds that we spent all our savings to get from the black market. A salvo would probably leave even you battered and bruised, wouldn't it? Besides, are you really willing to let your beautiful ship and your lovely family perish together? Caribou's plan was clear: use his strange abilities to restrain the others, then use his seastone weapons to intimidate the strongest Whitebeard, and then, capture the leader first. His greedy gaze once again fell upon the small, thin figure who had stood motionless at the kitchen door the entire time. Kid, your bounty is mine now. Caribou vanished from his spot in an instant, and the foul-smelling gas spewing from his feet granted him the ability to fly, making him swoop down on Ren like a giant vulture. Newgate's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move regardless of the consequences. Captain, no need. A calm voice rang out, causing Newgate to stop what he was doing. It's Ren. He looked up at the man approaching rapidly, emanating a nauseating stench, and his face showed undisguised disgust. It's really, a disgusting taste. Ren slowly raised his right hand and extended one index finger. It was a slender, pale finger that looked harmless. I hate it when people use this cheap perfume to pollute my kitchen while I'm preparing dinner. Kaido looked at the finger with a mocking smile on his face. Still being stubborn even when you're about to die. You brat! Transform into. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the tip of Rain's finger was wrapped in a layer of black armament Haki that seemed capable of distorting space. The next second, Ren disappeared. Kaido's internal alarm bells were ringing wildly. He wanted to dodge, but found himself unable to move, as if his body was locked in place by an unknown aura. The next moment, Ren appeared, his finger lightly touching Kaido's chest. Food techniques, acupressure, breath holding. A soft thud was heard. A hole suddenly appeared in the chest area of Kaido's prized special combat suit. Kaido felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his lungs tightly, sucking all the air out instantly. His once proud stench-filled domain came to an abrupt halt, like a fountain that had lost its source. The illusion he had been living shattered, replaced by even greater fear. He opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. His whole body twitched helplessly in midair like a dehydrated fish, and then he fell headfirst down, crashing heavily onto the rotting deck. One finger kill. With Kaido's defeat, the thick yellow-green fog that had enveloped the battlefield quickly dissipated. Guts snapped out of his hallucination, climbed out of the sea, and looked completely bewildered. Marco regained his senses and stared blankly at the thin figure that was still holding up the extended finger. Durham stopped crying, his mouth agape enough to fit a cannonball. Newgate's solemn expression transformed into unparalleled ecstasy and pride, and he burst into laughter. The bounty hunters on the other two submarines were completely terrified by what they saw. Run, run! Someone shouted, and the remaining bounty hunters snapped out of their daze, turning their cannons around and maneuvering the submarine to dive and escape. Want to go? A cold voice sounded behind them. It was Marco, who transformed into a blue phoenix, flapping his wings and carrying the fury of revenge, moving with lightning speed. It's time to settle the score from earlier. Why? The battle ended faster than anyone expected. When the notorious bounty hunter Kaido, known for his ruthlessness in the New World, lay limp on the deck like a fangless snake, panting heavily but unable to utter a sound, the end of this farce was already sealed. Marco's anger escalated into the most ferocious attack. He was no longer the inexperienced intern, but a phoenix soaring through the sky. The blue-green wings of flame pierced the sky, each dive accompanied by the mournful cry of a submarine. He didn't kill them, but precisely destroyed the submarine's propulsion system and weapons, turning the two steel hyenas into immobile iron coffins. Guts unleashed all his anger and frustration on the bounty hunters. He leaped onto the submarine's deck, the massive anchor swung wildly, smashing those who tried to resist until they were broken and screaming in agony. I'll show you how stinky you are. I'll show you how to hallucinate. I hate it when people do all this fancy stuff before I eat. He smashed things and cursed as he did so, looking just like a furious bull that had stormed into a china shop. Chapter 115. Durham examined the corroded deck with heartache, tapping here and there with a small hammer, his heart bleeding with each new damage he discovered. He looked at the captured bounty hunters with the same gaze he would give a stack of walking repair bills. Ultimately, the turmoil sparked by the exorbitant bounty was brought to a near-crushing end with a single, nonchalant flick of Ryan's finger. On the deck, more than 30 bounty hunters were tightly bound with seaweed and piled up in a corner. The brothers Kaido and Korobu, who were in charge, were given special treatment and were tied to the mainmast with sea stone chains. Kaido was still unable to speak, and could only look at the boy who was calmly wiping his fingers with a terrified gaze, as if he were looking at a demon from hell. Ha ha ha! That was great. That was so much fun. Newgate leaned back on his throne, finished the last sip of his drink, and let out a hearty laugh. He looked at his crew with pride in his eyes. Gats's bravery, Marco's growth, Durham's dedication, and Redden's unfathomable strength. This is the family he wanted. A group of monster family members who can bring surprises in crucial moments and can rely on each other for support. Marco flew back and landed next to Ren, looking at the boy who was about the same age as him with a complex expression in his eyes. There was admiration, gratitude, and a touch of relief. Relief that I was on his side. Rain, thank you, Wai. You're welcome. Ren nodded, then his gaze fell on his wings, which were burning with blue flames. The battle just now increased your flame activity by 3.7% and your control over energy is now more refined, which is a good thing, but it also consumed a lot of energy. I'll add a pineapple dish to your dinner tonight. Marco, thank you. He always felt that the other person's focus was different from his own. Just as everyone was cleaning up the battlefield and preparing for a celebratory banquet, an unexpected problem arose. Head chef. Durham walked over with his abacus in hand and a long face. I just checked, and at least 70% of our food reserves have rotted from that guy's stench attack. We might be running out of food again. The cheers on deck abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to the group of bounty hunters tied up like dumplings in the corner. Especially Gats, whose eyes instantly turned dangerous, and a suspicious trickle of liquid even dripped from the corner of his mouth. I think, these guys look kind of chewy. Bounty hunters. This sudden food crisis was ultimately resolved with a single sentence from Ryan. It's all right, the island ahead should have the ingredients we need. Rain pointed to the faint outline of an island on the distant horizon and spoke calmly. His observation Haki had already detected that the island possessed an unusual life force, the kind that belonged to top-tier ingredients. It was an island of spring, where the climate was pleasant all year round. Most remarkably, in the center of the island grew an unimaginably huge towering tree, its canopy like a giant umbrella, covering the entire island. When the Moby Dick docked, they discovered that the island was not uninhabited, but rather an independent kingdom that appeared to be exceptionally prosperous. On the dock, the king and his ministers, surrounded by guards, were already waiting. They seemed to have spotted the huge pirate flag on the Moby Dick through their binoculars and were now trembling with fear, as if facing a formidable enemy. My lords, may you gentlemen have come to our kingdom of Spring Queen for some good purpose. The old king mustered his courage, stepped forward, and asked in a trembling voice. Newgate didn't even bother to disembark, he simply looked down at the trembling king and said in an unquestionable tone, borrow some ingredients, and while you're at it, borrow your kitchen. Food, ingredients. The king was stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, being extorted for treasure, being asked to submit. But he never expected that the other party only wanted to borrow some food. Yes. Newgate's voice boomed, our head chef is preparing a dinner party. Send all the best ingredients from your island to the ship. This kind of brazen borrowing is no different from robbery. The old king's face turned pale and then red, but looking at the several terrifying monsters standing on the pirate ship, he knew he had no choice but to comply. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. The king, stumbling and crawling, led his men to plunder the best ingredients in the entire country. Half an hour later, truckloads of top-quality ingredients, exuding an enticing aroma, were transported to the dock of the Moby Dick. There are plump, colorful pheasants freshly hunted from the forest, snowflake beef raised on Wang's ranch that only drinks spring water, and all kinds of fresh, juicy vegetables and fruits that only grow on Spring Island. Ryan stepped off the ship, calmly inspected the ingredients, and nodded in satisfaction. The quality is acceptable, barely enough. He directed Gats and Marco to load the ingredients onto the ship, while he himself carried a food box and walked straight towards the magnificent palace amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. "Head chef, where are you going?" Gats asked curiously. "Go borrow a kitchen." Ryan's answer was concise: "The ship's kitchen is too small to cook the dishes I want." In the royal kitchen, the chefs were staring in horror at the expressionless boy who had suddenly barged in. Ryan ignored them, simply surveying the enormous kitchen, which was the size of a restaurant, as if he were inspecting his territory. "The equipment is okay, but the kitchen utensils are poorly maintained. The knives are dull and the pots aren't clean, which will affect the taste of the food." He shook his head, then laid out his kitchen knife and utensils one by one. "Tonight, I will be in charge of the king's table." Ryan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "You guys, you're my assistants." The imperial chefs looked at each other, but none of them dared to resist. Because they saw in the boy's eyes an absolute, almost religious, focus on cooking. That night, an unprecedented feast was held in the royal palace of the Spring Queen's kingdom. But the main characters at the dinner table were not the king and his ministers, but the group of quirky pirates aboard the Moby Dick. With his superb culinary skills, Rain perfectly combined the top ingredients of Spring Island with rare spices he collected from the Grand Line, creating a series of mouth-watering dishes. The king and his ministers could only watch longingly from the sidelines, their mouths watering at the irresistible aroma. At the end of the banquet, Rain carried a small plate of delicate chicken with pine nuts, made with the tenderest tenderloin of the rainbow pheasant, to the old king. "This is payment for the ingredients you lent out." The old king, his hands trembling, took the plate and carefully tasted a bite. The next second, an unprecedented light burst forth in his cloudy old eyes, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. He felt as if he had returned to his youth, to his first time ascending the throne, full of vigor and boundless hope for the future. God's cuisine. The old king muttered to himself, and when he looked up again, the terrifying pirate ship had already disappeared above the horizon. Only a legend about a divine chef remains, quietly circulating on this island of spring. Chapter 116. During our time sailing in the New World, time seemed to be both stretched and compressed. During the day, it's a battle of wits and courage against unpredictable weather and giant sea monsters. In the darkness, there is the boundless loneliness of the starry sea. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. The crew members' lives also underwent subtle changes during these 3 months. Gats was no longer satisfied with his one-sided beating-style training with Newgate. He became obsessed with the pressure point techniques that Rain used to instantly kill Carib that day. Of course, he couldn't understand that exquisite technique, so he imitated it in his own way, using the huge anchor to try and pinpoint the fish flying at high speed on the sea surface. As a result, every day the area around the ship was as if it had been bombed with depth charges, with water splashing everywhere, eliciting Durham's hoarse roars. "Gats! You stupid ox! That's a flamingo smuggled by the Don Quixote family. Not a target for you to practice skipping stones. Do you know how much that thing is worth on the black market? Enough for me to buy a brand new set of keel. I'm practicing precision strikes. To protect the head chef, we must ensure we hit the enemy's vitals with a single blow." Dorm was so angry he almost fainted. Now every night before bed he hugs his toolbox, muttering, "My precious baby, I will try my best to live tomorrow," as if it were not a ship, but his critically ill son. Marco had become a complete apprentice to Ren, and he was already adept at using the Phoenix Flame to maintain a constant oven temperature. Under Ren's guidance, they even began to learn how to use the healing properties of fire to process ingredients that contained mild toxins but had extremely delicious meat. He discovered that this precise control over flames opened up a whole new realm for his ability development. Newgate continued to lie on his captain's throne every day, drinking and basking in the sun. He just drank less often now. More often, he would watch these lively characters fooling around, his eyes deep and unfathomable. No one knew what he was thinking. The bounty of 4.5 billion was like an invisible thorn stuck in the heart of this king of the sea. Behind the glory lies the world's most greedy gaze, and he must think further ahead for his family. And Ren is still the same Ren. Without fail, he prepares 3 meals a day for the crew, and in his spare time he takes out his notebook and updates his food catalog. That brief encounter with the hyena brothers also provided new material for his research. Experiment report, continued. Experimental subject, caribou, a hyena and user of the nif-nif fruit, already disposed of. Attribute, paramecia type, niffler fruit. Ingredient quality, inferior. The stench generated by the ability severely contaminates surrounding food, causing it to rot rapidly and produce harmful substances. The user's own flesh, due to prolonged exposure to this stench, also develops a putrid odor that cannot be masked by any spices, resulting in an extremely poor taste. Consumption is not recommended. Cooking advice, none. Any attempt to cook with it would be an insult to the cookware and the cook's sense of smell. It is recommended to use physical methods for humane disposal, or seal it in a sea stone container as a natural composting agent for food waste disposal. Weakness analysis, his abilities depend on breathing, sealing his lungs with acupressure can instantly neutralize them. He is mentally fragile and easily influenced by hallucinations. His greatest weakness might be any dish I cook, because he'll never even have a chance to taste it. Overall assessment, a walking biological weapon, utterly devoid of edible value. Its strategic value is limited to numbing the enemy. It has been packaged and shipped, along with its accomplices, to the Navy G1 branch via cash on delivery, with an accompanying invoice to compensate for our food and emotional distress. After writing the last sentence, Ryan closed the notebook. He looked up, about to check how well Marco had controlled the heat, when a peculiar scent, a mixture of mineral fragrance and floral aroma, unexpectedly wafted from the sea breeze. The scent was faint, yet incredibly penetrating, as if it could penetrate directly into one's soul. Okay. Redden's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This aroma is a mixture of at least 100 different substances, including the faint energy emanating from some kind of crystal mineral under the sunlight, the fragrance of flowers never seen before, and 2 extremely vigorous, youthful auras full of vitality. There's an island ahead. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Guided by Ryan, the Moby Dick adjusted its course. Half a day later, a magnificent island appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an island of miracles that defied description. The mountains on the island are not rocks, but huge clusters of crystals that shimmer with 7 colors. The plants on the island are not ordinary flowers and grasses, but mineral vein plants made of various strange minerals, blooming with gemstone flowers. Durham's voice trembled with tears and ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Look at those mountains! Those are natural diamond veins. And those flowers, those are hyacinth sapphires. My God! If I used these materials to build a ship, I feel like I could build a ship that could smash through the red line." Just as everyone was marveling at the island's abundance, 2 figures suddenly rushed down from the highest crystal peak in the center of the island. They were incredibly fast, one was as strong as a bear, and the other as agile as a butterfly. "Halt! Who are you?" A deep, hoarse voice came from behind, carrying the characteristic huskiness of a young man. Everyone looked closely and saw 2 boys who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old standing in front of them. The boy on the left is exceptionally burly, with dark skin, short, dark blue hair that stands up like steel needles, and a bare upper body revealing muscles as hard as rock. He just stood there, and he gave people an unshakable sense of weight and solidity. The boy on the right is tall and slender, with a signature curly mustache, wearing a swordsman's outfit that allows for easy movement, and 2 famous swords hanging at his waist. His eyes were sharp, but a cynical smile played on his lips. Although they were still quite young, the powerful aura they exuded was undeniable, in no way inferior to that of a typical naval lieutenant commander. Upon seeing the two of them, a playful smile crept onto Ryan's lips. Jaws and Vista? It was unexpected, I never thought I'd run into these two people here. Gats grinned at the two brats blocking his way, hoisted the anchor, and said, I've been itching for a fight, you two come at me. Gats's challenge to a fight was straightforward and blunt, typical of his style. His massive body, like a giant bear that had discovered a new toy, swung the huge anchor into a black tornado with overwhelming force, crashing down on Jaws and Vista. Giant anchor, mountain collapse. Despite the attack being powerful enough to smash a warship in two, Jaws showed no fear. He took a step forward, crossed his arms in front of him, and let out a low growl. Chapter 117. A dazzling, diamond-like light instantly enveloped Jaws' entire body. His skin shone brilliantly in the sunlight, making him appear as if he were a war god sculpted from the hardest diamonds. Clang! With a deafening metallic clang, Gats's powerful anchor slammed solidly into Jaws' arms. The expected scene of carnage did not occur. Gats felt as if his anchor had struck an unshakable diamond mountain, and a tremendous force of recoil came from the anchor, making his hands go numb. He uncontrollably stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the crystal floor. What? Gats's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his anchor, forged from refined steel, which bore a clear dent, while the other man remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. So hard. You're quite strong too. Jaws lowered his arm, stretched his shoulders, and said in a deep voice. His voice carried a hint of seriousness, and his eyes remained vigilant. Just as Gats was stunned by his brute force failure, a dazzling sword light, like a fluttering rose, silently attacked from his side. Rose dance. Vista moved. His swordsmanship was both elegant and deadly. The twin blades in his hands transformed into 2 pink phantoms, their light intertwining to form a blooming rose, aimed directly at Gats's weakest point, his waist. Not good. Gats was startled and tried to anchor back to block, but it was too late. Just as the magnificent sword blade was about to strike, a wall of blue-green fire appeared out of nowhere, blocking the sword light. Ding 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 ding. Vista's twin blades struck the wall of fire, producing a metallic clang, yet they couldn't advance an inch. The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, both supple and strong, neutralizing all his force. 2 against 1 is not a glorious thing to do, why? Marco had appeared beside Gats without anyone noticing, his body engulfed in azure flames of regeneration, calmly observing the 2 boys before him. Another one. Vista sheathed his sword and stepped back to stand beside Jaws. The carefree smile on his face faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The pineapple-headed boy who suddenly appeared before them also exuded a powerful aura. Who exactly are you people? What is your purpose in coming to this island? Jaws asked again in a deep voice. He could sense that everyone on this ship was someone to be trifled with. We are pirates. Newgate's loud voice came from the ship. He did not disembark, but leaned against the ship's side, watching the confrontation between the younger generation with great interest. As for the purpose, our head chef smelled something nice on this island, so he came to check it out. Head chef? The taste. Jaws and Vista exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. These seemingly terrifying monsters actually came to this island for food? That's right. Gats rubbed his numb wrist, pointed to a peculiar little tree at the top of Crystal Mountain, and shouted, That's it! That fruit that looks like a big diamond. I just smelled it, it must be delicious. Looking in the direction he pointed, on the mountain top, on a tree made entirely of crystal, was a fruit the size of a fist, crystal clear, like a perfectly cut diamond. The fruit was emitting a faint glow, and the surrounding air seemed to become fresher because of it. Upon seeing the fruit, Yozu and Vista's expressions instantly changed. No. You can't have that. Jaw's attitude became incredibly resolute. That's what we're protecting. Vista also gripped his twin swords tightly. Guard. Whitebeard's laughter echoed from the ship, filled with disdain and arrogance. There is nothing on this vast ocean that I, Whitebeard, cannot obtain if I set my sights on it. Since you are unwilling to give it to me, then we will take it ourselves. A terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki spread out as if it were a tangible force, instantly enveloping the entire coastline. Jaws and Vista felt a sudden jolt, as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult to even breathe. They stared in horror at the man on the boat, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of monster is this man? Just as a major battle was about to break out, a calm voice broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone stop it! Rain had disembarked at some point and stood between the two sides. He looked up at the diamond-like fruit on the mountaintop, then at Jaws and Vista, who were on guard. You plan to eat that fruit once it's fully ripe to strengthen your bodies, right? Rain asked. Jaws and Vista were both taken aback by what they heard. How do you know? Because I can smell it. Ryan's answer was concise and to the point. This diamond heart is the crystallization of the mineral energy of this island. It only matures once every 100 years. If you eat it raw, the energy inside is too violent, and your body simply cannot fully absorb it. You can only absorb up to 30%, and the remaining 70% will be wasted, and may even cause permanent damage to your body. Every word Ryan said was like a precise hammer blow, striking Jaws and Vista's hearts. That was indeed their plan, and it was the only way to become stronger left by their elders. But Rain then changed the subject, saying, if cooked the right way, I can make you absorb 100% of the energy in the fruit, and even increase its effects by another 50%. Cooking. Vista repeated the word somewhat uncertainly. Yes. Ryan nodded, his eyes calm and confident, as if stating a simple fact. In exchange, we'll share this fruit in half. Jaws and Vista fell silent. Ryan's offer was tempting, but also fraught with uncertainty. They have lived on this isolated island since they can remember, guarding this once-in-a-century diamond heart, their only hope for becoming stronger. Now, a young chef of unknown origin claims he can make the fruit even more effective. Why should we trust you? Jaws asked in a deep, muffled voice, his nature cautious and unwilling to take unnecessary risks. That's all. Rain didn't say much, he simply took out a piece of dried meat wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and handed it over. It was a snack he made by air-drying the spinal meat of sea monsters he had hunted, with the addition of more than a dozen special spices, specifically to replenish the crew's energy. Chapter 118. Jaws took the jerky with some skepticism. The jerky looked ordinary and even a bit dry and hard. He broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The next second, Jaws' resolute face froze. An indescribable, domineering, and pure meaty aroma, mixed with the unique flavor of spices, exploded in his mouth. The jerky looked dry and hard, but it was incredibly chewy. With each chew, a richer burst of juice would burst from the fibers, as if stirring up a storm on his tongue. Even more miraculously, as soon as he swallowed the jerky, a warm and powerful energy quickly flowed through his body. He felt his arms, which had been numb from taking Gats's attack, instantly regain sensation, and his physical strength returned to its peak. This is... Jaws' eyes widened like saucers as he stared at the small piece of jerky in his hand, then at Ryan, his eyes filled with shock. Vista also curiously leaned over and took a bite, and his sharp eyes lit up immediately. He felt his mind had become clearer, as if he could see through the trajectory of every grain of dust in the wind. How about it? Rain asked calmly. It is good. Jaws remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth. A simple word, yet it signifies a softening of his attitude. Ultimately, faced with the overwhelming temptation of the delicious food and the disparity in strength, Yozu and Vista chose to compromise. They led the Whitebeard pirates to the top of Crystal Peak. After carefully examining the diamond heart, Ren confirmed that it had reached its most perfect state of maturity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Rain did not use a knife, but instead used a special technique, using his inner energy to control the force, to remove the extremely hard fruit intact. All right, now we need a quiet place and a pot big enough. Led by Yozuo and Vista, they arrived at a huge cave deep inside the island, which was their usual residence. The cave was very simple, with only a stone bed and a stone table, but it was kept very clean. Without delay, Rain directed Gats to set up the huge iron pot that had been brought down from the ship, and had Marco use the phoenix flame to provide the most stable and purest heat source. Instead of putting the heart of diamond directly into the pot, he first used dozens of crystal petals collected from the island, each carrying different mineral energies, to make a soup base. Only when the soup base turned a dreamy, iridescent rainbow color did he carefully place the fruit into it. Throughout the cooking process, Ryan's movements were fluid and graceful, filled with a mysterious sense of ritual, which dazzled Jaws and Vista. They never imagined that cooking could be like a magnificent sword dance. A few hours later, the moment the pot lid was lifted, an indescribable, crisp and mellow aroma instantly filled the entire cave. The fragrance seemed to have a life of its own, penetrating into every pore of each person, making them feel as if their souls had been cleansed. The diamond heart in the pot has completely melted, blending with the colorful broth to create a shimmering, rich soup that resembles a flowing galaxy. Ryan divided the soup into several portions. Jaws and Vista looked at the glistening soup in their bowls, hesitated for a moment, and finally drank it all in one gulp. The moment the soup entered their mouths, their bodies trembled violently as an immense, gentle yet resilient energy surged into their limbs and bones. Their bodies began to gleam like diamonds, their bones crackled and popped, and their muscles became stronger and more powerful at a visible speed. This is a transformative metamorphosis. When the two opened their eyes again, their expressions had completely changed. If they were two rough, uncut stones before, they are now two dazzling diamonds just beginning to shine. They could clearly feel that their strength had increased by at least 30%. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Then, without prior arrangement, they walked up to Newgate and knelt on one knee. "We are willing to follow you. To become your sons." This move stunned everyone. Newgate stared at the two promising young men before him, momentarily stunned, before bursting into a thunderous laugh. "Grrrrrrr. Good. Good. My ship has gained two more excellent sons." He pulled the two of them up from the ground, one in each hand, his face beaming with genuine joy. Newgate stood to the side with his arms crossed, scoffing, "TCH, two more people are trying to steal our food." Even so, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. This ship is getting more and more interesting. After the banquet, the Moby Dick set sail again. Yozuo and Vista stood on the deck, watching the island where they had lived for more than a decade gradually disappear from sight. They felt no reluctance, only boundless anticipation for the future. They knew that from this day forward, a completely new and magnificent chapter would begin in their lives. Ryan leaned against the kitchen window and wrote a new page in his notebook. Experiment report, new. Experimental subjects, Jaws, living, Vista, living, dot. Attribute, Paramecia type, glint glint fruit, speculated, no devil fruit ability, top tier swordsmanship talent. Ingredient quality, top tier. Both possess extremely high growth potential. Yozuo's body is like the finest diamond, making him the theoretical material for creating the ultimate defensive dish. Vista's swordsmanship talent allows him to precisely cut any ingredient, making him a natural culinary assistant. Cooking tips: Yozuo's diamondization ability can be used to create pressure cookers or for physical grinding. His body fragments can be used as top-quality whetstones. Vista's swordsmanship can be used to process ingredients that require extremely precise knife skills, such as puffer fish or phantom fish. Weakness analysis. Yozu is relatively weak against mental attacks, while Vista relies too much on technique and is somewhat lacking in strength. Their biggest common weakness is probably still my cooking. Overall assessment: a perfect mobile shield and grinder, a perfect cooking assistant and taster, with immense strategic value. Long-term holding is strongly recommended, and we look forward to their future growth. After writing the last sentence, Ryan closed the notebook, looked at the figures on the deck who were already fighting, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The future captains of the Whitebeard pirates have already gathered on this ship. This era is destined to become more wonderful because of their existence. Chapter 119. The arrival of Jaws and Bista made the deck of the Moby Dick as lively as if a banquet was being held every day, but the price was that shipwright Durham's hair was thinning and his dark circles were getting deeper. No. Absolutely not. Durham spread his arms wide, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, standing firmly between Gats and Jaws, his face filled with tragic determination. If you two want to fight, jump into the sea and fight. I just reinforced this deck with shape memory alloy yesterday. It's still a baby. Gats, carrying his enormous anchor, was beaming with eager excitement. Durham, get out of the way. I just want to see if my anchor is harder, or Jaws' body is harder. On the other side, Jaws stretched his limbs, his dark skin gleaming healthily in the sunlight. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and beckoned to Gats with his finger. Come on, I'll stand still and let you smash me. If you can leave a white mark on me, my share of the barbecue for dinner tonight is yours. This bet instantly ignited Gats's passion. Grilled meat, top quality grilled meat personally grilled by the head chef, brushed with a secret sauce, enough to elevate the soul. That's what you said. Gats's eyes were red. He raised the anchor high above his head, his muscles bulging, and an aura of tyranny and domineering force soared into the sky. Giant anchor, meteorite fall. He roared and slammed the several-ton anchor down on Jaws' chest with tremendous force. Jaws neither dodged nor evaded. Just as the anchor was about to hit him, he crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself and gave a low shout. Hum! A dazzling, diamond-like light instantly covered his entire body. Clang! With a deafening metallic clang, Gats's powerful anchor slammed solidly into Jaws' arms. The expected scene of bones shattering did not occur. Gats felt as if his anchor had struck an unshakable diamond mountain, and a recoil force even more violent than when he attacked surged from the anchor. Wow! Gats screamed as his massive body was struck head-on by a battering ram, sent flying through the air along with the anchor, tracing a perfect parabola before crashing into the sea with a splash, creating a towering wave. Jaws lowered his arm, completely unharmed, without even changing his posture. He blew non-existent dust off his arm and grinned at Gats, who was splashing around in the sea. You're strong, but not so smart. On the deck, Vista leaned against the mast, carefully wiping his twin swords with a piece of silk cloth. He did not participate in this contest of pure strength. His gaze fell on the silent figure at the stern of the ship. Silver had his eyes closed, and his spear thrust out at an extremely slow speed. Each thrust was silent, yet it seemed to pierce a small hole in the air. Vista's eyes sharpened. He could sense that although the man's aura was restrained, the sharpness gathered at the tip of his spear was more dangerous than any swordsman he had ever seen. Hey, you there with the gun? Vista spoke, his voice carrying a hint of the pride unique to swordsmen. Interested in a contest? Let's see if your spear is faster or my sword is faster. Silver slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over. He didn't speak, but simply pointed the tip of his gun at Vista. The meaning is self-evident. A top-level skill showdown is about to begin. Stop it all! Durham roared again, like a worried old father, pointing to the two cracks on the ship's side caused by Gats's jump, tears welling up in his eyes. One of you is trying to damage the ship, and the other is trying to poke holes in it. Do you want me to sink to the bottom of the sea with this ship? Goo la 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 la! Newgate leaned back in his captain's chair, looked at his energetic crew, and burst into hearty laughter. This is the kind of family he wanted, strong, noisy, and full of irreplaceable energy. However, happy days are always short-lived. With the increase in crew members, especially the addition of Gats and Yozu, two monsters whose appetites were proportional to their strength, the ship's supplies were consumed several times faster. That noon, Ryan served the last pot of sea monster rib soup and calmly announced news that froze everyone's smiles. The meat is all gone. Ryan pointed to the empty kitchen. The vegetables are all gone from yesterday, and there's only enough flour for tomorrow's breakfast. As for the wine, his gaze fell on the last empty barrel at Newgate's feet. Newgate's smile vanished instantly. That is to say, Gats's mouth was agape enough to fit a dinosaur egg, and his face was filled with a despair akin to the end of the world. Are we going to run out of food? The atmosphere on the deck instantly transformed from a lively party into a somber memorial service. Although they could supplement their diet by hunting fish in the sea, for these carnivorous monsters, eating fish alone was more unbearable than being killed. Moreover, reserves of vegetables and fresh water are running low, which cannot be replenished from the sea. Whitebeard's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Find the nearest island immediately. We need supplies. Durham scrambled into the cockpit, spread out all the nautical charts, and began rapidly tracing the charts with his fingers. Captain, we are currently in an uncharted sea area of the New World. According to the markings on the nautical chart, the nearest island is at least 6 or 7 days' journey away. These words made everyone's hearts sink. Just then, Ryan, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his head and sniffed the air gently, as if trying to discern the complex messages carried on the wind. To the left front, at a 30-degree angle, the journey will take about half a day. Rain spoke calmly, but his eyes were unusually bright. There is an island there, and I can smell the mixture of earth, fresh water, and more than 300 different plants. Everyone was cheered up. But Ryan changed the subject, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. I also smelled another scent. What is the taste? Gats asked curiously. A very domineering, very free-spirited smell, full of strong liquor and barbecue, that makes you feel very uncomfortable. Redden's gaze seemed to pierce through endless waves, looking towards a distant, unknown place. Moreover, that smell is rapidly approaching us. Guided by Ryan, the Moby Dick adjusted its course. The crew's enthusiasm was reignited. The thought of fresh ingredients and fine wine soon made even Durham temporarily forget his worries about the ship falling apart. He hummed a little tune and worked hard to turn the rudder. Chapter 120. Half a day later, a blurry black dot appeared on the horizon. However, as they got closer, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed from anticipation to seriousness. That's not an island. That's a ship. A stilt ship with a peculiar style, yet exuding an oppressive aura. The ship's hull was made of an unknown dark wood, which was exceptionally sturdy. The prow resembled a grinning skull, and the sails also featured a skull wearing a straw hat. The crossed background was not bones, but 2 sharp swords. That flag was flamboyant, confident, and brimming with an infinite yearning for adventure. It's a pirate ship. Gats gripped the anchor tightly, his eyes becoming wary. This flag. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Vista frowned. He had spent many years venturing into the New World and was familiar with the flags of various pirate crews. Newgate's pupils contracted sharply. He put down the barrel of wine in his hand, slowly stood up, and the lazy aura vanished instantly, replaced by a terrifying aura as heavy as a mountain. He slowly uttered a name. Gold Roger. Roger Pirates. The name was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples on the deck. Everyone knows what this name means. While the destruction of the Rocks pirates was due to internal divisions and the world government's crackdown, the most crucial turning point was the sudden intervention of the Roger pirates. It can be said that there is a deep-seated hatred between the two sides. Two pirate ships, representing the pinnacle of combat power in this era, unexpectedly met in this nameless sea. The air seemed to freeze instantly. A murderous aura filled the Moby Dick. Guts's eyes burned with rage, Yozu's body gleamed like diamonds, and Vista and Silver's hands were already gripping their weapons. On the opposite ship, the Oro Jackson, the atmosphere was equally tense. A blond man with long hair and glasses drew a long sword from his waist, his eyes sharp as knives. A tall man wielding two axes grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The man at the bow of the boat, wearing a straw hat, still wore his signature confident and carefree smile. He looked at the cold, stern face of the white-bearded man opposite him, and then at the terrifying monsters behind him. Instead of showing any fear, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Newgate! I never expected to run into you here. It seems the ocean also thinks it's time to settle our score. Roger's voice was loud and clear, full of undeniable domineering presence. Roger. Newgate's voice was equally steady as he slowly pulled the naginata from the deck, its massive blade reflecting a cold, icy glint in the sunlight. The fact that I couldn't settle things with you at God Valley last time is the biggest regret of my life. Then let's make it up today. Exactly what I want. Two future maritime superpowers, separated by hundreds of meters of sea, used the simplest and most direct method to kick off the upcoming great battle. There was no unnecessary talk, and no probing. When two men who both stand at the pinnacle of their era meet, the reason for their battle is often that simple and pure. The battle began with the will of the two captains. As Gatsby leaped toward the other side, Whitebeard and Roger's figures disappeared from their respective ship prows at the same time. Boom! Two figures collided violently in the air above the two ships. He didn't use any weapons, just his purest fist, imbued with Conqueror's Haki. The black and red lightning danced wildly like mad snakes, tearing a huge hole in the clouds in the sky. The next moment, terrifying shockwaves rippled out, churning the entire sea and causing it to churn violently. The terrifying impact even spread to the ships of the two pirate crews. While the two captains were locked in battle, a fight also broke out on the deck. Silver faced off against Rayleigh, but there was a gap in their strength, and Silver could only hold Rayleigh back at best. Gats's massive anchor clashed violently with Spark Jabba's double axes on Roger's ship. Each impact produced a dull thud and sparks flew everywhere, and the deck beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. It was a brutal duel of pure strength. Vista found his match, another powerful swordsman on Roger's ship, and the two engaged in a dazzling sword duel atop the mast of the Oro Jackson, their swords flashing like two fluttering butterflies. Yozu transformed into an insurmountable diamond wall, blocking all the cannonballs and attacks aimed at the Moby Dick. His impenetrable defense gave the Roger pirates a major headache. Marco, on the other hand, transformed into a blue phoenix, circling above the battlefield. He did not participate in the battle directly, but acted like a highly perceptive battlefield medic, constantly monitoring the condition of his comrades. Whenever a companion is injured, his regenerative flames fall like spring rain, quickly healing their wounds. His presence gave the Whitebeard pirates almost unlimited endurance, and made Rayleigh and the others on the other side increasingly apprehensive as the battle progressed. Hey! What's that pineapple-headed kid's ability? How come he's invincible? One of Roger's crew officers roared in exasperation. Rain remained uninvolved, standing by the kitchen window, calmly observing everything. His observation Haki had already covered the entire area, and every breath, every heartbeat, and every flow of power of every person was clearly presented in his mind. The melee lasted from noon until dusk. The entire sea was thrown into chaos by their attack, the clouds in the sky were torn apart and then reformed, and countless sea kings fled far away from this land of death. Both sides were blinded by rage, yet neither could completely defeat the other. The battle between Newgate and Roger was so fierce that it shook the heavens and the earth. The two fought from the sky to the sea, and then back to the ship. Newgate punched off a corner of the figurehead on the Oro Jackson, and Roger cleaved a huge gash in the hull of the Moby Dick. Durham's heart was bleeding, he felt he could collapse at any moment from a heart attack. Finally, as the setting sun painted the sea a golden red hue, Whitebeard and Roger's figures separated once more. Both men were panting heavily and had bruises on their bodies, but their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Ha ha ha! Let's call it a day. Roger suddenly sheathed his sword and burst into laughter. If you keep fighting, the wine on my ship will be shattered by your sheer power. Humph! Newgate snorted and withdrew his fist. You can run fast. He knew that no one could do anything to anyone else today. The two captains tacitly agreed to a truce, and the others also stopped fighting and retreated to their own ships. They shouted insults at each other from dozens of meters away on the sea, but the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Hey! Whitebeard! Next time we meet, I'm definitely going to pluck those two mustaches off you. Let's talk when you've grown all your fur, Roger. That diamond kid. If you've got the guts, stop hiding in your shell. Come out and have a fair fight. You'd better be able to break through my defenses first, you idiot. And that pineapple head. I'll definitely grill you and eat you next time. Wait until you learn to fly, why? The pirates on the two ships exchanged harsh words across the water, which was even somewhat comical. Chapter 121. Durham slumped to the ground, looking at the dozens of new damages on his ship, feeling like crying but unable to. He felt that his shipwright career was full of hardships. Ryan leaned against the kitchen window, his gaze calmly sweeping across the equally battered Oro Jackson across the way. He was assessing the battle damage, and also, the potential value of the ingredients. Roger's life energy is as vast as the sea, making him a top-tier power-enhancing ingredient. Rail's meat is firm and full of explosive power, making it suitable for making uniquely flavored jerky. Just as Ryan's professional instincts kicked in again, and he mentally completed the initial menu design for the entire ship opposite him, an unexpected figure entered his field of vision. On the aft deck of the Oro Jackson, a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old, wearing an obviously ill-fitting old shirt and sporting a head of fiery red hair, was laboriously dragging a mop taller than himself, diligently wiping the deck splattered with blood from the battle. The child was exquisitely beautiful, with large, clear, bright eyes and a touch of baby fat on his face, making him incredibly adorable. He wiped very hard, his small body swaying from the effort, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, but he didn't complain at all. Instead, he hummed an unknown tune, looking like he was enjoying himself. Upon seeing the child, a subtle ripple appeared in Ryan's eyes. Red hair, at this age, appearing on Roger's ship. A playful smile crept into Redden's heart. Shanks as a child. This is truly an incredible discovery. Ren observed the small figure with great interest. He noticed that little Shanks seemed hungry, rubbing his rumbling stomach from time to time while mopping the floor, and gazing longingly in the direction of the kitchen on his ship. A thought struck Ren, and he turned around and took out a piece of dried meat wrapped in oil paper from the kitchen. It was made from the spine meat of a sea monster he had hunted before, with the addition of more than a dozen special spices, and was a snack specially made to replenish the crew's energy. He walked to the side of the ship and whistled at Shanks across from him. Hearing the sound, Shanks looked up in confusion, only to meet Rain's calm and unwavering gaze. Rain waved the jerky in his hand at him, then flicked his finger. The piece of jerky traced a perfect parabola in the air, flying straight towards Shanks. Shanks instinctively reached out and caught the jerky, holding it securely in his arms. He stared blankly at the jerky in his hand, then looked at the young chef across from him who was giving him a faint smile, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hey! Shanks! Don't eat anything given to you by strangers. Rayleigh's voice came from the side. He walked over quickly and was about to take the jerky from Shanks' hand. However, the domineering and pure aroma of meat had already entered Shanks' nostrils. He looked at the ordinary-looking, even somewhat dry and hard piece of jerky in his hand, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and secretly broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The next second, Shank's clear, big eyes widened instantly. An indescribable, rich meaty aroma, infused with exotic spices, exploded in his small mouth. The jerky looked dry and hard, but it was incredibly chewy. With each chew, even more flavorful juices burst forth from the fibers, as if creating a storm on his tongue. Even more miraculously, as soon as he swallowed the jerky, a warm and powerful energy quickly flowed through his body, and he felt his arms, which had been a little sore from mopping the floor, instantly become full of strength. So delicious. Shanks let out a satisfied, mumbled exclamation, then, ignoring Rayleigh's attempts to stop him, he stuffed the rest of the jerky into his mouth in a few bites, his mouth greasy and his face beaming with a blissful expression. Rayleigh looked at his little apprentice's pathetic state and helplessly rubbed his forehead. He looked up at the young chef opposite him, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. This chef truly lives up to his reputation as a master chef. Not only is his skill unfathomable, but his culinary artistry has reached such an unbelievable level. Just a piece of jerky can bring such a happy expression to a child's face. Hey! You brat over there! Roger had also walked over at some point. Seeing his apprentice's greedy look, he laughed loudly at Ryan. Do you still have any of that jerky? Give me a piece to try. That's not something that can be given away to outsiders. Ryan responded calmly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Roger was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, unconcerned, ha ha ha. You stingy bastard. But you're a very interesting chef. He turned to Newgate and shouted, Newgate! This chef is good. How about I borrow him for a few days next time we meet? Roll. Newgate's answer was simple, direct, and full of unquestionable dominance. A tense and dramatic encounter ended amidst a chorus of insults. Then, farewell, Whitebeard. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, waving at Newgate with his signature confident smile on his face. Next time, I'll definitely tear your lousy ship apart. I'll be waiting for you anytime, Roger. Newgate crossed his arms and responded in a deep voice. The Oro Jackson turned around, raised its sails, and slowly sailed into the distant fog, soon disappearing from sight. Calmness finally returned to the deck of the Moby Dick. Phew! They're finally gone. Durham plopped down on the ground, feeling as if he had just walked through hell. Captain, I just did a rough estimate, and the repair cost will be at least. All right. Newgate interrupted his soon-to-be-started lengthy report, staring in the direction Roger had gone, remaining silent for a long time before turning around and grinning at his crew. How do you feel? Happy. Gats was the first to shout, his face full of excitement despite being bruised and battered. That axe-wielding guy is as strong as ever. But next time, I'm definitely going to beat him to a pulp. Their swordsmanship is very strong. Vista polished his twin swords, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Especially that man named Rayleigh, his sword is as fast as light. That man named Roger is indeed very strong. Newgate gave the most objective assessment. All right, since you're all tired from playing, let's eat. Newgate waved his hand, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on the kitchen. Rain didn't say much, but silently turned and went into the kitchen. Soon, an aroma 100 times more potent than the previous piece of jerky wafted from the kitchen, instantly enveloping the entire ship. It was a grand feast prepared to celebrate this exhilarating battle. Rain used the last of the ingredients on the ship to marinate the sea monsters he had hunted with dozens of spices and then slowly roast them. He also simmered a pot of incredibly delicious seafood soup with various fresh fish and shellfish. When the food was served, only the sounds of satisfied chewing and happy sighs filled the deck. After taking a bite of the crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy roast meat, Silver's usually icy face showed a rare hint of emotion. After dinner, Ryan sat alone in the corner of the kitchen, looked up at the sea outside the window that was once again shrouded in thick fog, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This era is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 122. Captain. After the feast, Durham, holding a nautical chart, went to Newgate with a long face. Our food reserves are completely depleted. Silence fell on the deck once again. Newgate looked at the empty barrels, then at the expectant crew members, and finally turned his gaze to Ren. Rain pointed to an inconspicuous little dot on the nautical chart. This way, it's a 3-day flight. There's an island I marked before, and there's a very special kind of 7-colored pheasant on the island. Its meat is delicious, and it's perfect for our next meal. Oh. A flame of hope rekindled in Gats's eyes. The Moby Dick, this monster ship carrying a group of future maritime overlords, is once again sailing at full speed toward a new course, driven by the simplest of goals, to fill its stomachs. The 3-day voyage felt like an eternity to everyone aboard the Moby Dick. The ship's food supplies were completely exhausted. With the last bit of dried fish and seaweed, Ryan cooked a pot of watery porridge, which was no different from drinking plain water for these guys. Every day, Gats would lie on the bow of the ship, sniffing the air like a blower, constantly muttering, "Roast meat, roast chicken, whole roast lamb." Newgate also became somewhat irritable due to the lack of alcohol, and he found fault with everyone, especially Durham. Because every day, Durham would carry his little notebook and report to him in a mournful tone about the new cracks and strange noises in the hull. "Captain, the metal fatigue of the number 3 alloy plate on the port side has reached the critical value. I suspect that even if Gats sneezed in his sleep last night, it could crack it. Captain, the hydraulic bearing of the rudder seems to be leaking oil. I heard it crying when I turned the rudder just now." "Captain! Shut up!" Newgate finally lost his temper and glared at Dorlam, who immediately covered his head and squatted in a corner, drawing circles in his eyes. Finally, on the 3rd day at dusk, when everyone was so hungry they were seeing stars and didn't even have the energy to argue, Silver's clear, cool voice came from the lookout tower like heavenly music. "I can see the island." Everyone perked up and rushed to the bow of the ship. Where the sea meets the sky, a colorful island slowly emerges. It was a miraculous island that defied description. The mountains on the island were not made of rock, but rather had a warm, reddish-brown color, like that of a steak. The mountain streams are not clear spring water, but a sweet-smelling, golden, viscous liquid. The trees on the island are incredibly diverse, some bear bread-like fruits, while others emit a rich aroma of spices. "Oh my god, oh my god!" Gats's drool was flowing like a stream. "That river smells like honey. That mountain, it looks like a giant, roasted rib." Durham's focus was entirely different. He stared at the viscous golden streams with a look of horror on his face. "If this flows onto the ship, it will stick to my deck. And the sugar in the air will corrode my sails. Grrrr. This is really an interesting place." Newgate burst into laughter. He could feel an incredibly vast life energy filling the air above the island. Ryan's eyes shone with an astonishing light. He was like a scientist who had discovered a new continent, greedily analyzing every scent carried on the wind. "The air humidity is 70%, the sugar content is excessive, and the soil is rich in a special kind of yeast. This place is simply a natural, giant kitchen." The Moby Dick carefully docked on a beach made of giant biscuits. As soon as everyone set foot on the island, they felt that the texture under their feet was different from what they had experienced before. It wasn't sand, but a sweet, crunchy texture mixed with icing sugar and chopped nuts. Dinner time. Gats could no longer contain himself. He roared and charged toward the depths of the island, carrying the anchor. His target was the top quality ingredient called the rainbow pheasant that Ryan had mentioned before. The others followed suit, eager to explore this magical food island. Rain didn't rush into action. He squatted down, picked up a pinch of sand, and put it in his mouth to savor it. The oils from the nuts blend perfectly with the sweetness of the caramel, resulting in a crisp texture and a medium to high energy content, making it a good addition to baking. He calmly made notes in his notebook. Just then, a deafening roar, like the earth shaking, came from the nearby forest, followed by Gats's furious roar. "Damn it! Don't run! Stop right there!" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure rampaging through a forest made of chocolate. It was a colossal creature, 10 meters tall, whose body was entirely made of crystal clear, amber-like hard candy. It had strong, powerful limbs and 2 spiral horns on its head, resembling lollipops. At this moment, it is using its huge candy arms to uproot chocolate trees and smash them down on Gats, who is chasing it. Ha ha ha! Are even the stones on this island sweet? As Gats dodged awkwardly, he shouted excitedly. He had tried to smash the monster with the anchor, but the anchor bounced back. He tasted a piece of the broken piece and found that it was fruit hard candy flavored. Rock sugar puppet. A knowing glint flashed in Rain's eyes. An elemental life form composed of high-purity sugar crystals and mineral energy, with extremely strong defensive capabilities, making it an excellent material for creating top-notch sugar art and high-energy sugar blocks. "Josie!" Newgate called out to the eager man beside him, "Go play with Gats and see if your diamond is harder, or that piece of candy is harder." "All right, Dad." Jaws laughed loudly, and his massive body shot out like a cannonball. He was covered in dazzling diamond light and crashed head-on into a giant chocolate tree trunk that was flying towards him. Boom! The chocolate tree trunk exploded and shattered into countless fragments. Jaws was unharmed. He grinned and beckoned to the candy puppet with his finger, "Come on, big guy. Let Grandpa see how tough you are." A head-to-head showdown between diamonds and candy is about to unfold on this magical island. The rest of the group bypassed the battlefield and continued exploring deeper into the island. Soon, Vista's exclamation came from ahead. "Come and see! There's a waterfall here!" The group rushed over and saw a golden waterfall, exuding a rich, sweet fragrance, cascading down a cliff tens of meters high and flowing into a huge lake made of biscuits below. "That's not water at all, it's the purest and most concentrated honey." Chapter 123. Honey Falls. Bystasvan's face also showed a shocked expression. Does such a place really exist? Just as everyone was marveling at this spectacular sight, several pairs of jewel-like eyes, shimmering with 7 colors, suddenly lit up in the cave behind the waterfall. Immediately afterwards, several enormous pheasants, comparable in size to ostriches and with feathers as vibrant as rainbows, walked gracefully and slowly out of the cave. Their crests were as translucent as rubies, their eyes were proud and sharp, and they emanated a faint aura that seemed to captivate the mind. "The rainbow pheasant has been found. But they don't seem to be as docile as ordinary ingredients. They are the guardians of this honey waterfall and one of the true kings of this island." The appearance of the rainbow pheasant instantly added a dangerous edge to the sweet smell in the air. They strolled out of the cave with elegant steps, their ruby-like eyes showing no fear, but rather a condescending gaze as if scrutinizing their prey. Their vibrant feathers refracted a mesmerizing halo in the sunlight, as if silently proclaiming themselves the rulers of the island. "Oh! I found it!" In the distance, Gats, who had just teamed up with Yozua to smash the rock candy golem into a pile of candy, charged over like a shark that had smelled blood, carrying the anchor, his mouth practically watering. "Head chef! Is this the 7-colored pheasant you were talking about? It looks delicious." However, before he could get close, the largest and most robust of the 7-colored pheasants suddenly opened its sharp beak. Tweet! A cry, though not loud, was extremely penetrating. The next second, a beam of light, as beautiful as a rainbow, formed by the convergence of 7 colors, shot out from its mouth and shot straight at Gats's face at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. "Not good. Gats was startled and tried to use the anchor to block, but it was too late. Just as the beam of light was about to hit him, a bluish-green figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Flame of regeneration, wings of protection. Marco had transformed into a phoenix at some point, his azure flame wings weaving into an indestructible shield that blocked the rainbow beam completely. It's sizzling. The beam of light collided with the flames, but instead of exploding, they annihilated each other like water and fire merging, bursting out in a large amount of dazzling light debris. "Watch out, Gats!" Marco said in a deep voice, "These guys are not simple, why?" Gats, still shaken, stared at the slightly blackened skin on his chest from the aftershocks of the laser beam, swallowing hard. This chicken can spit lasers. Grrrr, interesting prey." Newgate burst into laughter, and the naginata in his hand began to hum, clearly showing he was in high spirits. "Bitsta, Silver, you two go deal with those smaller ones over there." Newgate gave the order, "Jaws, Gats, you two are tough as nails, come with me to take down the biggest one." "All right, Dad." A hunt for top-quality ingredients has officially begun. Newgate was the first to be hit, his massive body pressing down like a mountain, his naginata swinging wildly, each swing carrying the power to shatter space. The seven-colored Pheasant King clearly knew how powerful Newgate was. Instead of confronting him head-on, it used its agile body to dodge and weave around the edge of Newgate's attack range, while constantly spitting out rainbow beams of light to harass him. "Don't even think about running away." Gats and Jaws flanked them from two directions. Yozu used his diamond-like body as the strongest shield, standing at the forefront to block all beam attacks and create an environment for his comrades to deal damage. Gats wielded the giant anchor with tremendous force, each swing causing the earth to crack and forcing the Pheasant King to reposition himself. On the other hand, the battle between Vista and Silver was more like an elegant sword dance. The smaller pheasants were equally formidable, they were lightning fast, their feathers like the sharpest blades, leaving after images in the air with every sweep. Vista's twin blades transformed into two fluttering roses, their dazzling sword light weaving into an impenetrable net that tightly bound the pheasant's range of movement. Rose dance, thousand-petal kill. Silver was more direct, his figure blended into the shadows, his spear like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, each thrust coming from the most cunning and unbelievable angles, forcing the other pheasant into a frantic struggle. Shadow thrust, silent. Marco hovered in the air like a highly perceptive battlefield medic, constantly monitoring his comrades' condition and occasionally unleashing a shower of regenerative flames to heal their wounds and provide them with continued mobility. Rain did not participate in the battle, he stood at the edge of the battlefield, calmly observing and quickly taking notes in his notebook. The seven-colored pheasant is an omnivorous bird whose meat is rich in 7 different trace light elements, which can produce a slight boost to the body in all aspects after consumption. Its feathers are tough and can be used to make special textiles or weapons. Its attack method is to spray a high-concentration energy beam from its mouth. Its weakness lies in the energy converter in its throat. He analyzed every characteristic of these monsters clearly, like a top-notch biologist. The hunt lasted for nearly an hour. Finally, after Newgate delivered a powerful and devastating blow to the king pheasant, the once invincible pheasant let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the other pheasants were also subdued by Vista and Silver, who seized their weaknesses. "Ha ha ha! We won! We're having roast chicken tonight!" Gats excitedly hoisted the king pheasant, which was even bigger than him, and drool was already dripping all over the ground. However, just as everyone was celebrating their victory, Ren put down his notebook and looked into the depths of the island with a slight frown. "Strangeness," he muttered to himself. "What's wrong, head chef?" Vista leaned closer and asked. "The ecosystem of this island is too perfect, and too monotonous." A hint of doubt flashed in Ryan's eyes. All living things, whether plants or animals, seem to exist solely to become edible, which doesn't conform to the laws of nature. Moreover, I can sense that all the life energy on this island seems to originate from the same source, just like. Ryan's gaze deepened, like different fruits growing on a large tree. His words stunned everyone. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently without warning, as if the heart of the entire island had pounded heavily. A life force, richer and more abundant than ever before, flashed from the center of the island. Chapter 124. This breath. Newgate's face also darkened, he could sense a hint of decay and sorrow in that aura. Go and have a look. Ryan's tone left no room for argument. He entrusted an unconscious rainbow pheasant to Marco's care, and then walked alone toward the source of the aura. The group exchanged glances and followed suit. They had a feeling that an amazing secret was hidden behind this food island. They passed through Honey Falls, circled Cookie Hill, and finally arrived at a huge, crater-like basin. In the center of the basin, the sight left everyone speechless. There was no magma there, but a colossal, slowly beating core of life, woven from the roots and veins of countless ingredients. With each pulse, pure energy surges from the core, flowing through roots like blood vessels to every corner of the island, nourishing all things. This island is truly alive. It is an unimaginably huge, dormant life form. Everything on the island is just a part of its body. Just as everyone was awestruck by this miraculous sight, they also discovered the problem. The enormous heart beat very slowly, almost weakly, and its light appeared somewhat dim. Huge, scar-like cracks covered the surface of the heart, from which black, putrid viscous fluid seeped continuously. This great life is heading towards death. This is... Even the well-traveled Newgate couldn't help but murmur in shock at the sight before him. He could clearly sense the immense life energy, as well as the loneliness and sorrow, contained within the enormous, decaying heart before him. This is not just a living organism, this is a world. I see. A look of understanding flashed in Rain's eyes. He walked to the edge of the basin, squatted down, and reached out to gently touch the roots that resembled blood vessels. This island, which I call the Island of Gluttony, is itself an ancient, supergiant life form that feeds on energy. By absorbing the energy between heaven and earth, it nurtures all sorts of unique food organisms on its own body, forming a perfect self-sufficient ecological cycle. Rain's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of reverence for the greatness of life. But at some point, perhaps due to crustal movement or energy depletion, its energy source for survival was cut off. In order to survive, it could only begin to devour the life it had nurtured, drinking poison to quench its thirst. That's why the scent we smell is so enticing, because it's the last and most splendid fragrance that a life releases as it burns out all its essence. Ryan's words weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Gats stopped clamoring for roast chicken. He looked at the heart that was beating painfully, scratched his head, and showed a hint of sympathy on his face. Yozu and Vista remained silent, recalling the diamond heart they had once protected, a crystallization of the island's energy, so similar to the scene before them. Then, is there any way to save it? Marco couldn't help but ask. His phoenix ability made him exceptionally sensitive to the breath of life, and he could sense the silent wailing emanating from this great being. Rain did not answer immediately. He stood up and walked around the enormous heart, like a meticulous doctor diagnosing a terminally ill giant. After a long while, he stopped, his eyes flashing with a complex light. There are two options. Ryan held up one finger. First, while it is at its weakest and most flavorful, take out this gluttonous heart. It is the crystallization of the life energy of the entire island, a true divine ingredient that surpasses all legendary ingredients. The dishes made with it are enough to make our strength leap forward in a short period of time, and even, can bring your body back to its peak, Captain. This proposal caused everyone to hold their breath. Back to the top? For Newgate now, this is an enormous temptation. He could feel that his body was beginning to show signs of decline due to excessive fighting in his youth and the erosion of time. If he could return to his peak condition from the God Valley era, then no one on this sea would be his match. The Whitebeard pirates will truly possess the power to rule the world. What about the second option? Newgate's voice was deep as he looked at Ryan with unfathomable eyes, revealing neither his emotions. Second option. Rain's gaze became more complex, a mixture of a chef's professional ethics, a scientist's thirst for knowledge, and a hint of pity that even he himself was unaware of. The second option is to save it. Save it? Gats asked, puzzled. How do we save it? Give it medicine. Do not. Ryan shook his head. It's about feeding it. It is a life form that feeds on energy, and the reason it is declining now is because of insufficient energy intake. If we can provide it with a feast containing a vast amount of pure energy, it may be possible to reactivate its life core, awaken it from its slumber, and give it new vitality. Rain's plan was bold and audacious. Feeding an island? This is something that probably only he, the master chef, would dare to think of, and perhaps only he could do. But Ryan changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat helpless. We don't have that many ingredients with huge energy on our ship, and we're almost running out of food ourselves. Moreover, even if we had the ingredients, the amount of work and time required to cook a pot of food that would feed an entire island would be unimaginable. So, this option is theoretically feasible, but in reality, it's almost impossible. After speaking, Rain fell silent, handing the choice over to Newgate, the true soul of the pirate crew. Is it better to seize the huge immediate benefits, instantly boost the pirate crew's strength, and then continue sailing while bearing the sin of destroying a world? Or should we choose a path of redemption that is almost impossible to achieve and is full of idealism? Newgate fell silent. He looked at the decaying heart, then at his family members around him, each with their own distinct expression. He saw the reluctance in Gats's eyes, the expectation in Marco's eyes, the empathy of Vista and Jaws, and the struggle hidden beneath Ryan's calm exterior. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but full of undeniable power. Chapter 125. Ryan. I'm here. If we give you all the game we hunted on this island, including those rainbow pheasants and that big candy-made creature, would that be enough for that feast? Upon hearing this, Ren was taken aback, and then his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Using the life that grows on the island to nourish the island itself? This is a brilliant idea, and a perfect closed loop full of reincarnation and redemption. Enough. Ryan's answer was resolute. No, it's more than enough. These ingredients are of the same origin as this island, and their energy can be perfectly absorbed by the gluttonous heart. Goo la 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 la. Newgate burst into laughter, walked over to Ryan, and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his huge hand. Then it's settled. We are pirates. We plunder treasure and seize territory, but we don't take other people's lives, and we would never lay a hand on a great life that is already powerless to fight back. This meal is on us. Newgate's words struck like a thunderbolt, resounding in everyone's hearts. This is their captain, Edward Newgate with the white beard. He may be rugged or domineering, but his respect for and protection of life is gentler and more steadfast than anyone else's. Oh, oh, oh. Treat us. Treat us. Gats was the first to roar with excitement, feeling that this was even more exhilarating than winning a major battle. An unprecedented extravaganza to save an island is about to unfold in this living kitchen. Once the decision was made, the entire Moby Dick began operating at an unprecedented level of efficiency. This was no longer a simple hunt or resupply, but a solemn ceremony to fulfill the captain's great promise and to save a world. Gats. Yozu. Bring me all the remains of that sugar puppet. Not a single piece can be missing. Ryan's voice echoed in the empty basin. He was no longer a cook, but a grand marshal who strategized and commanded troops. Yes, head chef. Gats and Jaws obeyed the order and, together, the two powerful monsters quickly transported the mountain of shimmering amber-colored sugar cubes to the edge of the basin. Bista. Silver. Your task is to gather all the edible plants we see along the way, whether they are breadfruit trees or spice flowers, and process them with the fastest speed and the finest knife skills, and deliver them to us. Clear. The two top swordsmen and spear masters exchanged a glance, and their figures instantly disappeared into the jungle. Soon, the forest echoed with the sounds of air being torn apart and plants snapping, an efficiency even more terrifying than that of the most advanced logging robots. Marco. Your mission is the most crucial. Redden's gaze shifted to the phoenix. Speak, what do you need me to do, Yi? I need your flame. Ryan's gaze became incredibly focused. I need your phoenix flame, not for fighting, but for cooking. I need its purest and most stable life energy to serve as the starter for this feast. Only your flames can perfectly fuse the energies of these ingredients of the same origin and transform them into a life source most suitable for the gluttonous heart to absorb. Leave it to me. Marco nodded solemnly. He knew how daunting the task was. This requires him to have an unprecedented level of precision in controlling the flames. Durham. Rain finally looked at the great shipwright. Head chef, what can I do? Durham was somewhat insecure. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't cook. I need a pot. Rain's gaze fell on the enormous heart in the center of the basin, a cauldron big enough to hold the essence of the entire island. Durham was stunned. Then he glanced at his surroundings, then at his calloused hands, and his eyes blazed with an astonishing light. Give it to me. He turned and ran toward the Moby Dick. He was going to dismantle all the usable alloy plates and spare parts on the ship. He was going to use his life's work to build a giant pot on this island that would go down in history. An unprecedented super cooking event officially began with everyone's collaborative efforts. Durham used all his strength, hammering and shaping the shape memory alloy plates he had taken from the ship onto Jaw's diamond-shaped body, and then using Gats's brute force to bend and fix them in place. He even creatively melted fragments of the sugar puppet as a natural, super strong adhesive to seal the gaps in the alloy plates. A few hours later, a huge iron pot with a diameter of over 50 meters, gleaming with a metallic and candy-like luster, miraculously appeared in the basin. Meanwhile, Vista and Silver also brought back a mountain of ingredients. Breadfruit was cut into even cubes, spice flower petals were completely peeled off, and even the branches of the chocolate trees were shaved into neat strips. Rain stood in front of the giant cauldron and took a deep breath. Instead of immediately adding the ingredients, he directed Gats and Jaws to first put the fragments of the rock sugar puppets into the pot. Marco. Give it a fire. Here I am. Marco flew to the bottom of the giant cauldron, and the phoenix flame shot into the sky, but it was not a violent raging flame, but a gentle, warm, bluish-green current, as if it were alive, which evenly enveloped the bottom of the entire giant cauldron. Soon, the sugar in the pot began to melt, turning into a golden syrup that bubbled with sweet aroma. Now, add honey from the honey falls. Gats and Jaws worked together to lift a makeshift container made of giant leaves and poured the thick, golden honey into the pot like a waterfall. When the syrup is mixed with honey, the aroma becomes even richer. Add breadfruit, herbs, chocolate-y wood. Ryan's instructions came one after another, clear and precise. He is like a top-notch symphony conductor, adding each ingredient at the most appropriate time, allowing their individual flavors and energies to blend and be sublimated perfectly. Finally, he put the cleaned pheasant's whole into the pot. Cover the pot with a makeshift lid made from a huge banana leaf. All that's left is to wait. We await the completion of this grand feast, created by all members of the Whitebeard pirates and dedicated to this island, as it undergoes its final transformation. When the lid was lifted again, an indescribable aroma, a blend of sweet, salty, fragrant, and savory flavors, burst forth with boundless vitality, as if to dye the clouds in the sky with 7 colors. All the ingredients in the pot had melted, transforming into a shimmering, star-studded broth of life. "Captain!" Ryan shouted at Newgate. "Grrrr! I've got it covered." Newgate laughed loudly, walked to the giant cauldron, and white halos gathered on his fists. Instead of using shockwaves to destroy it, he used an extremely subtle control to gently push the scalding soup of life in the pot towards the decaying heart in the center of the basin. Chapter 126. Nourishes. The moment the first drop of soup touched the heart, the enormous heart trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, it was as if a hungry child had finally tasted its mother's milk, and began to frantically and greedily absorb this source of vital energy. As the thick soup was continuously poured in, the cracks on the surface of the heart began to heal at a visible speed, the dim light became bright again, and the weak beating became more steady and powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The strong, powerful heartbeat echoed like war drums in the basin, proclaiming the rebirth of a great life. The entire Doughty Island seemed to awaken from its slumber. The honey in the river became sweeter, the breadfruit on the trees became softer, and even the air smelled fresher and more vibrant. Everyone looked at this miraculous scene before them, and their faces showed genuine, incredibly satisfied smiles. They did it. They saved a world. Just then, a fist-sized fruit, with a dreamlike seven-colored glass-like appearance, slowly rose from the center of the heart that had been revitalized. The fruit seemed to be the crystallization of all life and joy on the entire island. It floated quietly in the air and then slowly and gently drifted to Redden's front. "This is a gift from the island. This is the highest gratitude to the chef who gave it new life." Ren reached out and solemnly accepted the fruit. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the epic hidden quest saving the island of gluttony, obtaining the legendary ingredient heart of the world, juvenile form, and gaining a huge amount of experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a brand new recipe. Looking at the fruit in his hand, and then at his family members grinning at him from behind, a genuine and radiant smile appeared on his calm face. The feast on Doughty Island lasted all night. The revitalized island seemed to join the festivities, with the waves of the honey river carrying the sweet scent of the holiday, and the breadfruit swaying gently in the night breeze as if applauding. Gats and a few hairy, burly creatures he found among the island's natives, whose intelligence was practically zero, put their arms around each other and played rock-paper-scissors in a language no one could understand. The loser had to punish himself by taking a big gulp of honey, and the scene was quite harmonious for a time. Newgate leaned against a huge biscuit rock, watching his goofy family with a genuine smile on his face. The barrel of wine beside him was empty. It was a mead unique to Doughty Island, capable of fermenting on its own. It had a mellow taste and a powerful after-effect, and at this moment it was giving this future sea overlord a just right buzz. Rain didn't join in their commotion, he walked alone to the edge of the island. The seven-colored glass fruit, which he named the heart of the world, lay quietly in his palm, radiating a soft and warm light, like a newborn baby full of curiosity about the world. His consciousness sank into his mind, bringing up the long-forgotten system panel. Ding! Epic hidden quest, save the island of gluttony, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Through a process of mutual support and reciprocation, it not only repaired the damage to the gluttonous heart but also helped it complete its initial life leap, with its potential far exceeding expectations. Quest rewards: Legendary ingredient, Heart of the World, Juvenile, X1, Huge experience points plus 1 million, unlocks new recipe Heart of the World, Life baking method. 1 million experience points. Even Ryan's heart skipped a beat when he saw that number. You have to understand, he had worked so hard to hunt so many powerful sea kings and cook so many top-notch dishes, yet his experience points were increasing at a snail's pace. This time, a single mission brought him such terrifying profits. His total experience points thus historically surpassed the million mark. Host, Rain. Cooking skill level, unrivaled, 1242544/200,000,000. Cooking skill points, 350000. However, when Ryan's gaze fell on the column for experience points required for promotion, the slight excitement he had just felt was instantly doused with cold water. 200 million. Advancing from the peerless level to the next level requires a whopping 200 million experience points. Looking at his meager experience bar, which had just surpassed 1 million, Ren gave a wry smile. This is no longer a matter of whether it affects your liver or not, it's an astronomical figure that would require turning the entire ocean into a dish to achieve. At the current rate, even if he captured all the future 4 emperors and made them into Buddha jumps over the wall, he probably still wouldn't have enough. It seems that I will have to stay at the peerless level for a very, very long time. Fortunately, I also received a lot of cooking points as a reward. Once I accumulate a few more, I can enjoy another round of spending. Ryan sighed softly and turned his attention to the newly unlocked recipe. The moment he saw the contents of the recipe, his pupils contracted sharply, and he even held his breath for half a second. Recipe name, Heart of the World, Life Baking Method. Recipe type, Simulation/Creation Level. Recipe description, this recipe contains a glimpse into the principles of creation. The heart of the world is a dormant cosmic wonder, the seed for building a complete ecological world. Through baking, using other higher-level energy sources as nutrients, its growth and evolution can be accelerated. Baking needs. 1. Main material, Heart of the World, Juvenile version, X1. 2. Core heat source, requires a special flame containing immense life energy or the power of laws, such as the phoenix flame, the true fire of the sun, or the hell fire. 3. Basic nutrients, foods rich in pure energy, such as the flesh and blood of sea monsters, the sap of ancient trees, and snow lotus from high mountains. 4. Special catalysts, legendary ingredients or rare items containing special laws of power. The higher the quality and the more diverse the types of catalysts used, the more unique the growth direction of the heart of the world will be, and the greater its potential will be. Current growth rate, 0.01%. Final form prediction, unknown. Depending on the baking process and the nutrients added, it may eventually evolve into a mobile war fortress, a self-sufficient ecological ark, a secret realm containing the laws of time, or even a completely new, self-aware living world. As Rain looked at the recipe, a storm raged within him. This has completely gone beyond the realm of cooking. This isn't a recipe, it's clearly an instruction manual teaching you how to grow your own world. Ren looked down at the small fruit in his palm, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He seemed to see no longer a fruit, but a nascent universe with infinite possibilities. Rain, what are you thinking about? A deep voice sounded from behind. Newgate had walked over at some point, smelling slightly of alcohol, but his eyes were unusually clear. Rain didn't hide anything and handed over the heart of the world. Chapter 127. Newgate curiously took the fruit. As soon as he held it, he felt a warm and pure life energy emanating from it, which made his body, which was slightly violent due to the tremor fruit, feel comfortable. Is this a thank you gift from that island? Ah. Ryan nodded, then succinctly explained the concept of the life baking method. Upon hearing this, Newgate's hawk-like eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He had conquered the world, seen countless treasures, and destroyed countless enemies, but he never even dared to dream of creating a world. So, this thing can become our own island? A home? Newgate's voice trembled slightly. Theoretically, yes. Ryan calmly replied, but the process will be very long and will require astronomical resources. Goo la 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 la. Newgate suddenly burst into laughter, solemnly returning the heart of the world to Ren, patting him heavily on the shoulder with his enormous hand. So what? We're pirates, we'll just steal the treasure and resources. His eyes burned with an unprecedented flame, a flame that had found a new purpose, a flame called protection. Just then, a loud burp came from not far away. Gats walked over, rubbing his round belly. He immediately saw the fruit in Redden's hand and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow! Head chef! Is this some new variety of fruit? It looks delicious. Can I have a taste? As he spoke, he reached out his large, fan-like hand. Before they even touched each other, Newgate slapped him on the back of the head. Idiot! That's our future home. Can you eat that? Family. Gats covered his head, looking completely bewildered. The entire Doughty Island seemed to understand their conversation, and as they were about to leave, the enormous heart in the center of the island once again emitted a soft light. Countless vines rose from the ground, packing the island's sweetest honey, softest breadfruit and most fragrant spices into huge parcels, which they respectfully delivered to their ship. This is a gift from the island, and an investment in the future. As the group returned to the dilapidated sailboat laden with the gifts of the gluttonous island, a profound sense of alienation, like returning from paradise to a slum, arose within them. The deck groaned under the strain the moment they stepped onto it, and Durham could even hear the intervertebral discs on the third mast warning of an impending herniation. The air was no longer filled with the sweet scent of honey and flowers, but with the smell of wood, salty and decaying, eroded by the sea breeze and the passage of time. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Durham, the great shipwright, had his mental defenses completely crumble after witnessing the miracles of the gluttonous island and the stark contrast with the dilapidated ship before him. He clung to a cracked ship railing, crying like a 300-pound child. Look at this! Look at this, everyone! This isn't a boat. It's clearly a coffin that's about to fall apart. He pointed to the 7 or 8 new cracks on the deck and complained to the crowd. We were just bringing those gifts up here when its dragon bones started screaming for help. I even heard it asking me why it couldn't stay on the island of gluttony and live out its old age in peace. Newgate leaned against the doorframe of the captain's cabin, having just digested the power boost from the feast, feeling an unprecedented sense of control. Looking down at the dilapidated ship beneath his feet, which could disintegrate even if Gats sneezed a couple more times, an unbearable sense of irritation welled up inside him. Durham is right. Newgate's voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone's crying and complaining. A king who is ready to conquer the world cannot ride in a chariot that may break down at any moment. He surveyed his crew, his deep eyes burning with an ambition to dominate the world. We need a new ship. These words invigorated everyone. Gats was the first to excitedly shout, "That's right! Change the ship! Change to a ship big enough to hold 100 whole roasted cows!" But, Captain! Durham wiped away his tears and asked the most practical question, the best ships require the best materials and the best shipwrights. Where are we going to find them? Go rob it! Newgate's answer was simple and assertive. Let's rob the world's best shipyard. The 7 water cities. Durham instinctively asked, that's a key protected city of the world government. If we attack it head-on. Do not. A calm voice interrupted him, it was Ryan. He had already sorted out the ingredients given by Doughty Island, and was now holding an old book with a cover decorated with various gears and steam pipes, which he had pulled out from somewhere. While the craftsmanship of the 7 water capitals is top-notch, the style is too traditional and too ostentatious. Rain turned the page and pointed to an illustration of a floating island made up of countless clockwork mechanisms and gears. According to records of ancient mechanics and lost civilizations, there exists a legendary clockwork island in an unknown sea area of the New World. The inhabitants there are descendants of ancient mechanics. They possess mechanical and shipbuilding techniques far ahead of their time. It is said that the ships they build can self-repair like living things and even have their own thoughts. Clockwork Island? The group looked at each other, completely unfamiliar with the name. But that place only exists in legends, and no one knows where it is. Durham added, Just then, Silver on the lookout tower suddenly spoke up, "Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted at 11 o'clock and is charging towards us." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, and then strange expressions appeared on their faces. On this vast ocean, there are actually some fools who dare to provoke them? Soon, a brightly decorated pirate ship with a prow shaped like a pink hippo wearing a comical eye patch came into view. The sail is painted with a skull that is farting, full of abstract artistic flair. "Ha ha ha! Listen up, you wrecked ship up ahead." A captain dressed in tight leather pants and sporting a mohawk stood at the bow of the ship, arrogantly shouting through a tin megaphone, "We are the Rainbow Fart Pirates. I, the magnificent Bugida, have a bounty of 8 million berries. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ship's treasure and cook, or you'll get a taste of my magnificent fart." Before he could finish speaking, Gats let out a huge sneeze. Ah! A terrifying shockwave swept out instantly, and the seemingly flimsy rainbow fart was spun wildly 720 degrees on the sea like a leaf blown by a hurricane. The mainmast snapped with a crack and plunged into the sea, leaving the mohawk-wearing captain and his crew floundering in the water. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. The deck was deathly silent. Chapter 128. I didn't mean to. Gats scratched his head, looking completely innocent. "Goo la 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 la!" Newgate burst into a deafening laugh. Half an hour later, the unfortunate members of the Rainbow Farting Pirates were all hauled onto the deck by Silver like dead fish, kneeling in a row, trembling. Ryan leisurely carried a plate of freshly baked breadfruit slices with honey over and handed it to the captain, who was terrified and had wet himself. "Want to eat?" Rain asked calmly. I want to. Captain Baquita nodded frantically, tears welling in his eyes. "Then let's talk about Clockwork Island." "Well said, this whole game is yours." Captain Baquita was taken aback, but then, as if grasping at a straw, he spilled everything he knew. It turns out that when he was young, he accidentally wandered into a misty sea and was lucky enough to see the legendary island. He even picked up a small piece of map from a shipwreck and kept it as a treasure ever since. After listening, Ryan nodded in satisfaction, handed him the plate of breadfruit, and then easily pulled out the tattered map fragment with gears and springs drawn on it from his pocket. With a new goal and a map, the atmosphere on the ship became lively again. The route to Clockwork Island was 100 times more treacherous than the few lines on the nautical chart could depict. They entered a sea area called the Endless Sea Tower, where the currents were no longer flowing horizontally, but instead formed countless huge waterfalls that were upside down. Sea water poured down from the sky and surged up from the depths of the sea, as if the whole world had been turned upside down. "Hold on tight. We're going to charge!" Durham roared at the top of his lungs, slamming the rudder to its limit. With the help of a surging current, he steered the dilapidated ship, which was on the verge of falling apart, like a salmon swimming upstream, towards the ocean waterfall hanging in the sky. The ship groaned under the immense water pressure, and Newgate stood at the bow, his fists covered in a pure white, vibrating aura. "Grrrrrrrr! Open it for me!" He threw several punches at the thick curtain of water in front of him, and the invisible shockwaves tore a short passage through the water, greatly reducing the pressure on the ship. After passing through the Endless Sea Towers, they encountered another sea of illusory sounds. The air here is filled with a peculiar energy that amplifies one's inner voice, creating the most realistic illusions. As soon as Gats entered this sea area, he clutched his head and squatted down in anguish. He felt as if he could see countless roasted chicken legs dancing in front of him, but he couldn't catch them no matter what he did. He was so anxious that tears were about to fall. "Quiet!" Silver's voice was like an icy spring, clear and calm. His observation Haki was so concentrated that it created a small, silent domain around him that isolated all illusory sounds. He was like the most accurate navigator, guiding the ship to the only correct course in this sea of mist composed of desires and inner demons. Life on the ship was intense yet full of unique pleasures. The kitchen in Ren became the only sanctuary on this turbulent ship. No matter how chaotic or disorderly the outside world was, the aroma wafting from that small kitchen could always precisely soothe the nerves of every crew member who were on the verge of snapping. That night, Ryan found Newgate sitting alone at the stern of the ship, looking at the heart of the world that he had carefully kept, his eyes deep. "What are you thinking about?" Rain handed him a cup of hot tea made with calming herbs. "Thinking about home." Newgate took the teacup and said in a low voice, "I've been an orphan since I was a child. I don't know who my parents are or what home is like. I went to sea to find a group of partners that I can call family." He looked at the heart of the world in his hand, its gentle light seeming to shine into the softest part of his heart. "Do you think it can really become a home in the future? A home where we homeless bastards can drink and sleep in peace?" "Will do," Ryan calmly replied, "as long as we feed it good enough nutrients. Nourishment." "Ah." Rain looked at Lox, who was also gazing at the stars in the distance, and his expression became somewhat complicated. "There are many of the finest nutrients on this vast ocean, such as the ambition of a king." Newgate followed his gaze, looking thoughtful. After several days of turbulent travel, they finally broke out of the chaotic sea and arrived at a relatively calm area. However, they encountered new troubles not long after setting sail. A colossal island lay before them, its shape bizarre, resembling a giant, spiky seashell. Even more bizarrely, the creatures on the entire island seemed to be half flesh and half musical instruments. They saw a giant mammoth with a small, trumpet-like trunk drinking water on the shore, blowing a loud horn sound with each breath. I saw a sea turtle carrying a huge war drum as its shell, sunbathing on the beach, occasionally tapping it with its tail to produce a dull thud. There were even strange birds with wings made of harp strings flying overhead, each flap of their wings producing a melodious arpeggio. "Wow! What kind of place is this?" Gats was dumbfounded. "Are these things edible? Do they come with their own background music when you eat them?" According to the records of the Mythical Ingredients Chronicle, this is Symphony Island. Ryan took out his notebook and quickly jotted down notes. The creatures here have undergone changes in their body structure due to the constant influence of a special sound wave mineral. Their flesh fibers resonate with different tones, resulting in an extremely unstable texture, sometimes as tough as leather and sometimes as soft as mud. Ren paused for a moment before giving his final assessment. "Simply put, it's like eating an unrehearsed symphony played by a bunch of lousy musicians full of uncertainty, and not recommended." "Shall we go around there?" Durham suggested. "Do not." Ren shook his head, his eyes gleaming with the light of a gourmet discovering a new continent. "Although their meat is unpalatable, the sounds they make are the finest seasoning." He directed the group not to land on the island, but to stop the boat in a spot where they could clearly hear the sounds of various musical instruments from the island. Then, Rain took out a large piece of sea monster spine meat that he had hunted earlier and hung it on the deck, letting it bask in this natural symphony played by all things. An hour later, the surface of that ordinary piece of meat developed a strange, water-like pattern, and the meat became firmer and more elastic. Ryan cut off a thin slice and put it in his mouth. Not bad." The high-frequency horn sound breaks down the thick muscle fibers, making them more delicate. The deep drum beats act like a massage, allowing the juices to be distributed more evenly, while the melodious piano music gives it a refreshing, aria-like aftertaste. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. "Let's call tonight's main course Symphony of Destiny Barbecue." Just as everyone was marveling at Rain's incredible sonic pickling method, Silver on the lookout tower suddenly issued a warning. "Captain, we've reached the location on the map." Chapter 129. Everyone perked up and looked ahead. However, the sea was empty, there was no clockwork island at all, only a massive, impenetrable wall of fog, like a grey behemoth that swallowed everything in front of it. Around the wall of fog, countless shipwrecks lay scattered, resembling a vast sea graveyard, filled with ominousness and deathly silence. What's going on? Is the map fake? Gats asked, puzzled. Do not. Durham's expression turned serious as he pointed to the seemingly calm wall of fog. Look at the flow of the fog, it's so regular, like the breathing of a machine. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea in front of the fog wall suddenly began to churn violently, and a huge snake head, hundreds of meters long and made up of countless bronze gears and steam pipes, suddenly emerged from the water. Its eyes, made of enormous rubies, gleamed with a cold light, fixed intently on their uninvited ship. It was a colossal beast made entirely of machinery. Its body is made up of countless interlocking gears and buzzing steam pipes, winding and spiraling in the sea with no end in sight. With each movement, large amounts of white steam erupt from the gaps in its body, churning the surrounding sea surface like boiling water. It opened its massive maw, composed of sharp blades, and instead of a roar, it emitted a piercing, factory-like whistle, filled with the coldness of metal and the murderous intent of inorganic matter. Wow! What a huge tin toy! Gats was not surprised but delighted, and he picked up the anchor and was about to rush forward. And many more. Ryan's voice stopped him in time. This guy's armor is made of some kind of shape memory alloy, making it difficult to be effective with physical attacks. Moreover, it is filled with high-pressure steam. Once it is penetrated, the instantaneous burst of power is enough to tear our ship to pieces. What should I do? Durham's voice was trembling with tears. He felt that his ship was like a fragile cardboard box in front of this steel behemoth. Back off! Newgate spoke, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. The next second, Newgate disappeared from the ship and then appeared on either side of the mechanical sea serpent. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Let's see if your gears are harder, or my fist. Newgate laughed loudly, focusing the power of the tremor fruit on a single point. Instead of causing widespread destruction, he unleashed a high-frequency vibrational shockwave with extremely precise control. Hum! The invisible shockwave struck the mechanical sea serpent precisely at its vital spot, the core area where countless gears mesh most densely. Click! Click! The mechanical sea serpent's massive body suddenly stiffened, and the gears inside its body instantly dislocated and shattered under the terrifying high-frequency resonance, emitting a series of teeth-grinding metallic groans. The seemingly indestructible steel behemoth, made of a special alloy, had countless parts and steam pipes burst open like popcorn. After doing all this, Newgate floated back onto the deck as if nothing had happened. With the death of the mechanical sea serpent, all the high-pressure steam inside its body leaked out, and the huge wall of fog that covered the sea surface also dissipated rapidly as if it had lost its energy. An island of miracles, beyond description, finally revealed its true form to everyone. It was an island made entirely of machinery. The mountains are made up of countless rusty, enormous gears stacked together, and the rivers flow not with water, but with viscous, metallic-smelling lubricating oil. The trees on the island are made of twisted copper wire, and each tree bears a light bulb-like fruit that still glows faintly. Countless steam-powered robots of varying sizes and unique shapes are busily working on the island, some mining ore, others repairing the enormous spring mechanism. The entire island is like a giant, perfectly precise clock in operation. Oh my god! Oh my god! Durham's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He trembled with excitement as he pointed to a distant city made of brass, billowing steam. Look at the city's layout. The perfect symmetry. The efficient energy utilization. This is simply a shipwright's paradise. Just as everyone was awestruck by this breathtaking sight, a group of dwarfs, each less than a meter tall, with long white beards, dressed in craftsmen's clothes and goggles, drove dozens of uniquely designed combat robots, each 10 meters tall, and stormed out of the island, surrounding their ship. An old and angry voice came from the loudspeaker on the chest of the leading robot. Outsiders! Leave my island immediately! Pirates like you who only bring destruction and plunder are not welcome here. The source of the sound was a little old man sitting on the robot's shoulders. He appeared to be the leader of the group of dwarves, his beard braided into 2 pigtails, his face etched with disgust and disdain for pirates. What a tiny old man! Gats looked at him curiously, and even wanted to reach out and pinch him. Newgate frowned, an impatient aura emanating from him. We're here to build ships, not to play house with you tin cans. Shipbuilding? Ha ha ha. The old man seemed to have heard the funniest joke. You bunch of rude barbarians, do you think you deserve to own me, the creation of Gear Max, the greatest mechanical mastermind on Clockwork Island? My ship is a work of art, not a toy for scum like you to use for looting and plundering. Do it. Master Max waved his hand, and dozens of combat robots behind him flashed red light in their eyes, raised their steam cannons and cutting saws, and launched an attack on Newgate's ship. Court death! A murderous glint flashed in Newgate's eyes. However, before he could make a move, a figure stepped off the ship. It's Ren. He ignored the weapons that gleamed with a dangerous, cold light and walked straight to Master Max's most imposing and majestic-looking robot vehicle. Everyone was stunned, including Master Max. Rain didn't look at the robots, his gaze fell on a small, butterfly-shaped mechanical pet on Master Max's shoulder that was fanning him. The mechanical butterfly's wings were made of intricate gears and springs, and each flap created a gentle breeze. But Ren keenly heard that when its wings flapped to a certain angle, they made a very subtle, discordant clicking sound. Your pet is sick. Rain spoke calmly. Master Max was taken aback, then snorted coldly, nonsense. My little wind whisperer is my most perfect creation, how could it be sick? Even so, a barely perceptible hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. This problem has been bothering him for several months. He has tried everything but can't find the cause or fix it. This was a great humiliation for him, who considered himself the greatest master of mechanical engineering. Chapter 130. Rain ignored his stubbornness and simply pointed to the left wing of the mechanical butterfly. The thermal expansion coefficient of the third drive shaft on the left wing was calculated incorrectly. After long-term operation, it will deform by 0.01 mm, causing a deviation in meshing with the main gear, resulting in abnormal noise and aggravating the wear of the core spring. Ren paused, then pulled a small oil bottle from his pocket. To completely solve the problem, the material of the drive shaft needs to be replaced, but for a temporary solution. He opened the oil bottle and dipped his finger into a drop of the crystal clear oil, a special lubricant with an extremely low coefficient of friction that he had previously refined using honey from the gluttonous island and some kind of deep-sea fish oil. He flicked the drop of oil with perfect precision onto the joint of the mechanical butterfly's wing. Nourishes. With a soft sound, the sound of the mechanical butterfly flapping its wings instantly became incredibly smooth and fluid, and the annoying clicking sound was gone. The whole world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Master Max's face, which was etched with arrogance and anger, froze completely at that moment. He stared wide-eyed at the mechanical butterfly that had been restored to its original state, then looked at the child in front of him with an eerily calm expression, his mind completely blank. Master Max's silence made the atmosphere of the whole scene somewhat subtle. The combat robots behind him remained in attack stances, their steam nozzles hissing and their cutting saws whirring. But their pilots, those equally short mechanics, were now looking at Ren with the same look of utter disbelief as their leader. You, how did you know? After a long while, Master Max finally came to his senses from the shock. He looked at Ren and asked in a dry voice. He studied this problem for months and disassembled the little wind whisperer no less than 100 times, but still couldn't find the crux of the problem. I smell it. Ryan's answer was concise and to the point. Smell it. Master Max felt that his worldview was being ruthlessly trampled upon. Ah! Ryan calmly explained, the drive shaft produced extremely fine metal powder due to excessive friction, and the smell of that powder was different from that of the other parts around it. Faced with Rain's olfactory and analytical abilities, which have surpassed human limits, any subtle physical or chemical change is as clear as a firefly in the dark. For him, repairing a sophisticated machine and analyzing the recipe and cooking time of a dish are essentially the same in their underlying logic. Master Max fell silent, looking at Ren with an extremely complex expression. There was shock, there was resentment, but more than anything, there was a pure curiosity stemming from a technical person, like meeting a worthy opponent. So what if you know about mechanisms? Master Max stubbornly declared, I will never build a ship for a bunch of destroying pirates like you. Destroy. Newgate chuckled and took a step forward, his domineering aura causing the surrounding air to freeze. We never destroy, we only conquer. That's even worse. Master Max's attitude became increasingly resolute. Captain, why waste words with him? Just arrest him and make him build it whether he likes it or not. Gats stood by, impatiently waving the anchor. Shut up, Gats. Newgate stopped him, walked forward, looked at the stubborn little old man, and spoke in a steady and sincere voice. Master, what we need is not a weapon, but a home. A home that can hold the dreams of us homeless bastards, a home that can withstand all the storms of this sea. As he spoke, Durham came up and solemnly handed over his notebook, which was covered with all sorts of bizarre design drawings and revisions, and whose edges were already curled from being turned over so many times. Master, this is the culmination of my life's work and my dream. Durham's eyes gleamed with the desire of a shipwright for his ultimate masterpiece. Please take a look. Master Max took the tattered notebook with some skepticism, but after flipping through only a few pages, his expression changed. There were no fancy decorations or complicated theories on it, only the most practical, crazy, and ingenious design concepts summarized by an experienced shipwright through countless battles with the sea and monsters, using blood and tears. For example, the ship's rudder can be designed as a detachable emergency escape pod. For example, installing a miniature power furnace at the bottom of the ship to generate electricity using ocean currents. For example, there was that crazy idea of designing the crew quarters as individual shock-absorbing modules to cope with the captain and first mate's daily sparring on board. These designs are rugged and savage, yet they are filled with the utmost care for the lives of the crew and a profound understanding of the harsh environment. This is a shipbuilding philosophy that is completely different from the precision and elegance he pursues, yet it has also reached the pinnacle of skill. Master Max's heart wavered. The final straw that broke the camel's back was a bowl of hot soup handed to him by Ryan. It was a thick soup made with hot spring minerals unique to Clockwork Island that could generate heat on their own, a type of mechanical bamboo that tasted like bamboo shoots, and the purest lubricating oil that had been discarded by robots on the island and had been specially processed by Rain to become edible. The soup is clear and bright, with a unique aroma that blends the fragrance of plants with a metallic scent. Master Max initially wanted to refuse, but the aroma stirred up a warm memory that had been buried in his heart for a long time. He took the soup as if possessed and took a sip. The next second, the stubborn old man shuddered, and 2 streams of hot tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of his wrinkled eyes. This taste. It tasted like the culinary disaster his wife, who was equally fond of mechanical arts but was always clumsy, made on their wedding night when she accidentally used lubricant instead of cooking oil to cook a celebratory dinner for him. The same taste, the same clumsy love. You. Master Max raised his head, looked at Ren, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. You have the same tiny scars around your eyes as your wife, from burns caused by high-temperature steam. Ryan calmly stated a fact. I bet you two share some memories. Master Max was completely broken down. He put down his bowl, wiped away his tears, and looked at the group of pirates in front of him, whose styles were very different but whose stories were full of stories. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. All right, I agree, but I have one condition. Master Max's eyes sharpened again. This ship must be built by us all. Every one of you must participate. I want this ship to not only have the strongest steel, but also the soul of each and every one of you. And so, a shipbuilding project with what could be described as the most luxurious lineup in history officially began on Clockwork Island. Newgate and Gatz became the chief forgers, using sheer brute force to hammer the hardest alloy plates provided by Master Max into shape. Silver and Ryan were in charge of machining the precision parts. One used his superb marksmanship to drill and cut, while the other used his understanding of the texture of ingredients to polish and grind. The two worked together seamlessly. Durham and Max, two top shipbuilders representing two different schools of thought, after countless fierce arguments, compromises and collisions of inspiration, jointly drew up the most perfect shipbuilding blueprint, which is worthy of being recorded in history. Chapter 131. Weeks later, in the largest elevator dock on Clockwork Island, driven by countless giant clockwork mechanisms, a brand new, magnificent warship slowly revealed its true form. Its body is pure white, with smooth lines that exude power, like an ancient beast poised to pounce. The prow resembles a giant white whale roaring silently, its mouth slightly open, revealing the menacing muzzle of a cannon gleaming with a cold metallic light. Four enormous mainmasts, like giant pillars supporting the sky, are adorned with incredibly sturdy white sails woven from a mixture of Sky Island clouds and Sea King tendons. Its interior is a perfect blend of mechanical engineering and pragmatism. An automated kitchen, independently vibration-damped crew quarters, an energy circulation system powered by ocean currents, and a temperature-controlled incubation room that beats like a heart, specially designed for Ren, the heart of the world. This is more than just a ship. This is a living, soulful home. A ship destined to carry a horde of monsters and overturn the entire world. It's simply a miracle. Durham stood at the edge of the dock, gazing up at the colossal vessel before him, a creation born from his life's dream and the collective efforts of countless others. He trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He never imagined in his life that he could create such a perfect work of art with his own hands. Every detail and every line of this ship exceeded the limits of his imagination. Master Max stood beside him, his face still bearing an arrogant expression, but his eyes, hidden behind his goggles, also gleamed with undisguised excitement and pride. He looked at the ship as if he were looking at his best child. "Humph, it's okay," he stubbornly insisted. "At least it's much better than your old wooden coffin that was about to fall apart." "Of course." Durham immediately straightened his back, and the two resumed their usual bickering. On the deck, Gatz was running around excitedly. With each step he took, the sturdy Wapo metal deck made only a dull, reassuring sound, no longer the teeth-grinding groan he had made before. He even tried waving the anchor, but the violent wind pressure was cleverly dissipated by the special deflectors on both sides of the ship, without causing any impact on the hull. "Ha ha ha! This place is so sturdy. I feel like I could roast 100 Sea Kings on it." Gatz's happiness is so simple and unpretentious. Silver stood on the highest observation platform, his eyes closed, feeling the flow of the wind. The ship was designed with aerodynamics in mind, and the airflow generated during navigation was perfectly guided, creating countless wind tunnels that could be used for ultra-high-speed movement. Here, his speed will reach a whole new level. Meanwhile, in his new kitchen, Ryan was like a king surveying his domain. This kitchen is larger than the entire cabin of the previous wrecked ship, and it is equipped with a full set of steampunk-style kitchen utensils that Master Max tailored for him. There are octopus-shaped stir-fry robots that can automatically stir-fry and precisely control the heat, and ultra-low temperature freezers that can instantly freeze or thaw any food. There is also a huge, spring-driven multifunctional cooking station that integrates dozens of functions such as cutting, grinding, and mixing. What pleased Ren the most was the specially designed incubation room located in the center of the kitchen. The heart of the world was carefully placed in a container made of temperature-controlled crystal, a specialty of Clockwork Island. The container was connected to the ship's energy core, which could stably provide it with the energy it needed to grow. Several feeding ports were also designed around it, making it convenient for rain to feed it various high-grade ingredients as nutrients at any time. At this moment, the seven-colored fruit is radiating a soft light, as if expressing its satisfaction with this brand new home, full of energy and care. Its growth progress bar also slowly jumped from a negligible 0.01% to 0.02%. Although it's still a drop in the ocean, it's at least a solid step forward. Everything is ready, Captain. Rain walked out of the kitchen and spoke to the man who was standing at the bow of the ship, facing the wind. Newgate turned around, his gaze sweeping over the magnificent ship before him, then looking at his energetic family behind him. In his hawk-like eyes, there was an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride. He walked to the figurehead, where a huge bottle of champagne, crafted from gears and crystal by the finest artisans of Clockwork Island, was already prepared. I announce. Newgate's voice was as loud as a bell, resounding throughout the entire dock and echoing in everyone's heart. This ship will carry all our dreams, glory, and bonds, to conquer all the storms on this vast sea. He raised the huge champagne bottle, tears welling in his eyes, and with all his might, smashed it against the enormous white whale at the bow of the ship. Boom! The crystal bottle shattered with a crack, and the golden liquid scattered everywhere, as if giving the giant beast about to awaken its final baptism. Its name is, the new Moby Dick. Oh! The new Moby Dick! Our home! Amidst deafening cheers, Master Max pulled down the control lever of the main dock lock. The massive slipway began to tilt slowly, and the Moby Dick, like a white whale that had broken free of all its shackles, glided smoothly and gracefully into the azure sea, without stirring up too many waves, as if it had always belonged there. The steam-powered furnace at the bottom of the ship emitted a deep roar, and the huge propeller at the stern began to turn, propelling this behemoth slowly away from Clockwork Island. On the shore, Master Max, along with his group of short, mechanical engineers, were waving their arms vigorously. Hey! Whitebeard! Master Max roared through his enormous megaphone, don't take my artwork apart. Remember to maintain it on time. Come back for more lubricant when you're low on it. Gulalalalal. I know, old man. Newgate's laughter echoed across the sea. And so, a brand new legendary ship, carrying a group of future maritime overlords, officially embarked on their magnificent voyage, destined to be recorded in history. The performance of the new Moby Dick far exceeded everyone's expectations. It sailed on the sea, so smoothly that it didn't look like a ship, but more like a moving island gliding on the sea. Even when it encounters a giant wave tens of meters high head-on, it only sways slightly. The deflectors on both sides of the hull cleverly dissipate the force of the giant wave, turning it into a boost to propel the ship forward. My God! I feel like I could perform a whole set of drunken boxing on this deck without spilling any wine. Durham touched the smooth, mirror-like deck, his face filled with fascination. The way he looks at this ship now is even more tender than when he looks at his own son. Gats fell completely in love with the fully automatic sea monster fishing machine at the stern, a gift from Master Max. It was a huge, steam-powered mechanical arm with a sharp alloy hook at the end. It could automatically catch sea monsters within a radius of several nautical miles by simply throwing in some special bait made by Ren. His favorite thing to do every day is to sit on a small stool next to the fishing machine and watch as huge sea monsters are easily caught and brought onto the deck. Then, excitedly, he rushed up and knocked him unconscious with the anchor, dragged him to the kitchen door, and waited expectantly for Ryan to give him extra food. This ensured an unprecedented level of meat reserves on board and allowed Rain's food catalog to expand at an astonishing rate. Chapter 132. On this day, the new Moby Dick sailed into a peculiar sea area known as the Concerto of Stillness. The sea here is calm and still, yet dozens of completely different weather phenomena exist simultaneously. To the east were thunderstorm clouds with lightning and thunder, to the west was a hailstorm with heavy snow, to the south were mirages with visibility of less than 5 meters, and to the north there was even a fiery tornado descending from the sky. Various extreme weather events intertwine and collide over this sea area, creating a chaotic yet magnificent natural symphony. My God! What kind of place is this? Durham looked at the scene before him, which resembled a battle of gods, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. We need to turn back now. If we go in here, there won't even be any bone fragments left. Gulalalala. What are you afraid of? Newgate burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement and aggression. Perfect. Let's see where the limits of the new Moby Dick lie. Men, hold on tight. Newgate's voice boomed like a bell. We're going in. Captain! Are you insane? Durham let out a desperate wail, feeling as if his heart, like the weather in the sea, was experiencing a devastating storm. Grrrr. How can a king who is preparing to conquer the world be frightened by a mere little storm? Instead of showing any fear, Newgate strode confidently to the bow of the ship, spreading his arms as if to embrace the chaotic world. Durham, full speed ahead. Target, that fire tornado. Yes, yes. Durham looked miserable, but the captain's orders were absolute. He gritted his teeth and shoved the lever hard. The steam core of the new Moby Dick roared angrily, and the massive ship, like a white beast, charged headlong into the death symphony composed of countless natural disasters. As soon as you enter, a gust of wind mixed with hail and flames hits you in the face. If it were that old, dilapidated ship, it would probably have been torn to pieces the moment it made contact. But the new Moby Dick only swayed slightly, and a special coating made of wapo metal on the surface of the ship was automatically activated, forming an energy barrier that was barely visible to the naked eye, completely isolating the ice and fire. Ha ha ha! It's so warm! It feels like summer here, and winter over there. Gats ran excitedly around the deck, sometimes to the port side, which was glowing red from the flames, and sometimes to the starboard side, which was covered with a thin layer of frost. He was having a great time. Quiet down, you idiot! Silver's voice came from the lookout tower, thunderstorm cloud approaching at 12 o'clock, intensity A, accompanied by high-density ball lightning. Before the words were even finished, dozens of head-sized, blindingly white ball lightning bolts rained down from the sky, like the wrath of the gods, crashing down on the deck of the Moby Dick. Give it to me! Newgate laughed loudly. He didn't even use the tremor fruit, he simply swung his naginata forward. An invisible slash, formed purely from Conqueror's Haki, pierced through the air, detonating all the ball lightning in mid-air, turning them into a dazzling display of sparks, none of which landed on the ship. A mirage has been spotted on port, interfering with our navigational visibility. A strong acid rainstorm has appeared on the starboard side, corroding the ship's armor. A huge undercurrent and whirlpool has appeared at the bottom of the ship, pulling us down. Emergency alarms blared from all directions. Durham was flustered and pale, feeling like he might faint from information overload at any moment. Don't panic. A calm voice sounded behind him. It was Ryan. He had arrived at the bridge at some point, holding a steaming cup of hot tea with a calming herbal aroma. Drink it. Durham took the tea and drank it all in one gulp. The warm tea seemed to have a magical power, instantly calming his wildly beating heart and clearing his chaotic thoughts. Master Max installed 3 independent navigation systems on the ship. Rain pointed to an inconspicuous screen on the console, switch to geomagnetic navigation mode, and the mirage interference will be ineffective. As for acid rain, Ren looked out the window. Wapo metal is 300 times more corrosion resistant than ordinary alloys. This level of acid rain can at most give it a polish, but that vortex. A smile crept onto Ryan's lips. Perfect, we can use its gravity to drift beautifully and shake off that hail zone behind us. Under Redden's calm guidance, Durham regained his rhythm. Like a skilled race car driver, he performed a breathtaking extreme drift in the new Moby Dick supercar on this deadly track. The ship tilted at almost 90 degrees, tracing a perfect arc as it grazed the edge of the massive whirlpool. The immense centrifugal force flung all the pursuing hailstones into the whirlpool. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent aesthetics. Wow! Gats was thrown around so much that he was completely disoriented, but he shouted excitedly. Again! If you have one more time, you won't have any dinner left. Rain's voice drifted over from afar. Gats immediately shut his mouth. With everyone's cooperation, the new Moby Dick successfully traversed this deadly sea area, known as the Windless Concerto, after half a day. As the ship sailed into a calm sea and the long-awaited sunshine shone on the deck, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The new Moby Dick successfully completed its first real sea trial, and its performance far exceeded everyone's expectations. Grrrr. That feels so good. That feels so good. Newgate sheathed his naginata and let out a hearty laugh. I hereby declare. To celebrate our successful conquest of this hellish place, tonight, we'll have a feast. Oh. In the days following the banquet, the new Moby Dick, like a white behemoth, cruised leisurely on the waves of the New World. Its performance was pushed to the limit. Every day, Durham would wipe every inch of the deck and railings on the ship as if caressing a lover, muttering mechanical incantations that only he could understand. Gats, on the other hand, treated the fully automatic sea monster fishing machine at the stern as his own personal playground, and his greatest pleasure every day was watching the huge sea monsters being caught and brought ashore. Then, excitedly, he rushed up and knocked him unconscious, dragged him to the kitchen door, and waited expectantly for Ryan's extra meal. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have quietly passed. Life on the ship was noisy and energetic during those 3 months. Newgate spends most of his time lounging on his personal throne, crafted from shape memory alloy and Neptune leather, sipping rum and watching his energetic family with a contented smile on his face. Rain's kitchen became the most sacred place on the ship. With his daily and meticulous feeding, the growth progress bar of the heart of the world slowly jumped from 0.02% to 0.05%. Although it was still insignificant, the soft seven-colored light became more and more solid, like a life that was growing vigorously. Chapter 133. On this day, the new Moby Dick sailed into a peculiar sea area. The air was no longer filled with the salty, damp sea breeze, but rather with a faint, cool fragrance of cherry blossoms. The color of the seawater also became deeper, presenting a unique indigo blue. Captain, we've entered the territory of Wano country. Silver's voice from the lookout tower was calm, yet seemed to carry a hint of nostalgia. Wano country. Marco scratched his head. He had heard of this name before, that closed-off country, a samurai nation that even the navy dares not easily set foot in. Yes. Newgate's eyes deepened. He put down the barrel and slowly stood up. It's a very interesting place. We came here many years ago. The samurai here have a unique technique for using haki called ryuo. Also, the sake is quite good. Just as everyone was discussing, a huge waterfall appeared in front of the boat. The waterfall doesn't fall from the sky, rather, it's a unique spectacle formed by countless giant carp swimming upstream and leaping with all their might. They pushed the boat, forcefully lifting this behemoth onto a vast freshwater lake above the clouds. When the new Moby Dick smoothly docked at the harbor on the lake, Newgate, Ryan, and the others were still awestruck by the sight before them, even though they had been there once before. It was a stunningly beautiful painting brimming with Eastern charm. Pink cherry blossoms, like clouds and rosy hues, bloom riotously in the mountains. In the distance are layers of mountains and rivers, as well as classical buildings with flying eaves and brackets. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees and the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms, which was completely out of place with the violent and chaotic atmosphere of the New World, making it seem like a paradise. Wow! Gats stared in disbelief. This place is still so beautiful. The group disembarked and set foot on the land of Wano country. The port was quiet, seemingly unaffected by the arrival of their massive foreign vessel. Strange, the security here is even laxer than when we came last time. Durham was somewhat puzzled. Just then, a deafening roar, like an earthquake, came from a cherry blossom grove not far away, followed by a roar full of excitement and wildness. Oh, oh, oh! Lord Mountain God! Please, let us have a duel! The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw cherry blossoms fluttering in the forest. A man of exaggeratedly tall stature was wielding 2 huge samurai swords and fighting a giant wild boar, as big as a small mountain and all white in color. The man was dressed in a gorgeous but open kimono, revealing his muscular chest, and a cloak embroidered with the crest of the Kojiki family was draped over his back. He had a unique hairstyle, with his hair combed into a high bun, and a naive yet unrestrained smile on his face. He was full of boundless energy and vitality. His twin swords swung wildly, each swing carrying the force to cleave mountains, as he fought fiercely against the giant boar known as the Mountain God. The surrounding cherry blossom trees rustled and fell petals from the shockwaves of their battle. Ren looked at the figure, a knowing glint in his eyes. At this point in time, in this place, with this art style, without a doubt, it belongs to the young Kojiki Oden. Gururururur, what an interesting fellow! Newgate watched the figure battling the giant beast, his eyes shining with admiration. Wow! This guy's strength is almost as good as mine. Gats was so excited watching that he picked up the anchor and wanted to rush over to help. Do not go! Ryan calmly stopped him. That wasn't a battle, it was his game. Sure enough, the seemingly fierce battle was quickly decided. The giant wild boar, known as the Mountain God, seemed to have grown tired of playing. It let out a reluctant roar, spat out the small wild boar it was carrying in its mouth, and then turned and ran into the depths of the forest. The man, instead of being angry at the fleeing Mountain God, put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter, ha ha ha. The Mountain God is indeed powerful. We'll come back to play again next time. He picked up the surviving wild boar and was about to leave when his gaze was drawn to a huge ship in the harbor, one he had never seen before, which resembled a white whale. His eyes lit up instantly, with the pure excitement and curiosity of someone who has discovered a new continent or a more fun toy. He carried 2 knives and strode towards the crowd, his heavy steps causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Hey! Who are you people? The man's voice was loud and clear, filled with unquestionable authority, yet also carrying a hint of innocent curiosity. Is this your ship? It's huge. Where did it come from? Are you pirates? His series of questions left Gats and the others somewhat bewildered. The last time the Rocks pirates were still around, they came here once, but they didn't encounter this guy and didn't stay long before leaving. I never expected to encounter such a person when I returned to Wano country. Marco, Yozu, and the others instinctively stepped forward, blocking Newgate's path and warily watching this powerful uninvited guest. However, Newgate waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He observed the man before him with great interest. From him, Newgate sensed a will to freedom that was similar to his own yet completely different. That's right. We are pirates. Newgate's voice was steady and powerful. Pirates. The man, Kojiki Oden, had eyes that shone like 2 suns, and he danced with excitement. Great! I've always wanted to meet real pirates. I remember a pirate crew came here several years ago, but I was out on an adventure and missed them. Where are you going? Can you take me with you on your sea voyage? I want to see the outside world. Wano country is too small and too boring. This blunt, almost rude request stunned everyone present. Kojiki Oden's clear yet yearning eyes were fixed on Newgate, as if he were looking at a ticket to a new world. His enthusiasm and straightforwardness caught Marco and others, who were used to the deceit and treachery of the new world, off guard. Is this guy out of his mind? Durham muttered to Silver beside him. He wants to go to sea with pirates right off the bat? Doesn't he know what pirates do? Silver did not answer, but gripped his spear tighter, his sharp eyes fixed on Odin. He could sense that the seemingly carefree man in front of him possessed a terrifying power, like a volcano, that could erupt at any moment. He is not weak, on the contrary, he is very strong. You want to go out to sea with us? Newgate repeated it with great interest, a hint of amusement in his hawk-like eyes. Chapter 134. That's right. Odin nodded vigorously, his massive body trembling slightly with excitement, and the two famous swords in his hands Aim no Habakari and Inma also emitted a soft hum. Wano country is like a beautifully crafted cage to me. I'm fed up with the unchanging rules and boring daily routines here. I want to see a wider ocean, meet all kinds of people, and experience the most exciting adventures. His words were filled with an infinite longing for freedom, a pure and unadulterated yearning that even moved Newgate. Newgate seemed to see his younger self, someone who was also unwilling to be bound and eager to build a family of his own. Goo la 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 la. Newgate chuckled softly. Kid, going out to sea is no joke. The cruelty of the ocean is far beyond your imagination. I'm not afraid. Odin puffed out his chest, a fearless smile on his face. I am Kojiki Odin, the daimyo of Kuri, the strongest man in Wano country. Oh! Newgate raised an eyebrow. The strongest man. Of course. Odin planted his twin swords in the ground, raised his fist at Newgate, and his eyes instantly became incredibly serious. Once I defeat you, you'll be my subordinate, and then we can set sail together. This logic was so bizarre that everyone present, including Ryan, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of their mouth. Marco, Jaws, and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. You bastard! What did you say? Jaws took a step forward with his massive frame, causing the ground to tremble. How dare you disrespect your father? Don't be impulsive, Jaws. Newgate raised his hand to stop them. Looking at the man before him, so full of life, even somewhat naive, his admiration grew stronger. He knew that such a person was either a complete idiot or a true strongman with absolute self-confidence. Kojiki Odin clearly belongs to the latter category. You want to defeat me? Newgate's voice carried a hint of amusement. That's right. It is good. Newgate nodded, took a few steps forward, and his mountain-like body cast a huge shadow over Odin. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll agree to take you out to sea. This proposal relieved Marco and the others, who considered it an impossible task. Let alone 3 moves, there are very few young people on this vast ocean who can withstand one of my father's moves without falling. However, Odin did not feel slighted when he heard this. On the contrary, he became even more excited. 3 moves? You underestimate me. Watch me take you down in 1 move. He drew his twin swords, assuming a unique stance. A fierce and unparalleled sword pressure, mixed with Conqueror's Haki, soared into the sky, causing the surrounding cherry blossoms to flutter and dance in the air. Kojiki Itoryu, Peach Blossom Spring. Odin roared, transforming into a white dragon-shaped phantom, carrying an aura of cutting through everything, and charged straight toward Newgate. Those 2 legendary swords seemed to come alive in his hands, emitting bursts of dragon roars, and the very space seemed to be torn apart where the swords pointed. Despite this earth-shattering blow, Newgate still wore a faint smile. He didn't even use the tremor fruit's power, he simply casually held the naginata horizontally forward. Clang! A deafening metallic clang. Odin's all-out attack, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, struck Newgate's naginata squarely. The anticipated cataclysmic scene did not occur. Odin felt as if his twin swords had struck an unshakable, boundless sea. A seemingly casual yet terrifyingly heavy force emanated from the opponent's blade, instantly neutralizing his fierce sword strike. Immediately afterwards, an even more violent counterforce came from the naginata. What? Odin's pupils contracted sharply. He felt as if his arms had been struck head-on by two mountains, and his tiger's mouth instantly split open, bleeding profusely. He flew backward uncontrollably, carving two deep furrows in the ground, and finally came to a stop after crashing into 7 or 8 cherry blossom trees. One move. With just one move, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. How can this be? Odin struggled to his feet. He looked at his still slightly trembling hands, then at the godlike man in the distance who hadn't changed his posture at all. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He had always thought he was the strongest being in Wano country, but today he realized how narrow-minded he had been. Do you want to continue? Newgate's voice came through. Of course. Instead of being discouraged, Odin's fighting spirit grew even stronger. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gripped his twin swords tightly once more. That's more interesting. Just as he was preparing to charge again, an indescribable, domineering aroma, a blend of rich meaty scents and exotic spices, unexpectedly wafted from the side and precisely entered his nostrils. Gulu! Odin's stomach growled involuntarily, and his newly raised fighting spirit was instantly dissipated by the sudden aroma. He followed the aroma and saw that the young chef, who had been unusually quiet throughout and looked to be only a teenager, had somehow set up a small pot next to him. Something was bubbling away in the pot, and that irresistible aroma was emanating from it. Rain glanced at the ingredients in the pot, then at Odin, who looked on with a hungry expression, and calmly spoke. You have to fill your stomach before you can fight. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a certain magic, instantly easing the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Kojiki Odin's gaze was completely drawn to the small pot, and he took a deep sniff. The aroma, a blend of rich soy sauce, spicy spices, and the raw, oily scent of meat, made him feel as if his empty stomach was launching a massive protest. He stared at the bubbling, dark red meat and glistening rice in the pot, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably, and even the twin knives in his hands felt heavier. Gula la la la! Newgate couldn't help but burst into laughter at Odin's greedy expression. He knew that the battle no longer needed to continue, his head chef had begun the conquest of the strongest samurai in Wano country in a more direct and irresistible way. Come on, eat! Rain handed Odin a steaming bowl of meat rice piled high like a small mountain. This was made from the little wild boar you just released, consider it a return to its rightful owner. Odin stared at the bowl of rice, stunned. The rice in the bowl was distinct, glistening with rich meat gravy, topped with large chunks of tender, flavorful stewed pork, and sprinkled with some green spices he had never seen before, giving it an enticing sheen. This is not just a bowl of rice, it's practically a work of art. Chapter 135. Odin hesitated for a moment, but in the end he could not resist the fatal temptation. He put down his twin swords, took the bowl of rice which was bigger than his face, and disregarded the etiquette of pirates. He grabbed a large piece of meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the piece of meat entered his mouth, Odin's eyes, which always shone with a wild light, widened in shock. It was an explosive and exquisite taste that he had never experienced before. The pork was stewed to perfection, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry. With a gentle touch of the teeth, the pieces of meat soaked in the secret sauce melted in the mouth. The rich aroma of meat, mixed with the complex flavors of more than a dozen spices, blooms layer by layer on his taste buds like fireworks. Immediately afterwards, he shoveled a large mouthful of rice soaked in meat juices. The sweet aroma of the rice perfectly balanced the saltiness of the meat, and the satisfying texture made him feel as if his entire soul was trembling with happiness. Wow! It's so delicious! It's so good! Odin let out a muffled, beast-like exclamation, no longer caring about the demeanor of a daimyo, and began to wolf down his food. He ate at an astonishing speed, the mountain of meat and rice disappeared at a visible pace, making Gats, who was sitting next to him, swallow hard, feeling as if he had met the most formidable opponent he had ever faced at the dinner table. The head chef, that guy can eat so much. Gats whispered to Ryan. Rain didn't answer, but calmly watched O10 as he quickly jotted down notes in his cookbook. Experimental subject, Kojiki Odin. Attributes, human, top-tier swordsman, possessor of Conqueror's Haki, special physique, suspected of possessing the bloodline of some ancient giant. Ingredient quality, top tier. Its life energy is as boundless as a rushing river. The meat fibers are tough yet elastic, making it the perfect main ingredient for top-quality power-based dishes. The energy contained in its blood is particularly abundant, making it suitable for simmering rich, flavorful broths. Weakness analysis, naive personality, strong curiosity, and lack of resistance to the unknown, especially delicious food. Cooking advice: this animal is best cooked using the most robust methods, such as roasting it whole on volcanic rock or stewing it in a large pot. Any delicate cooking would be a waste of its primal vitality. Overall assessment: a walking, talking, and self-aware top-tier ingredient database with immense development potential. Long-term holding and observation are recommended. After finishing a bowl of rice, Odin let out a long, satisfied burp, feeling all his fatigue and pain vanish, and his limbs filled with inexhaustible strength. This was more amazing than any delicacy he had ever eaten. Odin's gaze changed completely as he looked at the still expressionless young chef. It was no longer just curiosity, but filled with awe and worship. Odin walked up to Rain and bowed deeply in a solemn manner. I made a decision. Odin raised his head, staring intently at Rain, then turned to Newgate. I don't want to defeat you. Please let me on your ship. Even as a menial laborer, I'll do it. I would give anything for the chance to eat such delicious food every day. This turn of events left Marco and the others speechless once again. They thought it would be an earth-shattering battle, but it was resolved with just a bowl of rice. Looking into Odin's sincere and eager eyes, and then at his own head chef who always managed to create miracles, Newgate finally couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Grrrrrrrr. Ren, it seems you've found me another interesting family member. He walked up to Odin and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his huge hand. Want to board my ship? Sure. Newgate grinned. However, you have to answer one question for me first. What is the problem? From now on, will you be responsible for washing all the dishes on the boat? Newgate's line, "You're on the ship to wash the dishes," was less of a problem and more of a well-intentioned joke and a sign of acceptance. Upon hearing this, Kojiki Odin not only didn't feel humiliated, but excitedly patted his chest and loudly replied, "No problem. Not only will I wash the dishes, but I'll also take care of washing the deck and cleaning the cannon barrels." In his simple worldview, being able to exchange work for top-notch gourmet food and the opportunity to go on sea adventures every day was simply the most worthwhile deal in the world. And so, Kojiki Odin, the future shogun of Wano country and the daimyo of Kuri, dramatically became an apprentice crew member and dishwasher on the new Moby Dick in a way that no one could have predicted. This decision caused a huge uproar in Wano country. When Odin excitedly ran back to Kuri's castle and announced that he was going to sail with pirates, his loyal retainers, such as Kinemon and Denjiro, were all stunned. Lord Odin! What nonsense are you spouting? Kinemon was the first to jump out, sweating profusely. Pirates are outlaws, vicious and wicked people. How could you associate with them? They are not bad people. Odin refuted this with righteous indignation. The food on their ship is delicious. And their captain is a very generous man. I'm sure I can see a wider world by following them. Food, food. The retainers looked at each other, feeling that their lord's thought process was beyond their comprehension. In the end, no matter how earnestly his retainers tried to persuade him, they could not shake Odin's heart, which had already flown to the sea. He entrusted all matters, large and small, in Kuri to his most trusted retainer, then, carrying his twin swords, ran towards the port without looking back. Everyone! I will definitely come back. When I return, I will tell you all the stories from the outside world." Odin's laughter echoed through Kuri, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. On the deck of the new Moby Dick, the crowd watched the samurai, carrying large and small bags, excitedly run aboard, and their expressions varied. Gats was the happiest. He felt he had finally found someone like him who could goof around with him. He put his arm around Odin's shoulder and showed him the fully automatic Sea King fishing machine at the stern. The two soon got into a heated argument about whether there were 100 or 200 ways to eat Sea Kings. Durham looked utterly dejected. He stared at Odin's two incredibly sharp swords, then at his own pristine deck, feeling a dull ache in his heart and wallet. He had already started considering whether to apply another layer of coating to the deck using sea stone. Marco, Jaws, and others maintained a cautious and observant attitude towards this new partner. They acknowledged Odin's strength, but remained somewhat concerned about his overly naive nature. Newgate, on the other hand, looked like an old father watching his family gain another troublesome son, with a helpless yet doting smile on his face. Chapter 136. After spending about half a month in Wano country, the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to leave. The ship is about to set sail. At the port of Wano country, Kinemon and the others were still shouting at the top of their lungs, trying to persuade their lord to stay. Just as Odin stood at the bow of the ship, excitedly waving goodbye to them, Ren walked up to him. "Mr. Odin." "What's wrong, bro Ren? Is it time for dinner?" Odin turned around, a hopeful smile on his face. "It's still early for lunch." Ren shook his head, his eyes calm yet carrying a depth that was difficult for others to perceive. "I just wanted to remind you of something." "Remind me of what?" Rain's gaze passed over Odin's shoulder and looked towards the distant land where cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and at several figures in the port crowd, each with a different expression. He remembered that at this point in time, Kaido had not yet invaded, but Wano country was no longer as peaceful as it seemed on the surface, and undercurrents were already surging within. Especially that man lurking in the shadows like a venomous snake, Kurozumi Orakai. Rain cannot speak of the future directly, as that would cause unnecessary trouble and might even change the course of history, leading to worse consequences. But he could plant a seed of vigilance in a more subtle way. Wano country is beautiful, like a perfect painting. Rain spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Odin's ears, but even the most perfect painting may have a few termites quietly gnawing at the frame on the back. Odin paused for a moment, his simple mind seemingly failing to grasp the Zen-like meaning of the statement. "Moths? What does that matter? Just catch them and burn them." He laughed nonchalantly. "Some insects can disguise themselves as part of the painting, making them difficult for you to detect." Ryan continued, "Before you leave, are you sure everything is arranged? Are all the people you entrusted with this task as trustworthy as you trust them?" Rain's words were like a small pebble thrown into Odin's clear and calm heart, stirring up a barely perceptible ripple. He thought of his loyal retainers, the officials in the general's mansion who always flattered him, and the seemingly humble and timid fellow who always followed behind him. "Brother Ren, what do you mean by that?" Odin frowned. For the first time, he felt that the boy in front of him, who was younger than him, had such deep eyes that he couldn't see through him. "Means nothing." Ren withdrew his gaze and resumed his calm expression. "Just a reminder that the human heart is more complex than ocean currents, and some dangers do not come from the sea, but from the places you know best. Have a pleasant journey, Mr. Odin." After saying that, Rain turned and went back to the kitchen, leaving Odin alone at the bow of the ship, his brows furrowed, deep in thought. The new Moby Dick's steam core emitted a deep rumble as the massive ship slowly turned and sailed away from the land of cherry blossoms, heading towards the vast and unknown ocean to begin a brand new adventure. The addition of Kojiki Odin brought a strong and humorous touch to the daily life of the new Moby Dick. He was like a giant baby who had just come out of the deep mountains, full of curiosity about everything, with energy that gave everyone a headache. On the first day of the voyage, he saw Durham using a special lubricant to maintain the rudder gears and immediately went over to him excitedly. "Oh my! Durham! What is this? It smells like tempera oil. Can I drink it?" As he spoke, he actually reached out to dip his finger in the water and taste it. Durham was terrified and pounced on the oil drum like a mother hen protecting her chicks, clutching it tightly and letting out a desperate wail. "My God! This is the ship's joint oil. Not your soy sauce. You'll die if you drink it. The ship will fall apart." On the second day of the voyage, he saw Gats fishing for sea kings with the fully automatic fishing machine at the stern, and he immediately became interested again. "Gats! You're too slow. Watch me." Without saying a word, Odin used his famous sword, Aim no Habakari, as a harpoon and threw it at a giant sea turtle that was passing by and was as big as a small island. With a flash of light, the turtle's hard shell was pierced through. However, the injured turtle was enraged. It swung its tail violently, creating a giant wave tens of meters high that slammed into the ship. Boom! Although the new Moby Dick was sturdy, it was still shaken violently by the impact. Durham's screams echoed through the sky once more, "My ship! My hull armor! It says it feels like it's about to break." Gats, however, was not alarmed but delighted. Looking at the enraged turtle, he roared excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Odin! Well done! This guy looks really chewy." Two battle maniacs, weapons in hand, jumped into the sea and engaged the sea turtle in a fierce battle, turning the world upside down. In the end, the unfortunate turtle became the main dish on the dinner table, Rain's special Dragon Palace turtle soup. Odin and Gatsu each held a soup bowl bigger than their heads, sweating profusely as they drank, still arguing about who had knocked out the turtle first. On the third day of the voyage, Odin finally turned his attention to the two most mysterious people on the ship, Silver and Ryan. He saw Silver standing on the highest lookout tower, his eyes closed, as if he had become one with the wind, his breath gone. "Silver! What are you doing?" "Sleeping!" Odin shouted at the top of his lungs. Silver slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over without saying a word. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared behind Odin, the spear in his hand silently pressed against Odin's back. Odin's body tensed instantly, he could feel the terrifying sharpness emanating from the spear tip, sharp enough to pierce through his body. "Your senses are too dull." Silver's voice, like an icy spring, rang in Odin's ears. Cold sweat beaded on Odin's forehead. For the first time, he realized that besides Newgate and Ryan, there were so many unfathomable monsters on this ship. His curiosity about Ryan reached its peak at mealtimes every day. Ryan's kitchen was like a bottomless treasure trove, where he could conjure up bizarre dishes that he had never heard of or seen before every day. There's volcano grilled meat that can boost muscle activity, deep-sea fish brain soup that can enhance mental concentration, and various salads made with exotic flowers and herbs that have a unique taste. Odin felt as if he had boarded a mobile ark of gourmet food, rather than a pirate ship. The thing he looks forward to most every day is hearing Ryan call for dinner. Chapter 137. In just 1 month, Kojiki Odin fully integrated into the unique family of the Whitebeard pirates. He was no longer just a passerby who boarded the ship out of curiosity and for the food, but was truly inspired by the group's boldness and bond, and became one of them. Odin began to learn to live like a real pirate. He learned from Gats how to play rock-paper-scissors with the rudest language and the most exaggerated movements. If he lost, he would punish himself with a large bucket of fresh water, and then the two of them would run to the toilet arm in arm. He also learned from Durham how to distinguish different types of wood and alloys. Although he could never remember those complicated names, his amazing wrist strength always came in handy when it was necessary to forcibly reinforce the hull. This changed Durham's attitude towards him from initial disdain to a complex feeling of he's very capable of taking things apart, but we can still make do with him. Odin would even take the initiative to spar with Silver. Although he was repeatedly humiliated by his opponent's unpredictable marksmanship, his beast-like combat instincts and tenacious vitality grew rapidly during these high-intensity training sessions. Odin began to understand that battles were not just about wide-ranging slashes, but also about deadly blows hidden in the shadows. Of course, Odin's greatest idols were still Newgate and Ryan. In Odin's eyes, Newgate was the epitome of boldness and power. After a day of fooling around, Odin liked to pull up a small stool and sit next to Newgate's throne, listening to him tell stories of the past and describe his understanding of his family. Newgate's indomitable spirit and determination to protect his family were deeply imprinted in Odin's heart, planting an important seed for his future life path. In Odin's eyes, however, Rain was a complete god. He can create mouth-watering delicacies from the most ordinary ingredients, he can articulate the most profound truths in the calmest tone, and he can calmly command everything on the most chaotic battlefield. Odin even felt that Ryan was the real captain of the ship, while Newgate was just responsible for fighting and drinking. That evening, a banquet was held on the deck. Ryan brought out his treasured ingredients and cooked an extremely luxurious feast for everyone. The main dish is an eternal longevity soup made by simmering the skirt of the giant sea turtle that Odin and Gatsu subdued together, along with more than a dozen kinds of rare mushrooms brought from Wano country, over a low flame for a full 8 hours. The soup is golden in color, rich and mellow, and every sip feels like savoring the essence of life. Everyone sat around the campfire, eating meat and drinking wine heartily, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Odin, his face flushed from drinking, put one arm around Gatsu's shoulder and held up a huge wine glass in the other, singing loudly a song he had made up about the heroes of Kuri. Although he was completely off-key, it was full of joy. Newgate leaned back on his throne, gazing at the scene before him, his usually dignified eyes now filled with tenderness and contentment. He looked at Odin, who was drinking with Gats, and at Durham, who was sighing because another piece of paint had been chipped off the side of the ship. Looking at Marco, who was quietly refilling everyone's drinks, and Ren, who was sitting quietly in the corner, wiping his kitchen knife with a faint smile on his face. He knew this was the home he wanted. A home where all the homeless bastards can drink and laugh without worry. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. After cleaning up the kitchen, Rain was about to return to his room to study the latest changes in the heart of the world when he saw Odin standing alone at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant starry sky, seemingly lost in thought. "Are you homesick?" Rain walked over to him and handed him a cup of hot tea made with calming herbs. "Ah." Odin took the teacup, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly, "This is the first time I've been out for so long. I kind of miss those guys from Kuri." He paused, then added, "However, I don't regret it at all. This place is 100 times, 1,000 times, more interesting than Wano country." Rain smiled but didn't speak. He looked at Odin's face, which was full of innocence and boldness, but a complex emotion, barely perceptible, flashed through his heart. He knew that Odin's adventure had only just begun, and that he would face even more treacherous human nature and fate in the future. Rain recalled the words he had spoken to Odin before he left, wondering if that seed of vigilance had sprouted in his heart. Perhaps sensing Ren's silence, Odin turned to look at him and asked seriously, "Brother Ren, what exactly did you mean by what you said earlier? Do you know something?" Rain met his clear gaze and remained silent for a moment. He knew that saying things too clearly could backfire. Ryan simply sighed softly and said in a half-joking tone, "I'm just a chef. I only know that some ingredients may look shiny and appealing on the surface, but they may be rotten and spoiled inside. You need to carefully distinguish them before you can eat them. Just like some smiles, they may seem incredibly sincere, but behind them may lie the most deadly poison. Mr. Odin, you are a hero, but sometimes a hero's eyes are too bright, and he can't see the shadows under his feet." After saying that, Ryan said no more and turned to leave. Odin stood there, pondering Rain's words, seemingly understanding but not quite. He raised his head and looked up at the deep starry sky once more. For the first time, a hint of contemplation crept into his boundless longing for the future. The new Moby Dick's voyage continues. This white whale, carrying a group of future maritime overlords, is speeding towards an even more magnificent era, bearing all their dreams, glory, and bonds. On this day, the new Moby Dick sailed into a strange sea area known as the Shattered Mirror Sea. The sea surface here is no longer a flat plain, but is composed of countless huge, mirror-smooth ice flows. These ice flows range in size from islands to houses, and they drift and collide at an extremely slow pace, making a crisp, wind chime-like sound. Sunlight refracts and reflects between these ice flows, forming countless dazzling and mesmerizing beams of light, distorting the entire world into a bizarre and abstract painting. Wow! This place is so beautiful! Odin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the fantastical scene, his eyes sparkling with childlike curiosity. Pretty! Durham's face was pale, he gripped the helm tightly, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This place is a shipwright's nightmare. These ice flows look smooth, but their edges are sharper than the sharpest blade. If our ship gets scratched, it's no joke. Gururara, don't worry, Durham. Newgate leaned back on his throne, leisurely sipping his drink. Perfect, let these energetic brats stretch their muscles. Just as everyone was marveling at this spectacular sight, Silver on the lookout suddenly spoke, his voice colder than the surrounding ice flows. Captain, something is coming from directly ahead. Chapter 138. Everyone perked up and looked ahead. In the distant ice labyrinth, a massive shadow was rushing toward them at an incredible speed. The shadow drew closer and became clearer until finally, they saw what it truly was. That's not a ship, it's an island. A massive floating island, like a mobile garbage mountain, pieced together from the wreckage of countless broken pirate ships. Around the island, more than a dozen warships of varying sizes hovered, defying the laws of physics as they circled the main island like satellites, forming an imposing fleet formation in the air. At the very top of the main island, a flamboyant figure with long, golden hair like a lion's mane stood against the wind. He had a cigar in his mouth, wore a gorgeous kimono, and wore an arrogant smile that seemed to look down on the world. Then, what is that? Gats was dumbfounded. The ship is flying in the sky. Newgate's pupils contracted sharply. He put down the barrel of liquor in his hand, slowly stood up, and a serious expression appeared on his usually languid face. Shiki. He slowly uttered the name. Since the destruction of the Rocks pirates, this sea has entered an era of many heroes rising up. Countless powerful figures who had previously remained hidden have emerged and established their own forces. The flying pirates are undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching and powerful forces among them. Its captain, Shiki the Golden Lion, was a great pirate who stood at the pinnacle of his era, on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, we met again in this shattered mirror sea. Two equally domineering auras collided violently across the distant sea, causing the surrounding massive ice flows to groan under their strain. Shiki the Golden Lion's fleet approached slowly with an air of supreme dominance. The floating main island, pieced together from countless shipwrecks, resembled a ferocious beast from the sky, casting a massive shadow that completely enveloped the new Moby Dick. The air seemed to freeze under this oppressive atmosphere, and the crisp, melodious sound of the ice flows colliding in the broken mirror sea abruptly ceased, leaving only a deathly silence. Grrrr. Shiki, you still have such a big entourage. Newgate shouldered the naginata and walked to the bow of the ship. His mountain-like body stood firmly, like a pillar that stabilized the sea, instantly dispelling the suffocating sense of oppression. Newgate. Shiki's voice came from high above, hoarse and magnetic, carrying an undeniable arrogance. He looked down at the giant white whale below, his eyes scrutinizing his prey. I didn't expect to run into you here. That idiot Rox is dead, so you've started your own business now. His words were full of condescending sarcasm, as if the destruction of the Rocks pirates was nothing more than a farce in his eyes. Shiki. You're still as annoying as ever. Gats roared at the sky. Ha ha ha. Same here. Skeeter burst into laughter, exhaled a smoke ring, and scanned everyone on the ship before finally settling on Newgate. Newgate, I've heard you've been making quite a stir in the New World lately. How about it? Interested in working for me? Shiki's invitation was simple and direct, filled with an unquestionable domineering air. My fleet is already taking shape, and my plans are about to begin. Follow me, and I can give you everything you desire, whether it be treasure, fame, or a real kingdom where you can drink in peace. These words stunned both Gats and Dorlum. They didn't expect that this great pirate would not start by challenging them to war, but by recruiting them. Your kingdom. Newgate raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his face. I have no interest in ruling other people. No, you misunderstood. Shiki shook his head, opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world, his eyes burning with a mad ambition. I don't want to rule, I want to dominate. I will use my power to lift this obstructive sea, along with those foolish lands, all into the sky. I will build an absolute empire that belongs only to me, floating above the clouds. At that time, the world government, the navy, the celestial dragons, everything will tremble beneath my feet. And you, Newgate, will become the first admiral of my empire. This outrageous declaration left everyone present speechless. Will the whole world float up into the sky? This guy's ambitions were even more arrogant and unrealistic than Lox's. Dominate the world. Newgate chuckled softly, his voice filled with disdain. Ski, you're still the same as before, your head is full of unfounded fantasies. Fantasy. Shiki's face instantly darkened, and the floating island beneath his feet trembled slightly at his anger. Newgate, you don't understand. Power, only absolute power can bring absolute freedom. Your childish family games won't work on this cruel sea. Is it? Newgate's eyes sharpened, and a powerful, mountain-like aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted, soaring into the sky. Then let me see just how strong your so-called absolute power really is. Ha ha ha. This is exactly what I wanted. Shiki's fighting spirit was also completely ignited, and the two famous swords at his feet Sakuraju and Mikuro hummed excitedly. Since you refuse to submit, then let your beautiful ship become the foundation of my floating island. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his hands down. Lion Power Earth Scroll. Rumble. The sea around the new Moby Dick suddenly began to churn violently, and countless huge ice floes were lifted from the water by an invisible force, crashing down on the new Moby Dick like boulders hurled by giants. The scene was like the end of the world, with the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Oh my god! Durham let out a desperate wail, feeling as if his heart, like the ship, was about to be smashed to pieces. Ha ha ha! Well done! Gats and Odin simultaneously roared with excitement, each carrying their own weapon, ready to charge forward and clash head-on. Everyone, stand down! A calm voice rang out, it was Ryan. He had somehow reached the bow of the ship, carrying a huge tray with several glasses of fruit juice of various colors and emitting strange aromas. It's just a pre-meal exercise, no need to make such a big fuss. He handed Gats a glass of juice that was a dark red, lava-like color. This juice is made from explosive pepper and boiling blood herb. It can instantly increase your strength by 30%, but the side effect is that it will make you feel like you are breathing fire. She then handed Odin a glass of pink juice that smelled of cherry blossoms. This is made with cherry blossom petals from Wano country and an energy berry that can activate Haki. It will make your Ryuo even more refined. Finally, he handed Newgate a glass of pure white liquid that emitted a soft glow. This is made with the marrow from the Millennium Clouds and the sap from the Tree of Life. It can make your vibrational power more stable and more penetrating. Chapter 139. The three of them took the juice and drank it all without hesitation. The next second, three completely different, yet equally terrifying auras erupted from them. Newgate watched the ice flows raining down from the sky, and simply swung his naginata forward casually. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight hum. An invisible, imperceptible vibration ripple spread out in a fan shape. All the massive ice flows that came into contact with this ripple instantly, like sand sculptures weathered by the elements, silently turned into a shower of shimmering powder, which fell in abundance, forming a spectacular diamond rain under the sunlight. High in the sky, Shiki's arrogant smile froze on his face. The sky was filled with sparkling ice shards, which fell like diamonds, making the azure sea look like a dream. The new Moby Dick rests quietly amidst this spectacle created by power, its hull pristine white and undamaged. High in the sky, Shiki's smile had completely vanished, replaced by endless shock and a hint of barely perceptible solemnity. His prized lion's might earth roll, capable of instantly destroying a naval fleet, was so easily neutralized by the opponent. That wasn't just a simple contest of strength, it was a higher level of crushing the very essence of strength. The seemingly insignificant shockwave from the other side did not shatter the ice flows, but rather completely disintegrated their structure at the molecular level. Newgate, you bastard! Shiki stared intently at the man carrying the naginata below, his eyes becoming incredibly dangerous. Grrrrrrrr, Shiki, your little tricks are still the same as before, all show and no substance. Newgate gently slammed the naginata onto the deck, and an invisible aura of dominance spread out, causing the surrounding sea surface to sink slightly. Ha ha ha! This is interesting. So interesting. Shiki suddenly burst into wild laughter again, the shock in his eyes quickly replaced by an even more fervent fighting spirit. Looks like you guys haven't been idle all these years. That's more like it. That's how you become stepping stones on my path to domination. Without further ado, he soared into the sky from the main island, like a true lion, and launched an attack. Sakuraju. Withered tree. The two famous swords beneath his feet transformed into two golden streaks of light, tearing through the air at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, heading straight for Newgate's head. Dad! I'll do it! Odin roared, feeling the cherry blossom-like energy surging within him, and his twin swords yearned for a thrilling battle. With a powerful push of his legs, his massive body soared into the air from the deck, meeting the two deadly blades head-on. Kojiki Itoryu, Tujan Tatsuka. In mid-air, Odin simultaneously wrapped armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around his twin swords, unleashing two massive, dragon-shaped phantom slashes that clashed violently with Shiki's Sakuraju and Mokyaku. Clang! The deafening clang of metal clashing echoed through the sky, sparks flying everywhere. Odin felt an overwhelming force coming from the blade, which made his arms go numb and sent him flying backward uncontrollably. The two famous swords were also sent flying back, tracing a graceful arc in the air before returning to Shiki's feet. With just one test, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Although Odin's strength increased greatly with the help of Rain's cooking, he still had a considerable gap in combat experience and the purity of Haki compared to a seasoned pirate like Shiki. Oh? A samurai from Wano country? Interesting. Shiki glanced at Odin, who had landed steadily on the deck, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, you think you can challenge me with just this much skill? You're 100 years too early. Hateful. Odin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Gats! Let's all go together. Let's drag this guy down from the sky. Oh! Gats, who could no longer contain himself, let out an excited roar. He felt his blood burning, and the power from the blazing chili pepper seemed to be about to burst his body. The two battle maniacs exchanged a glance, and simultaneously unleashed their power, charging towards Shiki in the sky like two cannonballs, one on the left and one on the right. Two ignorant brats. Shiki scoffed dismissively. He raised his hands, and two more massive ice flows rose from the sea below, like two giant shields blocking Gats and Odin's path. A fierce aerial battle between two against one ensued. Newgate didn't intervene, he simply crossed his arms and watched the fight with great interest, like an old father examining his son. Meanwhile, the flying pirates' fleet also began to move. More than a dozen warships hovering in the air adjusted their cannons, their dark barrels all aimed at the new Moby Dick. Fire! With a command given, a barrage of shells, trailing black smoke, rained down on the new Moby Dick like a storm of steel. Humph! A bunch of small fry. Silver's figure had appeared on the highest observation platform at some point, his eyes cold as he looked at the barrage of shells raining down from the sky. He downed the ink-black juice that Ryan had given him in one gulp, and the next second, his figure blurred in place, as if merging into the surrounding shadows. Shadow step, silent. Silver's figure disappeared from the lookout tower. The cannonballs that were powerful enough to blast an ordinary pirate ship to pieces mysteriously exploded in midair just as they were about to hit the new Moby Dick. Only upon close inspection can one discover that each exploding shell has an extra tiny, almost imperceptible hole. Silver's figure moved like a ghost through the gaps between countless shells. Every thrust of his spear struck the weakest point of the shell with perfect precision, triggering the most violent explosion with minimal force. He alone, with just a gun, managed to completely dismantle the flying pirates' first round of saturation fire. This scene left the flying pirates' crew members dumbfounded. Then, what is that? Ghost. It's a ghost. Panic began to spread through the enemy fleet. On the bridge of the new Moby Dick, Shipwright Durham watched all this with fascination, his small notebook flying as he jotted down notes. Records show that after drinking the chef's special power-breathing juice, the test subject Gats's explosive power increased by 35%, and his muscle strength increased by 20%. However, his destructive power to the ship's deck increased by 50% simultaneously, and the estimated repair costs have increased. Records show that after drinking the special cherry blossom fragrance concoction, the experimental subject Odin's Haki concentration and penetrating power significantly increased, but his fighting style was too unrestrained, posing a great potential threat to the railings on both sides of the ship. Record: after drinking the concentrated juice of the Silent Abyss, the experimental subject Silver's speed and stealth abilities reached a new level, making him almost impossible to detect with the naked eye or conventional observation Haki. He is assessed as extremely dangerous, and it is recommended that he not be allowed to sneak into the kitchen to steal food in the future. Rain stood beside him, calmly watching the battlefield data stream on the holographic projection, like a commander in charge. He knew that the outcome of this battle was no longer in the sky, but in this small kitchen. Chapter 140. The battle in the sky has entered a fierce stage. Gats and Odin joined forces, like two berserk beasts, and fought fiercely against Shiki the Golden Lion. Each swing of the anchor by Gats was powerful and heavy, carrying the scorching heat of the exploding pepper, smashing the ice floes controlled by Shiki to pieces, and filling the air with a burnt smell. Odin's twin swords became even more ferocious, with the Haki of Ryuo swirling around them. Each strike carried an indestructible penetrating force, forcing Shiki to be distracted and unable to deal with them as easily as before. Two troublesome brats. For the first time, a look of annoyance appeared on Shiki's face. He realized he was being entangled. He originally intended to finish this quickly, get rid of these two troublesome guys first, and then focus on dealing with Newgate. But these two guys were like two leeches, one incredibly strong and the other highly skilled, and together they made it difficult for him to break free for a while. On the sea below, Silver became the nightmare of the flying pirates' fleet. His figure moved back and forth between more than a dozen warships as if they were empty. When he does act, he either does nothing at all, or he does precisely destroy the ship's power core or weapon system. The crew of the flying pirates could only watch helplessly as their warships lost power one after another, slowly plummeting from the sky in plumes of black smoke, without even being able to catch a glimpse of the enemy. Damn it! Where is that ghost? Fire! Fire on all the shadows! Panic and chaos spread like a plague. The flying pirates' proud aerial fleet was thrown into chaos by one person, and their formation was thrown into disarray. A bunch of trash. Shiki looked down at the incompetent fleet and was furious. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake from the very beginning. He underestimated the ship and the crew. Although Rox is dead, the monsters who have inherited his will seem to be even more troublesome than before. We can't waste any more time with you guys. A cold glint flashed in Shiki's eyes. He decided that he would no longer hold back and that he had to finish the battle quickly. Shishiwei Senkoria! He roared, abandoning control of the floating ice and instead pushing the power of the float fruit to its limit. An invisible force swirled up the surrounding seawater, transforming it into thousands of rapidly spinning water blades in mid-air, like a giant meat grinder, engulfing Guts and Odin. This move has a huge range and is unavoidable. The cutting power it contains is enough to tear even steel into pieces instantly. Faced with this devastating attack, Guts and Odin's expressions became extremely solemn. They knew they couldn't withstand this attack. Just at this critical moment, a lazy voice came from below. Have you had enough fun, Shiki? Newgate's figure had appeared in mid-air at some point, holding a knife in one hand, hovering there quietly, as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet. He looked at the water blades filling the sky, and simply swung the naginata in his hand forward casually. Broken. One word, and the law follows. A higher frequency vibration, imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly spread out. Those thousands of water jets, powerful enough to cut through steel, seemed to lose all their strength the moment they came into contact with the shockwave. They disintegrated and transformed back into countless water droplets, which splashed back into the sea. Another move. And it was resolved so easily, with such nonchalance. Shiki's pupils contracted sharply, and he stared intently at Newgate, his mind reeling with shock. He finally realized that the gap between himself and Newgate had become so large that he could not comprehend it. The opponent's power has transcended mere destruction and entered a realm closer to the laws of nature. You, what exactly did you do? Shiki's voice was slightly hoarse. Nothing. Newgate grinned, it just restored the water to its original state. Shiki fell silent. He looked at Newgate, then at the unscathed white whale below, and at the calm crew members on board. For the first time, he felt the urge to retreat. He knew he had already lost this battle. Continuing the fight would not only fail to gain any advantage, but could even result in the loss of the fleet that had been painstakingly built up. However, just as he was about to order a retreat, a calm voice came again from the new Moby Dick. Captain, Odin, Gatsu. It's Ren. He remained standing at the bow of the ship, holding a huge food box in his hands. Lunchtime has arrived. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, including Shiki high in the sky. Today's lunch is a Sea King-themed all-meat burger, served with a secret flame sauce and chilled seaweed juice. Please finish your meal within 10 minutes and come back for lunch. Latecomers will not be waited for. Shiki. He looked down at the boy who solemnly announced that dinner was served, and then at Guts and Odin whose eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the word hamburger. He felt that his worldview had been shaken like never before. What are these guys thinking? While fighting a great pirate like himself, he actually had the mind to think about what to eat for lunch. This is no longer contempt, it's a deep-seated disregard that shows no regard for him whatsoever. Asshole! Shiki's proud heart was completely ignited by the announcement that it was lunchtime. He abandoned the idea of retreating, he wanted to show these arrogant fools what the consequences of angering a lion were. I changed my mind. A crazed killing intent flashed in Shiki's eyes. He ignored Newgate and fixed his gaze on the chef. This guy. He still remembers the scene when he was captivated by Ryan's cooking skills. Years later, looking back now, Shiki feels a strange sense of humiliation welling up inside him. Rain, you wretched bastard, I'm going to tear you and your ridiculous lunch to shreds. With a swift movement, he bypassed Newgate and, like a golden lightning bolt, charged straight towards Ren on the new Moby Dick. Shiki the Golden Lion's furious attack was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. He unleashed the full power of the float fruit, transforming himself into a golden streak of light, his target the very source of what he saw as the greatest insult to him, rain. He wanted to use the cruelest method to crush this arrogant fool and his ridiculous lunch together, in order to defend his dignity as a great pirate. Faced with this deadly attack that would make even a naval admiral tremble, the people on deck reacted in various ways. Head chef Gats and Odin cried out in alarm at the same time, wanting to rush back to defend and provide assistance, but it was already too late. Durham was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. A flash of anger crossed Newgate's eyes. He hadn't expected that Skeeter would be so shameless as to attack his chef. He was just about to unleash his shockwave interception when he realized he was a step too late. However, just when everyone thought that Ren was about to be torn to pieces by that violent power, Ren moved. Chapter 141. Ryan didn't flinch, he didn't even look up. Just as Shiki's figure was about to reach him, he gently tossed the huge food box made of a special alloy upwards at an extremely tricky angle. Culinary skills, flipping the wok. This simple, freehand movement resembles an experienced chef tossing food from a pot into the air to ensure even heating. But such a simple action contains some kind of profound law. Shiki only felt a blur before his eyes, and the food box that he found so annoying actually met his diving path with perfect precision in a trajectory that he could not understand at all. Even more frightening, he felt a strange, spiraling force of deflection emanating from the food box. Boom! A deafeningly loud bang. Skyne's headbutt, powerful enough to shatter mountains, slammed solidly into the bottom of the food box. The scene that I had imagined the food box being smashed to pieces did not occur. Shiki felt as if his power had struck a spinning, boundless ball of cotton. The force of that impact, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, was instantly dissipated and neutralized by that small food box in a way that seemed to deflect a great weight with minimal effort. Some of the force was even rebounded. He felt as if his head had hit a spinning top, and he was dizzy and seeing stars. His downward momentum came to an abrupt halt. What? Shiki steadied himself in mid-air, clutching his dazed head, staring incredulously at the food box that still landed steadily in Rain's hands, and at the boy who had remained expressionless throughout. He felt that his worldview had been completely overturned at that moment. The mighty Golden Lion Shiki, the greatest pirate of our time, was actually defeated by a cook with just a lunchbox? I already told you not to disturb the chefs while they're serving meals. Rain finally raised his head, and for the first time, a cold, disgusting look appeared in his calm eyes, as if he were looking at a piece of poorly prepared, substandard ingredient. Your meat is too tough and full of messy energy, it doesn't even qualify to be made into meat floss. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deeply into Skeeter's proud heart. You are looking for death. Shiki had completely lost his mind. He roared and was about to launch another attack. However, this time he didn't have the chance. Shiki! Newgate's voice, filled with endless rage, rang out behind him like the pronouncement of death. You dare to lay a hand on my head chef? An unprecedented and terrifying shockwave, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, suddenly erupted. Emperor Zhen! Shiki felt an irresistible force, enough to shatter everything, strike him from behind. Before he could even turn around, he was like a fly swatted by a god, spitting blood as he fell helplessly from the sky. Boom! His body slammed violently onto a huge ice floe, shattering it into pieces, before finally sinking into the cold seabed, his fate unknown. The members of the flying pirates were completely terrified by what they saw. Their captain, the invincible Golden Lion Shiki, whom they regarded as a god, actually, was defeated. The defeat was so decisive and so complete. The captain has been defeated. Run! Someone shouted, and the flying pirates' fleet was thrown into complete chaos. The few remaining warships turned around and fled as quickly as possible from this nightmarish place that they would never forget. On board the new Moby Dick, everyone stared at the ravaged battlefield in silence for a long time. Gats and Odin landed from mid-air, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Rain, who was still holding the food box as if nothing had happened. Marco, Jaws, and the others were also utterly shocked. Although I had seen it before, I was still shocked by the amazing and terrifying moves of Ren when I saw him make a move again. Newgate withdrew his fist, walked over to Ryan, looked at the boy who always managed to create miracles, and gave him a helpless yet indulgent smile. Grrrr, Ren, it seems your safety will be more important than this ship from now on. Ryan ignored his teasing and simply opened the food box, revealing a mountain of all-meat burgers reeking of a deadly aroma, made from sea king meat. Lunch can begin, he announced calmly. What should have been an earth-shattering battle ended in a way that no one expected, fizzling out prematurely. The turning point of this battle was neither Newgate's devastating shockwave nor Skeeter's overwhelming levitation ability. It's not just a simple lunchtime is here, but a chef's absolute rule of protecting his food and not allowing it to be violated. Oh. A hamburger. It's a hamburger. The tense atmosphere from a moment ago crumbled instantly in the face of the aroma of food. Gats and Odin were the first to pounce, each grabbing a huge hamburger and stuffing it into their mouths greasy, arguing incoherently about who got the bigger one first. Burp, delicious. This meat patty. It tastes like pure power. Gats took a bite of half a hamburger and felt his energy replenished instantly, even feeling that his muscles had become even stronger. This sauce. It's sweet and sour with a hint of spiciness, so appetizing. Odin also thoroughly enjoyed the meal, feeling that it was more satisfying than all the delicacies of Wano country combined. Newgate picked one up too. He looked at his family on the deck, cheering over the delicious food, then at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, and finally burst into laughter. This is the home he wanted. There is the most reliable family, the most delicious food, the most exhilarating battles, and the most reassuring noise. This brief conflict in the shattered Mirror Sea, though somewhat comical in its process, resulted in a huge uproar, like a depth charge dropped into the ocean. Shiki the Golden Lion, a great pirate who was on par with Roger and Whitebeard, and was known for his massive flying fleet and lawless style, was actually defeated. Moreover, they were defeated in a skirmish, and the defeat was so decisive and thorough. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the world at an astonishing speed through newsbirds and intelligence channels in the underworld. On an unnamed island in the New World. Ha. Funny. Really funny. A man wearing a straw hat and sporting a mustache looked at the intelligence report in his hand and let out a hearty laugh. He was Gold Roger. Really, look at this. Shiki got beaten so badly he didn't even want his ship anymore. I heard he was defeated by a cook. Cook. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and took the intelligence from Roger. When he saw the description of Rain's incredible culinary skill, the cooking technique, even he showed a strange expression. He blocked Shiki's headbutt with a lunchbox. This Rain, it seems we've been underestimating him all along. And the Whitebeard pirates seem to be even more formidable than we imagined. Yes. Roger's eyes burned with a flame called adventure. I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing them again. Especially that chef named Ryan. Chapter 142. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marine Vondo. The atmosphere in the Marshal's office was as heavy as ice. Then Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sky slammed a top-secret report urgently delivered by CP0 onto the table with a loud bang. Damn it! These monsters! His temples throbbed as he looked at the latest assessment of the Whitebeard pirates' fighting strength in the report. Edward Newgate's development of the tremor fruit has entered a completely new realm, and its destructive power assessment must be raised once again. Kojiki Oden, a samurai from Wano country, possesses top-tier conqueror's Haki and armament Haki, his strength comparable to an admiral candidate. And that giant anchor Gatsu, his pure strength has surpassed that of the giant race. This is the most crucial point. Steel Bone Sky pressed his finger heavily on a name the god's chef, Rain. According to CP0's analysis, the root cause of Shiki the Golden Lion's defeat lies with this chef. Not only can he greatly enhance his companion's combat power with his cooking, but his own strength is also unfathomable, and he may even possess some unknown, rule-based devil fruit ability. A chef who can create an endless number of powerful individuals, and who himself possesses unknown and terrifying power, his threat level must be redefined. Standing opposite him was the General Sengoku. This Ren seems to have become stronger and more terrifying. Give me the order. Steel Bone's voice was resolute and decisive. Raise the Whitebeard pirates' threat level to the highest level. Their bounty will remain unchanged for now, but their internal danger rating will be the same as the Roger pirates. Furthermore, immediately dispatch additional fleets from the G1 and G5 branches to lay a tight net along the New World shipping route. We cannot allow these monsters to continue growing stronger. The winds of the world have become even more turbulent because of this battle. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates, these two giant ships that brought together the most powerful monsters of their time, were officially regarded by the world government as the greatest threat capable of overturning the world. Everyone knows that the landscape of this ocean is about to undergo a dramatic reshuffle. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates, at the center of the storm, showed absolutely no awareness of being the world's enemy. A grand celebration banquet is being held on the deck of the new Moby Dick. Rain used the giant ice floe that Shiki had smashed half to death to create a unique all-ice feast. A crystal-clear ice sculpture dining table, rum chilled on floating ice, and roasted meat and seafood cooked by Rain using ingredients from the wreckage of the fallen flying pirates' warships, all bursting with the flavor of spoils of war. Cheers! Newgate raised his huge glass, a satisfied smile on his face. Cheers to our victory, cheers to our families. Oh! Amidst deafening cheers, everyone ate meat and drank wine heartily, creating a lively yet warm atmosphere. This banquet was not only a celebration of victory, but also a declaration to the vast ocean a new era belonging to the Whitebeard pirates had arrived with unstoppable momentum. Time flies, time flies. After Shiki the Golden Lion's defeat and escape, the Whitebeard pirates' reputation grew even stronger in the New World. Like a giant white whale, they cruise freely in this most dangerous sea, challenging the strong, exploring secret realms, and settling scores with gusto. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, everyone on board has been growing at an astonishing pace. Newgate's domineering aura became increasingly unfathomable. He no longer made a move easily, but simply sitting on his throne, his imposing presence, as solid as a mountain, was enough to deter any ill-intentioned person. The kingly aura emanating from him has begun to truly take shape, the beginnings of a ruler dominating the world. Through countless sparring sessions with the monsters on the ship and the miraculous cooking provided by Rain, Kojiki Oden's swordsmanship and Haki improved by more than one level. Although his innocent and carefree personality remained unchanged, every slash he wielded carried a touch of the domineering nature of a maritime hero. Gats has grown even bigger, he can now eat a sea king in one meal, and his pure strength has reached an unbelievable level. Durham complained more than once that the sound of Gats practicing walking on the deck was almost as loud as a meteorite impact. Marco has firmly established himself as the ship's doctor. His phoenix flames can not only heal wounds, but under Rain's guidance, he has even developed unique uses for purifying toxins in ingredients and enhancing the flavor of dishes. This opened up a whole new realm for his understanding of devil fruit abilities. And Ryan is 16 years old. He had grown considerably taller, at around 1.8 meters, he was considered tiny in this world, but his demeanor was extremely composed. The boy has grown into a handsome young man. But everyone on the ship could sense the terrifying energy hidden within Rain's somewhat thin body. No one dares to underestimate them. Of course, Rain still prepared 3 meals a day for the monsters on the ship without fail. In his spare time, he would take out his little notebook and update the thick, encyclopedia-like food guide, or research some strange and unusual new dishes. His culinary skills have long transcended the level of technique and entered a realm that is almost akin to the Tao. In the past 2 years, they have weathered countless storms and encountered numerous powerful enemies, but the Whitebeard pirates have always sailed against the wind and waves, unstoppable. They encountered Roger's pirate crew several times unexpectedly, and their relationship evolved from initial hostility and wariness to a strange one of both enmity and friendship. The unique way the two pirate crews communicate has become, they meet, fight first, and then sit down for a feast when they're tired. On this day, the new Moby Dick sailed into a relatively calm sea and arrived at an island called Sunset Island. This island is known for its magnificent sunsets and abundant resources, and serves as a small transit point in the latter half of the Grand Line. Men, let's dive ashore for supplies. Newgate's voice boomed like a bell. Tonight's wine and meat will all come from this island. Oh. The crew cheered and, carrying empty barrels and huge sacks, excitedly rushed off the ship and headed towards the island's town. Rain didn't join the crowd. He carried his food box and walked alone to the other side of the town, where the island's largest free market was located. He hoped to find some local spices or ingredients. The market was bustling with activity. The cries of fishmongers, the hammering of blacksmiths, and the noise from taverns mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere of life. Ryan strolled leisurely among the stalls, his calm demeanor seemingly out of place yet strangely blending in with the bustling atmosphere around him. Just as he passed a stall selling all sorts of strange marine animal specimens, a suppressed argument came from a dimly lit alley next to him. "Kid! Hand over the stuff! I had my eye on it first." A sleazy pirate voice rang out, filled with greed and threat. "Ha ha ha! If you want it, come and take it if you can." Another voice responded, a childish voice, yet filled with an ambitious laugh that seemed completely out of place for someone so young. Ren paused in his steps. That laughter. Chapter 143. Ren frowned slightly and looked into the alley following the sound. 3 menacing-looking pirates were cornering a child who looked only 6 or 7 years old against the wall. The child was dressed in rags, covered in dust, and had several scratches on his face, looking utterly wretched. Beneath a head of messy black curly hair was an unremarkable face, with the mouth missing a few front teeth that was grinning in an exaggerated, provocative smile. In his hand, he was tightly clutching an old, tattered book with a cover depicting various strange fruits. The moment he saw the child, a barely perceptible, sharp glint appeared in Rain's usually calm eyes. Marshall D. Teach. The future Blackbeard. How did he get here? And he's so small. A storm raged within Rain, but his face remained impassive. He knew better than anyone else what terrifying ambition and darkness lurked within this seemingly harmless little brat. In the alley, conflict was imminent. The leader of the pirates lost his patience. He grinned maliciously and drew a curved sword. "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to drink the penalty cup. You little bastard, die!" He swung his blade down, aiming directly at Teach's head. However, just as the blade was about to fall, a ruthless glint suddenly flashed in Teach's eyes, which always carried a hint of a murky smile, a ruthlessness completely out of character for his age. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and, with his small body, crashed into the pirate's arms at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, he used the tattered book in his hand as a weapon, smashing it hard against the other person's groin. This set of moves is insidious, vicious, and completely devoid of martial ethics, yet it is extremely practical. The pirate screamed in agony, his scimitar slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin in pain. The other two pirates were furious when they saw this and were about to step forward when they suddenly felt someone gently pat their shoulder. They turned around and saw a handsome and serene face. "He's still a kid," Rain said calmly. "Who the hell are you? Trying to meddle, hey?" Before the pirate could finish speaking, he felt an irresistible force coming from his shoulder, and he was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Rain withdrew his hand, not even looking at the guy, and his gaze fell on little Teach, who was still in an attacking stance with a look of astonishment on his face. The two looked at each other. Rain's eyes were as calm as an abyss, as if they could see through everything. Teach's eyes were filled with wariness, probing, and a deeply hidden greed. Just then, a series of earth-shaking footsteps came from the alley entrance. "Head chef. So you were here. Come and see what I found." A whole roasted suckling pig, smelling amazing. It was Gats, who came running over excitedly carrying a huge roasted pig that was still dripping with oil, followed by Newgate, Odin, Marco, and others. When they saw the scene in the alley, they were all stunned. Who is this kid?" Newgate's gaze fell on Teach. The next second, a rare and complex expression, a mixture of confusion and surprise, appeared on Newgate's usually dignified face. This feeling. So familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, that hidden arrogance and ambition, fearless of everything, was just like a man he thought had long been buried in history. Rocks. Not only him, but Odin, Marco, Yozu and others also felt a strange, inexplicable sense of unease when they looked at the ragged child. He was so weak, yet he was like a bottomless whirlpool, unfathomable and unpredictable. "Thief, ha 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 ha." Teach looked at the group of men in front of him, whose aura was terrifying and monstrous, but instead of being afraid, he let out his signature laugh again. He threw away the tattered book in his hand, walked straight up to Newgate, the seemingly strongest man, and bowed deeply. "Greetings, gentlemen. My name is Marshall D. Teach." He raised his head, his small eyes gleaming with undisguised desire and ambition. "I see your ship, it's a really nice ship. Excuse me, do you need any crew members on board?" Teach's words made the air in the alley freeze instantly. Gats forgot to chew the roasted pork in his mouth. He stared with his big, round eyes at the little guy who wasn't even as tall as his calf, feeling like his brain wasn't quite up to the task. "This kid, isn't he a bit too bold?" Odin clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Interesting. This little guy is really interesting. He has more guts than I did back then." Marco and Jaws exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. They could sense an inexplicable sinister aura emanating from this boy named Teach, his ambition and cunning, completely out of character for his age, instinctively made them uneasy. Newgate stared silently at Teach, his expression more complex than ever before. That familiar feeling, originating from Locks, pierced his heart like a small thorn. He felt a sense of nostalgia, but also an instinctive sense of vigilance. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, he knew better than anyone where that extreme ambition would ultimately lead. Ryan stood aside, calmly observing everything. His heart was filled with doubt and curiosity. When exactly did that guy Rocks leave behind his bloodline? Judging from Teach's age, the time frame is around the time of the God Valley incident. Could it be that Rocks had him with some unknown woman in the final moments of his life? All of this is shrouded in mystery. But Ryan didn't reveal it. He knew that saying Teach might be Rock's son would only complicate matters further. He was more interested in seeing what choices Newgate would make without his intervention. This is both a test for Newgate and a test of this world line that has been completely altered. "You want to get on my ship and become my son?" Newgate finally spoke, his voice low and unreadable. "Yes." Teach nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. "I've heard of you, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, the strongest man on this sea. I've been an orphan since I was a child, and I've always dreamed of finding a real home, a home where I can realize my dream." His words were sincere and earnest, sounding like the simplest wish of an orphan longing for the warmth of a family. But Ryan caught a fleeting, venomous glint of calculation deep within his seemingly sincere eyes. This guy is a born actor. Chapter 144. What is your aspiration? Newgate asked. My dream. Teach grinned, revealing an innocent yet infectious smile. It's about finding a legendary treasure, a devil fruit that can grant any wish. And then, becoming a great pirate like you. These words made both Gats and Odin develop a liking for him. Ha ha ha. That's ambitious. Gats laughed loudly. Newgate looked at Teach and remained silent for a long time. He recalled his past, the same time he was without parents and longed for family. He saw his own reflection in Teach, and also in rocks. It's a contradictory yet wonderful feeling. Finally, Newgate slowly spoke, if you want to board my ship, you can. This decision made Marco frown instantly. But Newgate abruptly changed the subject, a scrutinizing glint in his hawk-like eyes. I don't keep idlers on my ship, nor do I accept people of dubious origin. You need to prove your worth and your loyalty to me. He pointed to the pirates at the alley entrance who had been knocked unconscious by rain. Are these people your enemies? Teach paused for a moment, then immediately nodded, yes. They stole the devil fruit encyclopedia that I finally found. Very good. Newgate's voice turned cold. Then you shall finish them off yourself. This request surprised everyone. Let a 6-year-old child commit murder? This is far too cruel for any normal person. But Newgate knew that this was the law of the sea, and to survive here, one had to be prepared to sever all ties. This was also his first test of Teach. He wanted to see just how much magnanimity this boy truly possessed. Teach looked at the unconscious pirates on the ground, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but that hesitation was quickly replaced by determination. He picked up the scimitar that the pirate had dropped from the ground. The sword was taller than him. He dragged his sword as he walked step by step toward the pirates, his small figure casting a long shadow in the afterglow of the setting sun. In the alley, only the harsh scraping sound of him dragging the blade remained. Marco and Odin both turned their heads away, somewhat reluctantly. Ryan watched expressionlessly, knowing that this scene was hardly a test for Teach. Puff! There was a muffled sound. Without hesitation, Teach plunged his knife into the heart of a pirate. Blood splattered all over his face, but he didn't even blink. Instead, he revealed an excited and cruel smile. Thief, ha ha ha! Is this what it feels like to kill someone? He turned to look at Newgate, whose small, blood-stained face held a fanaticism that chilled everyone to the bone. At that moment, the last trace of doubt in Newgate's heart completely disappeared. He seemed to see again the lawless, human life is no object rocks of yesteryear. No, this child is more pure and more dangerous than rocks was back then. Goo la 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 la. Newgate suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh filled with complex emotions. There was appreciation, wariness, and a hint of helplessness as an elder. He walked up to Teach and placed his huge hand on Teach's small, blood-stained head. From today onwards, you are my son. Newgate's voice carried an undeniable authority. But Marshal D. Teach, you must remember that on this ship, family always comes first, and betrayal in any form will not be tolerated. Otherwise, I will personally sink you into the deepest trench of this ocean. Yes. Dad. Teach looked up and gave a naive smile, as if the image of the demon who had just killed his enemy was just a figment of everyone's imagination. And so, the future Yonko Blackbeard boarded Whitebeard's ship in a way that no one expected, becoming the youngest and most unique member of this monster ship. As Ren watched this scene, he sighed softly to himself. He knew that he had personally handed Newgate the sharpest double-edged sword. This sword might help them carve a bloody path to the throne in the future, but it could also deliver the most fatal blow from behind at the most crucial moment. The future has become more unpredictable, and also more interesting. He walked over to Teach and handed him a clean handkerchief. Wash your face, new guy. Ryan's tone was calm and even. Welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates. From today onwards, you're in charge of dealing with the leftovers in the kitchen. Teach took the handkerchief, looked at the unusually quiet young chef from beginning to end, and grinned. Ha ha ha, okay, head chef. Their eyes met in mid-air, as if invisible lightning was flashing between them. The stench of blood in the alley was stretched out by the afterglow of the setting sun, mingling with the smoky aroma of roast suckling pig, creating a strange yet distinctly New World-style smell. Teach carefully wiped the blood off his face with the handkerchief Ryan handed him, his movements meticulous, as if he were polishing a precious work of art. The fleeting fierceness and fervor that had just crossed his small eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by a perfectly balanced innocence and naivety that belonged to a child. Gats's brain was still in a daze. He looked at the still warm corpses on the ground, and then at the little kid in front of him who was less than half the height of his anchor. He felt that his worldview had been shocked like never before. He had lived for so many years, seen ruthless villains who killed without blinking an eye, and madmen who treated human life like dirt, but he had never seen a 6-year-old child who could still laugh so innocently after personally killing several adults. Dad, is this really okay? Marco walked over to Newgate and lowered his voice. His eyes, which always seemed somewhat sleepy, were now filled with solemnity and unease. He could clearly sense that there was something about this boy named Teach that he couldn't quite put his finger on, like a bottomless vortex that seemed calm on the surface but could actually devour any light that came near. Newgate didn't answer, he just stared intently at Teach, his expression incredibly complex on his usually dignified face. He saw so many people reflected in this child, his own longing for family, Rox's all-consuming ambition, and a kind of darkness hidden in the deepest recesses that he had never seen before. This child is a rough gem, but could also be a meteorite encased in deadly poison. Goo la 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 la. Newgate finally laughed, a laugh filled with helplessness and a hint of responsibility as an elder. Since he called me dad, from today onwards, he is my son. As long as he is on this ship, he is my family, no matter what he was like in the past or what he wants to do in the future. He paused, his voice becoming deep and powerful, as if establishing an inviolable law, but Teach, you must remember, on this ship, family always comes first, and any form of betrayal is unforgivable. Yes. Dad. Teach nodded vigorously, revealing a bright smile that showed off a few missing front teeth. Chapter 145. Ren watched all this calmly, knowing that from this moment on, the gears of fate began to turn dramatically in an even more unpredictable direction. He didn't say much, but walked over to Teach and ruffled his messy black curly hair. Come on, new guy, you need to learn the ship's rules first. Ryan's tone was calm and even, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. First rule, no food left over during meals, or Gats will cry. Second rule, don't touch Durham's toolbox, or he'll fight you to the death. Third rule, and the most important one. Ryan's gaze swept over Teach's seemingly innocent eyes, and a slight smile curved his lips. Don't touch anything you shouldn't in my kitchen. Ha ha ha, okay, head chef. Teach grinned, a laugh filled with childlike submissiveness. The resupply to Sunset Island was completed quickly, and that evening, a small welcome banquet was held on the deck of the new Moby Dick. It was called a welcome banquet, but it was more like an excuse for these monsters to eat and drink to their heart's content. Using the roast suckling pig that Gats had carried back, and fresh spices he had found at the market, Ren created a volcanic rock roasted pork chop with an aroma that could be smelled for miles around. The golden, crispy skin and tender, juicy pork made everyone's mouths water and they praised it highly. Teach's performance was perfect, he didn't cower in a corner like the other children, nor did he try too hard to show off. He simply sat quietly in a small corner, holding a plate bigger than his face, taking small bites of the roast meat that Ryan had given him, his face beaming with a heartfelt happiness that he had never tasted before. He would look at Gats with admiration as he arm-wrestled with Newgate, express perfectly timed exclamations when Odin recounted interesting stories about Wano country, and show a worried expression when Durham complained about the damage to the ship. Teach was like a sponge, absorbing the atmosphere of the ship at an astonishing speed and perfectly blending into it. His well-behaved and sensible appearance quickly put Gats and Odin, these simple-minded guys, at ease, and they even began to think that this new little brother was quite cute. Ha ha ha! Teach! Eat more! You need to be full to have the strength to be a pirate. Gats picked Teach up like a chick and stuffed another large piece of roast meat into his plate. Teach was flattered and thanked him repeatedly, which made Gats laugh out loud, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Only Marco and Ren, amidst the noisy banquet, would inadvertently glance at the child. They could sense what a profound and calm heart lay hidden beneath that innocent mask. After the banquet, the new Moby Dick set sail again, the huge white whale gliding into the deep night, heading deeper into the new world. In the first few days, the atmosphere on the ship underwent a subtle change due to Teach's arrival. Everyone seemed to be observing the new little guy, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and their voices were quieter than usual. Teach also kept a very low profile. His daily work consisted of following behind Ryan, dealing with leftovers and miscellaneous items in the kitchen, cleaning the deck, and wiping the gun barrels. He did everything meticulously and never complained. He would carefully remember everyone's name and preferences, cheer for Gats from afar during his training sessions, and quietly stand by Newgate's side while he drank, like a most loyal backdrop. This humble attitude gradually lowered the guard of most people on the ship. They began to think that perhaps this was really just a pitiful orphan who longed for the warmth of a family and was a bit precocious. However, this eerie calm did not last long. On the 5th day of the voyage, when the new Moby Dick entered a strange sea area known as the Storm Labyrinth, an accident occurred. This sea area is shrouded by dozens of moving, small storm cyclones all year round, with turbulent currents and an abnormal magnetic field, making it one of the most famous and dangerous places in the latter half of the Grand Line. Captain! Large number of ships spotted ahead. It's the Navy. Silver's voice from the lookout tower was grave. Everyone perked up and rushed to the bow of the ship. In the distance, through the gaps in the storm, countless black dots were seen coming from all directions, forming a huge, slowly closing encirclement. That wasn't one fleet, it was 5. 5 massive steel fortresses, on par with the flagship of the G1 branch, were followed by more than 100 large warships. Their dark cannon muzzles resembled a forest, exuding a cold and murderous aura. On the deck of the 5 flagship ships at the head of the group, 5 figures stood. Grrrr. This is quite a show of force, they really think highly of us. Newgate slowly stood up, he recognized 2 of the figures. The man in the white suit, wearing a justice cloak, and crunching on a senbei, was none other than his old rival, the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. The other was a man dressed in a black suit, with arms as thick as steel and a face that exuded a demonic aura. Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr. The fact that these 2 legendary naval figures could be mobilized simultaneously, followed by more than 20 equally powerful vice admirals from headquarters, is astonishing. The world government has clearly gone all out this time. In the storm maze, the sky was as dark as if it had been splashed with thick ink. The gale force winds brought torrential rain, and huge waves rose and fell like mountains, crashing against the ship with a deafening roar. However, the true terror of this land of natural disasters does not come from nature itself. The 5 naval fleets, like a giant net tightening around them, trapped the new Moby Dick in the center from 5 directions. The banners of justice fluttering atop those hundreds of warships shook violently in the gale, their chilling aura even overpowering the storm's roar. Grrrr. Garp, Zephyr, it's really strange that you 2 would end up together. Newgate stood at the bow of the ship, carrying his naginata. His mountain-like body stood firm against the wind and rain, and his wild laughter pierced through the rain and echoed across the sea. Whitebeard. Garp's laughter was equally hearty. He stuffed the last senbei into his mouth, patted the crumbs off his hands, but his eyes were sharp as knives. You've really gone too far lately. The old men at the world government are about to have a heart attack because of you. So they had no choice but to send their old friend here to have a chat with you about life. Sharing a life story. Newgate grinned, I'm afraid your fists aren't strong enough to make this clear. Hey, glib. Chapter 146. On the other flagship, Zephyr snorted coldly, his weathered face full of murderous intent. Unlike Garp, who was unrestrained and carefree, he looked at each member of the Whitebeard pirates with the same gaze he would give a group of trash that needed to be completely eliminated. Edward Newgate, and the monsters on your ship, your existence has seriously threatened the balance and justice of the world. Today, right here, the Navy will put an end to your crimes. As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, the more than 20 vice-admirals behind him drew their weapons in unison, and powerful auras soared into the sky, converging into a terrifying torrent that could change the very color of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! What a boastful tone! Odin excitedly drew his twin swords, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Perfect! It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles. Let me see just how strong a Marine Admiral really is. Odin, don't be impulsive. Ryan had somehow arrived on the deck, still wearing his clean chef's uniform, as if the devastating scene outside had nothing to do with him. He calmly gazed at the 5 massive fleets in the distance, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The other side has a large number of people and is powerful, and those 2 guys are not to be underestimated. Redden's gaze swept over Garp and Zephyr, and then he noticed several figures standing behind them, who were slightly younger but also had an extraordinary aura. That was on Garp's flagship, with 3 young men in major uniforms. A tall, stern-faced man with a cigar in his mouth and eyes that seemed to burn everything to ashes with a burning, obsessive intensity. A tall, slender man, looking somewhat lazy, had his eye mask pulled up to his forehead and was leaning against the railing, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. But his occasionally opened eyes flashed with a chilling coldness. There was another one, the tallest, wearing a bright yellow striped suit, with a cynical and enigmatic smile on his face. He seemed nonchalant, but the dangerous aura hidden beneath his laziness was undeniable. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Borsalino. The 3 future admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Ryan's lips. Interesting, they even brought them all. It seems this is not just an encirclement and suppression operation, but also a live teaching session. He could sense that although these 3 young people were still very inexperienced, they all possessed an extremely powerful force within them, like 3 volcanoes about to erupt, with boundless potential. Hey! You 3 brats over there! Garp seemed to notice Rain's gaze, turned around, and roared at Akainu and the other 2 behind him. Open your eyes wide, all of you. Today I'm going to show you what world-class combat is like. This is 100 times more exciting than the play acting you do in training camp. If you survive, you'll truly graduate. Sakazuki merely snorted coldly upon hearing this, his fighting spirit growing even more intense. Kyuzan's expression was solemn, his eyes fixed on Ren. This time, I will definitely drag you into Impel Down. Borsalino pushed up his sunglasses and said in his distinctive, drawn-out tone, oh how terrifying the Whitebeard pirates, they're really something. Although the 3 reacted differently, the pride and belligerence of genius in their eyes were exactly the same. It seems that today will be a good banquet. Newgate's voice came, and he slowly stood up. His domineering aura made the surrounding downpour pause. Children, did you all hear that? Newgate's gaze swept over each crew member, his voice booming like a bell, filled with an undeniable air of dominance. The Navy gave us a great gift, a grand welcome party hosted by 2 admirals and more than 20 vice-admirals. Wouldn't it be too disrespectful of them if we just slunk away like this? Ready to fight? Newgate's voice boomed like thunder. The war is about to break out. The battle horn is not sounded by cannon fire, but ignited by the clash of 2 wills. Iron fist, meteorite. Garp roared, the muscles in his arms bulging instantly as he attacked Newgate. Well done. Newgate was equally fired up. A pure white halo instantly gathered on his right fist, and the surrounding air began to twist and crack violently because of this power. See quake. He threw a punch without dodging or avoiding it. The great battle has begun in an instant. Men! Dinner's ready! Ryan's voice was clearly heard by every crew member through the ship's public address system. This extremely untimely remark, however, acted like the most effective command, instantly igniting everyone's passion. Oh! Dinner's ready! Gats was the first to jump off the ship, carrying the anchor. His massive body landed on the cold sea and seemed to walk on the waves like a rampaging beast, charging toward the nearest naval warship. Ha ha ha! Finally, I can stretch my muscles. Odin followed closely behind, drawing his twin swords. The sharp sword energy sliced through the rain, and his eyes were filled with exhilarating fighting spirit. Humph, a bunch of rabble. Zephyr snorted coldly and leaped off the flagship. His iron arms, covered in jet-black armament Haki, resembled 2 indestructible cannons as he charged towards Odin and Gatsu, who were at the forefront. Kids, let me teach you what real fighting is. Zephyr's fighting style is fierce and domineering, with wide and sweeping movements. Every punch and kick contains terrifying power capable of shattering steel. Even when Odin and Gatsu teamed up, they were still forced to retreat steadily by him. Damn it! This guy's domineering aura is so strong. Gatsu's anchor collided with Zifa's iron arm, sending up a shower of sparks that made his hands go numb. Ha ha ha! This is more fun! Although Odin was also shaken and his blood was churning, the smile on his face became even more excited. Meanwhile, the 3 young majors finally found their match. Lava Dog! Sakazuki let out a low growl, and his right arm transformed into molten lava, forming a ferocious hound's head, which lunged at Jaws, who was locked in combat with a lieutenant general. Ice River! Kuzan pressed his hands against the sea surface, and a chilling aura spread, attempting to freeze Jaws' movements. Yada Mirror! Borsellino took a more direct approach, shooting a beam of light from between his fingers. After refracting several times on the sea surface, he instantly appeared beside Yozu, delivering a light-speed kick straight for his vitals. The 3 future generals unexpectedly chose to join forces and attack the ship's most heavily fortified target. A body of diamonds! Jaws roared, his entire body covered in dazzling diamond light, and he withstood all the attacks from the 3 of them. Boom! Lava, ice, and beams of light exploded on his body at the same time, unleashing astonishing energy fluctuations, but Jaws only swayed slightly and remained unharmed. Chapter 147. Is that all you have? Jaws grinned, his expression full of disdain. Sakazuki's face instantly turned incredibly ugly, and Kuzan's brows furrowed as well. Only Borsellino remained nonchalant, muttering, "Oh, what a tough body, I can't even scratch it." This battle reached its climax right from the start. Each core member of the Whitebeard pirates faced 1 or more top-tier marine fighters. Newgate's one-on-one battle with Garp, the 2 peak warriors of physical prowess and Haki, set the entire sea ablaze. Ryan stood by the kitchen window, calmly observing everything. In his hands, one by one, the fighting rice balls, wrapped in special oil paper and still steaming hot, were made. Each rice ball contains energy that he has carefully formulated, tailored to the different physical characteristics of the crew members. What Gats received was the flesh of a blazing mammoth, imbued with berserk power. What was given to Odin was a cherry blossom energy berry that could further refine his domineering aura. What was given to Jaws was stalactite powder made from ancient stones, which could further enhance the hardness of his body. Like a highly precise battlefield commander, he used his cooking to inject a constant stream of variables into this war. As for Teach, he is too weak to participate in this battle and should just stay in the kitchen to help Ren. Gats, to the left, your barbecue. Rain's voice rang out calmly. A rice ball traced a perfect parabola through the air and landed precisely in Gats's hands, who was struggling to stay afloat. Gats swallowed it whole, and felt an explosive force erupt within his body. Oh 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 oh! His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar even more ferocious than before. His power surged instantly, and he actually knocked the unsuspecting Zephyr back half a step with an anchor. The battle has only just begun. The roar of the storm maze became the background music to this protracted and deadly battle. Time loses its meaning in the clash of blood and steel. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night have passed. The entire sea area was transformed into a massive battlefield of warship wreckage and floating ice. The sea water was dyed an eerie dark red, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, blood, and sea water. Whether they were pirates or marines, everyone who was still standing was at their last gasp, held on by sheer willpower. Damn it, are these guys monsters? A naval vice-admiral clutched his severed arm, looking at the Whitebeard pirates members still fighting in the distance, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. They outnumbered their opponents by dozens of times, had an absolute advantage in the number of strong individuals, and were further supported by the legendary figures Garp and Zephyr. Despite the fierce battle, they have not only failed to defeat their opponent, but have also suffered heavy losses and low morale. The reason was simple. There was a godlike chef on that white whale. Whenever Whitebeard's crew was exhausted, some ordinary-looking food with a strange aroma would always fly precisely from the ship and land in their hands. Whenever they eat that food, it's like withered trees coming back to life, their injuries heal rapidly, their strength is instantly restored, and they even become more ferocious than before. This feeling nearly drove the opposing navy to the brink of collapse. You fight your opponent to the death, only to have them eat a rice ball and be fully healed, even going into berserk mode. How are you supposed to win this battle? That chef! Zephyr forced back the resurrected Gats and Odin with a single punch, and a tiny crack appeared on his steel-like arm. He gazed into the kitchen of the new Moby Dick, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented murderous intent. We must take care of that chef first. He's the key to these monsters surviving this long. Want to mess with my head chef? You'll have to ask my fists first. Newgate's loud laughter rang out, his battle with Garp had reached a fever pitch. The two fought from the sea to the ice, and then back to the ship. No one dared to approach within 100 meters. It was a pure clash of power and dominance, and every collision made the entire sea tremble. Sakazuki. Kuzan. Borsellino. Zifa suddenly roared at the distance. You three! Stop wasting time with that diamond kid. Go! Destroy that ship's galley at all costs. Yes! Upon hearing this, Akainu and his two companions, who had been completely overwhelmed by Yozu, immediately abandoned their opponents and transformed into three streaks of light, rushing towards the kitchen of the new Moby Dick from three different directions. They had long realized that the seemingly harmless chef was actually the most terrifying presence in this war. Don't even think about succeeding, you! A clear, melodious cry rang out, and a blue-green figure appeared before the three like a ghost, spreading its fiery wings to form an insurmountable barrier. It was Marco. He had been staying on the edge of the battlefield, healing his comrades, and finally stepped in at the most critical moment, stopping the fatal blow. Phoenix. Sakazuki looked at the legendary mythical beast before him, a glint of greed and savagery flashing in his eyes. Perfect. Let me see whether your flame of regeneration is more powerful, or my lava is superior. Big fire breathing. Akainu roared, his right arm transforming into a massive lava fist, which slammed fiercely towards Marco. The battle has escalated once again. In the kitchen, Ryan looked out the window at the devastating scene, his face remaining calm. He knew that conventional combat supplies were no longer enough to completely turn the tide of the battle. The opponent's determination and strength exceeded expectations. It seems it's time to show you what a real banquet is like. A sharp glint flashed in Redden's eyes. He turned around and opened a special refrigerator at the back of the kitchen. There were no delicacies inside, only rows of liquids and special containers that emitted a strange light. That was the purest energy essence he had extracted over the past 2 years from scraps of various legendary ingredients, combined with the energy of the heart of the world. Each drop contains terrifying energy enough to instantly grant an ordinary soldier the strength of a colonel. This was his trump card, the elixir of life he had prepared for the final battle. He mixed these nectars in a special ratio, then poured them into a huge cauldron and began to simmer them, using his own food as a starter. An unprecedented aroma, seemingly capable of captivating heaven and earth, began to slowly waft from the new Moby Dick's galley. The fragrance ignored the storm and the smoke of battle, as if it had a life of its own. It entered the nostrils of everyone on the battlefield. The naval soldiers who smelled this aroma felt all their fatigue vanish and their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt every cell in their bodies cheering and jumping for joy, as if they were welcoming an upcoming divine baptism. Even Carp and Newgate, who were engaged in fierce combat, subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked at the white whale. Chapter 148. What is this? Garp's face showed a look of shock. It was a fragrance that defied description. It's not as overpowering as barbecue, nor as rich as seafood soup, it's more like a concept, a flavor of life and hope itself. Wherever the fragrance wafted, the raging winds seemed to soften, and the gloomy sky seemed to gleam with a ray of light. Dinner time. Rain's voice came through the radio again. This time, there was a hint of weariness in his voice, but more so a sense of confidence that he was in control of everything. The next second, on the deck of the new Moby Dick, a huge feeding machine, hastily built by Durham using spare alloy plates, slowly rose up. Inside the feeder was a pot of freshly cooked, golden broth that shimmered like a flowing galaxy. This is... Gats stared at the pot of soup, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He felt as if his very soul was yearning for that taste. Come on, everyone, have some soup. Rain's orders were concise and clear. The members of the Whitebeard pirates ceased their fighting and retreated to their ship as quickly as possible. The navy did not pursue them, they were all stunned by the bizarre scene and the miraculous fragrance. They watched helplessly as the monsters who had just been fighting them to the death now lined up like obedient babies waiting to be fed, each holding a huge bowl, to receive soup from that strange machine. Gudu, Gudu. Gats was the first to drink a large bowl, and he felt an extremely warm, pure energy, like that of the sun, instantly surge through his body. His wounds healed at a visible speed, his broken bones reconnected with a crackling sound, and his depleted strength and domineering aura were replenished like a volcanic eruption. Oh 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 oh! Gats roared to the sky, feeling more powerful than ever before, as if he could punch through the heavens. The same scene unfolded for every crew member who drank the thick soup. Odin felt his sword intent was clearer than ever before, Marco's flames of regeneration burned even more fiercely, and Yozu's diamond body shimmered with an even more brilliant light. Even Newgate, after drinking a bowl, felt that his body, which had been slightly depleted from years of fighting, had been replenished, as if he had become 10 years younger. Grrrrrrrr. Rain. Just how many surprises are you hiding on your person, kid? Newgate burst into laughter, a laugh brimming with unparalleled pride and confidence. The naval fleet was deathly silent. Garp and Zephyr looked at the group of monsters whose auras had suddenly increased several times over, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. This battle is no longer viable. If the fighting continues, all 5 of their fleets, along with themselves, will likely be trapped in this stormy labyrinth forever. Retreat. Zifa's voice was hoarse and dry as he squeezed out the word he least wanted to say in his life through gritted teeth. Garp didn't speak, he just nodded silently. He knew that they had lost again today. They were not defeated by Whitebeard, nor by the remnants of rocks, but by a godlike chef whose culinary skills alone were enough to overturn a war. The naval fleet began to retreat slowly and orderly, disengaging from the battlefield. They dared not make any unnecessary movements, for fear of provoking the monsters who had just drunk the magic potion. The three young majors, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, looked at the white whale that stood proudly in the wind and rain with extremely complicated expressions. Sakazuki's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and his eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred and resentment. For the first time, he understood that absolute justice requires even more absolute power. Kuzan fell into deep thought. Looking at the genuine smiles on the faces of the pirates, he began to question the definition of evil for the first time. Borsellino still had that carefree attitude, but behind his sunglasses, his eyes gleamed with a deep, unfathomable light. The last banner of justice of the naval fleet disappeared at the end of the storm maze, and the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped the entire sea vanished with it. As if even the sky was celebrating this hard-won victory, a crack appeared in the thick clouds, and golden sunlight, like a sharp sword, pierced through the gloom and shone on the battered deck of the new Moby Dick. Win, win! Gats stared blankly at his hands, stained with blood and oil, then looked at the devastated ice field in the distance, feeling as if he were dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! It hurts. The excruciating pain brought him to his senses instantly, and then an indescribable ecstasy erupted from his chest like a volcanic eruption. Ha ha ha! We won! We drove the Admiral away! His roar shattered the post-war silence and ignited a fire in everyone's hearts. Oh 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 oh! A deafening cheer erupted on the deck. The crew threw their weapons into the air, hugged each other, and jumped and danced like children who had just won the world. Some laughed, some cried, and many more laughed and cried at the same time, releasing all the fatigue, tension, and fear that had accumulated over the past few days. Durham, clutching a broken mast, cried more bitterly than anyone else, muttering, "It's good that we won, it's good that we won, the repair costs, we'll settle the repair costs later." Odin excitedly brandished his twin swords and performed his self-created, chaotic victory dance on the deck, eliciting bursts of laughter from the crowd. Gula-la-la-la-la! Gula-la-la-la-la! Newgate leaned back on his throne, looking at his family who had survived the ordeal, and let out his signature laugh. The laughter was louder and more exhilarating than ever before, filled with pride and satisfaction. His gaze passed over the cheering crowd and landed on the figure sitting quietly in the corner of the kitchen. Rain did not participate in the revelry, he simply leaned against the window, his face pale and his breathing slightly rapid. That pot of spiritual nectar had almost drained him of all his sense of culinary duty and spiritual energy, it was a kind of exhaustion that came from the depths of his soul. But as he looked out the window at the faces laughing heartily and listened to the lively chatter, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. This is the scenery he wants to protect. Worth it. Newgate's gaze met Ryan's in mid-air. The two did not speak, yet it was as if they had exchanged all the words they wanted to say. Newgate raised his huge glass to him, and Ryan smiled and nodded. In the shadows of the corner, a figure quietly tucked a piece of roasted meat that Gats had dropped amidst the cheers into his robes. Teach looked up at the man laughing heartily on the throne, then at the pale-faced young chef in the kitchen who seemed to be in control of everything. A deep greed and calculation, completely out of character for his age, flashed in his eyes. The elixir of the spirit, it's truly an irresistible power. Thief, ha ha ha. Silent, maniacal laughter echoed wildly in his heart. Chapter 149. This earth-shattering battle in the storm labyrinth was like a depth charge dropped into the ocean, unleashing a monstrous wave far more powerful than a tsunami. When news spread that marine hero Monkey D. Garp and Zephyr had joined forces to lead 5 elite fleets to besiege the Whitebeard pirates, the whole world believed that the pirate crew was about to perish. However, when the final results were broadcast across the world on the tiny wings of the newsbird, the entire world fell silent. The Navy has been defeated. The defeat was so decisive and so complete. The 5 fleets suffered heavy losses and retreated in disarray. This is no longer a simple defeat, it is an unprecedented disgrace in naval history. In an instant, the world's attention was focused on the white whale named New Moby Dick and the man named Edward Newgate with the white beard. People were horrified to discover that after Rock's death, instead of peace prevailed on this sea, a monster even more pure and unpredictable than Rock's was born. At the heart of this storm, another name began to enter the sights of all the top powers with an unstoppable force: the god's chef, Rain. If Whitebeard is the captain and strongest spear of this monster ship, then this 16-year-old young cook is the heart and soul of the ship. He can use cooking to instantly revive dying warriors and double the fighting power of exhausted armies. This ability is enough to be the final deciding factor in any protracted war. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. The Navy Admiral, Steel Bones, slammed the report in his hand on the table, veins bulging on his always stern face. A bunch of good-for-nothings. 5 fleets. 2 admiral-level fighters. And they can't even take down a single pirate crew. Standing opposite him was Sengoku, who had just returned from the front lines and had a solemn expression. Marshal Kong, the responsibility for this failure lies with me. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice, we seriously underestimated their strength, especially that cook. He passed on a top-secret report that was urgently submitted by CP0. At the heart of the report was a somewhat blurry photograph, magnified several times. In the photo, a young man calmly holds a pot of thick soup that radiates golden light, while the crew members around him all exude a surge of energy, as if demons have descended to earth. The elixir of the spirits. Steelbone Kong read aloud the name given to the soup in the report, his eyes filled with dread. To use cooking to perform massive, high-intensity instantaneous amplification and healing, this ability is simply forbidden. Give me the order. Steelbone Kong's voice was resolute and carried an unquestionable authority. Increase Edward Newgate's bounty to 5 billion berries. Double the bounties for the rest of the core crew members. He paused, then his finger landed heavily on Ryan's seemingly harmless face. The threat level of this divine chef, Rain, must be redefined. His existence is more destructive to the balance of this world than Whitebeard himself. Classify his bounty as top secret, with an internal threat level equal to that of Lox D. Jibek. Notify all CP agencies to gather all intelligence on him at all costs. The winds of the world grew ever stronger and more violent because of this battle and because of this young man named Rain. Countless ambitious people, schemers, the strong, and the weak all began to cast their gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, toward the white whale that stood proudly in the storm. The victory celebration on the New Moby Dick lasted a full day and night, with the deck piled high with empty barrels of wine captured from naval warships and cleanly gnawed bones. As the last trace of intoxication dissipated with the morning sea breeze, the battered behemoth set sail once more, like a weary lion licking its wounds after a hard-fought battle, slowly drifting away from the swirling sea that had witnessed its glory and power. Sailing was a tedious experience, especially after a thrilling battle. The atmosphere on the ship was unusually quiet. Gats's roar subsided considerably. He spent most of his time sitting at the bow, meticulously polishing his massive anchor, which had developed several nicks, with a whetstone, his gaze focused and resolute. His battles with Zephyr and those lieutenant generals made him realize that brute force alone is not enough. Odin sat cross-legged in a corner of the deck, his 2 swords resting on his knees, and closed his eyes in meditation. He seemed to be recalling every detail of his battle with the naval powerhouse, his sword intent sometimes sharp and sometimes restrained, becoming increasingly elusive. Newgate sat quietly on his throne, drinking his wine, his gaze fixed intently on the endless horizon. This victory brought them not only glory, but also immense pressure. They knew that from this day forward, they would become the focus of the world, a thorn in the side of the navy, and the target of countless ambitious individuals. The road ahead will only become more treacherous. Only Ren Kitchen remains the eternal sanctuary on this ship. No matter how turbulent the outside world may be, the aroma wafting from that small kitchen can always precisely soothe the nerves of every crew member that have been taught from the battle. After 2 days of rest, Rain's body had basically recovered. Although the pot of spirit elixir had consumed a great deal of energy, it had also brought his understanding of the meaning of food to a whole new level. He discovered that when he incorporated his desire to protect his family into his cooking, the energy contained in the ingredients underwent a wonderful transformation, becoming more vibrant and easier to absorb. This opened a door for him to reach a higher level of culinary skill. In the past few days, he hasn't cooked anything fancy, he's just used the most ordinary ingredients to prepare the most homely and heartwarming meals for everyone. A steaming bowl of seafood porridge, a piece of rye bread toasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior, and a plate of side dishes made with seaweed and dried fish. These seemingly ordinary foods, like a silent warm current, nourished the weary bodies and souls of every crew member, allowing them to find a harbor that could be called home on this turbulent sea. Of course, there was one person on the ship whose style was quite unique. That was the new trainee crew member, Marshal D. Teach. After this battle, he performed even better, to the point of being perfect. He gets up before dawn every day and wipes the deck until it shines, cleaner than Durham's own face. He would offer to polish Gats's anchor, even though he was too weak to even leave a scratch on it. But his attentive attitude pleased Gats, a simple-minded guy. She would quietly stay by Odin's side while he meditated, offering him a towel to wipe his sweat and a special thirst-quenching juice made by Rain. He would even climb the tall mast and try his best to share the lookout work with Silver with his small eyes. Teach was meticulous and never complained. He always had that innocent yet ingratiating smile on his face, like the most obedient and sensible younger brother who was also the least noticeable. Only Ren and Marco, unintentionally, would always have their eyes fall on this child. They could sense what a profound and calm heart lay hidden beneath that innocent mask. Chapter 150. That noon, as Ryan was preparing lunch, Teach was helping him in the kitchen as usual, washing vegetables and dealing with food waste. "Head chef, you're amazing," Teach said in an admiring tone as he vigorously scrubbed a huge potato. "The soup you made that day was simply a miracle. I've never smelled anything so delicious, nor have I ever seen such amazing cooking." His tone was sincere and full of childlike curiosity, as if he were simply expressing his admiration. Rain didn't turn around, but calmly cut a piece of sea monster spine meat in his hand, the blade striking the cutting board with a rhythmic sound. "Want to learn?" Rain asked casually. Teach paused, a fleeting glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an innocent smile. "Of course I want to. If I could learn even half, no, even a tenth of your culinary skills, I would be completely satisfied." "Then let's peel the potatoes first." Ryan's tone remained flat and emotionless. "Remember, the first thing a good chef must learn is to respect the ingredients, any waste is a desecration of life itself." "Yes, head chef. I've got it." Teach nodded vigorously, and then, with an unprecedented seriousness, began to grapple with the giant potato, as if it were not a potato, but a Bible leading to supreme power. Ren glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and sighed softly to himself. This child's cunning and shrewdness were far deeper than he had imagined. His thirst for power was written undisguisedly in his eyes, only cleverly concealed by a veneer of naivety. Whether leaving such a lurking beast on the ship would be a blessing or a curse, even Ren himself couldn't predict. But Ryan knew that Newgate had already made his choice. As the ship's head chef, all he could do was prepare enough food, and a sufficiently sharp knife. Whether it's used for chopping vegetables or for severing ambitions that shouldn't exist. The new Moby Dick sailed at sea for 7 or 8 days. The damage to the hull has been largely stabilized thanks to Durham's tireless repairs, but the stockpiled supplies, especially fresh water and some special spices, are running low. Captain, we need to find an island to dock and resupply. Durham, with dark circles under his eyes darker than the bottom of a pot, said weakly. There's an island right ahead. It doesn't look very big, and it should be an uninhabited island, which is perfect for us to rest. Newgate nodded and gave the order. Half a day later, a lush, unnamed island came into view. The island boasts beautiful scenery and lush forests, with a clear waterfall cascading down in the center and flowing into a turquoise lake, making it look like a secluded paradise. Ha ha ha! Finally, I can stand on solid ground. Gats was the first to excitedly jump off the boat, his massive body leaving 2 huge footprints on the sand. I want to go hunting. I want to eat a whole roasted pig. The crew members disembarked one after another. Some went hunting in the forest, some went to the lake to fetch water, and some gathered in 2s and 3s on the beach to enjoy the long-lost sunshine and tranquility. Rain, carrying his food box, walked alone into the depths of the island. He could sense that the island contained a very pure natural energy, and that he should be able to find some good wild ingredients and spices. However, just as Rain walked through a dense forest and arrived at the waterfall, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ryan's extraordinary sense of smell detected an unusual scent in the air. It wasn't the stench of wild animals, nor the fragrance of plants. It was a faint, human-like scent, a mixture of gunpowder, steel, and strong liquor. Moreover, it seems that quite a few people own this smell. Rain frowned almost imperceptibly as he slowly released his observation Haki. The next second, his eyes sharpened. In a huge cave behind the waterfall, he sensed the presence of dozens of life forms. Those auras were mostly chaotic and filled with violence, clearly not benevolent beings. Among them, some auras were not weak, and some even faintly reached the level of naval officers. It seems that this so-called uninhabited island is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. The sound of the waterfall was like thunder, drowning out all other sounds inside and outside the cave. Ryan didn't make a fuss immediately. He knew that with Newgate's strength, dealing with these rats hiding in the hole would be a piece of cake. But what intrigued him even more was why this group of people would choose to hide on such a desolate island, far from any village or shop. Are they pirates seeking temporary refuge? Or is it a secret base of some underground organization? Ren retreated silently, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the jungle, like the most patient hunter, quietly observing his prey. About half an hour later, there was finally some movement inside the cave. 2 burly pirates with curved swords hanging from their waists and faces full of scars emerged from behind the waterfall, cursing and swearing. They carried 2 empty buckets, apparently out to fetch water. How much longer do we have to stay in this god-forsaken place? One of the tall pirates kicked a pebble away and complained impatiently. We've almost run out of fresh water on board, and all we have left to eat are some moldy bread rusks. If this continues, we'll starve to death here before the navy even comes knocking. Keep your voice down. Another short, stout pirate looked around warily and lowered his voice. If the captain hears this, you're in big trouble. He's not in a good mood right now. Can I not know? The tall pirate curled his lip. Ever since that damned Rayleigh slashed him in the Sabayati archipelago, the captain's temper has gotten worse every day, and he takes it out on us all the time. SHH. Don't mention that name. The short, stout pirate turned pale with fright. That was Roger's first mate, a monster many times stronger than our captain. We're already incredibly lucky to have escaped from him. Roger? Rayleigh? In the jungle, a knowing glint flashed in Redden's eyes. It seems this group of people are defeated by the Roger pirates and have come here to lick their wounds. I just don't know who their captain is. Just as the 2 pirates finished fetching water and were preparing to return to their cave, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over them. The 2 looked up in shock and saw a huge face magnified dozens of times, filled with honesty and curiosity. Hey, "You two, what are you doing here?" Gats's voice boomed like a bell. He had just killed a huge wild boar and was carrying it back when he happened to run into these two sneaky guys. The two pirates were terrified when they saw Gats's mountain-like body and the giant boar on his shoulder that was still dripping blood. They even dropped the buckets of water they were holding. "Weird, monster!" The two screamed and turned to run into the cave. "Hey! Don't run away!" Gats hadn't figured out the situation yet, he just wanted to ask for directions and see where there were bigger prey on the island. He took a step forward, and his huge foot slammed down, knocking the two pirates off their feet. The pirates inside the cave heard the commotion outside and immediately became alert. Chapter 151. What happened? There are enemies. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, dozens of pirates wielding various weapons burst forth from behind the waterfall. Leading them was a burly man carrying a massive spiked club and sporting a menacing scar on his face. His pupils constricted sharply when he saw his two henchmen lying on the ground and Gats standing there like a demon. "Who are you?" the scarred man shouted in a deep voice, and he could feel the terrifying, domineering aura emanating from Gats. "Me." Gats scratched his head and grinned. "My name is Gats. I'm here to hunt. Do you have any bigger pigs here?" He pointed to the prey on his shoulder. This nonsensical answer left Scarface and his men stunned. "Is this guy a little off his head? Hunting? Humph, I think you're just here to die." A fierce glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He didn't care who the other party was, on this vast ocean, might makes right. "Men, charge! Chop him up for dinner tonight." "Oh!" The pirates let out a shout and surged towards Gats like a tidal wave. "Ha ha ha! Time to stretch my muscles again." Seeing this, Gats was not afraid at all. Instead, he excitedly threw the wild boar on his shoulder to the ground, swung the giant anchor, and charged forward. A comical battle ensued, where the odds were completely mismatched. Gats was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had stumbled into a flock of sheep. Every swing of the massive anchor was like a merciless battering ram, smashing the pirates to pieces, leaving them battered and bruised. The pirates' swords couldn't even leave a white mark on him, instead, they were stunned by his steel-like muscles, which made their hands go numb. Seeing that things were going badly, the scarred captain personally charged forward with his spiked club. As a result, Gats struck him with the anchor, bending the spiked club at a 90-degree angle on the spot. He himself was sent flying like a ball, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees before coming to a stop, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. The entire process takes no more than 5 minutes. When Newgate, Odin, and the others arrived, they found pirates lying on the ground groaning, and Gats carrying the anchor, looking like he hadn't had enough. "What happened?" Newgate asked. "I don't know, Captain." Gats looked completely innocent. "I just asked for directions, and they rushed up to me and tried to hit me." "Everyone." Just then, Ren emerged from the jungle. He glanced at the prisoners on the ground, then at the scarred captain who had been knocked unconscious, and said calmly, "These people are the Buzz Pirates. Captain Buzz has a bounty of 120 million berries and is quite well known in the New World. It seems he offended someone he shouldn't have recently and that's why he's hiding here." His intelligence was so accurate it was like a walking encyclopedia. 120 million? Is that all you've got?" Gats pursed his lips, feeling that he hadn't even warmed up yet. "Gula-la-la-la-la, since we've met, it must be fate." Newgate laughed loudly, walked up to the group of prisoners, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Their ships and treasures are an apology for disturbing our rest." Upon hearing this, the pirates' faces contorted in a grimace, worse than death itself. All the wealth they had painstakingly accumulated over half a lifetime was wiped out in one fell swoop by a monster that seemed to have a dim head. "All right, now that the problem is solved, we should prepare lunch." Ryan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Today's main course is this jungle porcupine that Gats just hunted. I'm going to use volcanic rock and the island's unique spices to make a primitive style stone grilled meat for everyone. Ooh ooh ooh! Barbecue! Barbecue! Upon hearing that there was food, everyone's eyes lit up, and the trivial little conflict from before was instantly forgotten. For these monsters, nothing is more important than eating. If so, then it's 2 meals. A huge bonfire was lit on the beach, and Rain directed the group to place a large slab of volcanic rock over the fire, then spread thick slices of porcupine meat on top. Sheila! The grease dripped onto the scorching hot stone slab, making a pleasant sound. A powerful aroma, a blend of meaty, spice, and mineral notes, instantly filled the air, making mouths water. The group sat around the campfire, drinking the wine they had seized from Baz's ship, eagerly awaiting the roast meat to come out of the oven. The atmosphere was lively and full of anticipation. The campfire crackled, its orange-red flames illuminating the beach with a warm, spring-like glow, and also lighting up every face gathered around it. It was a feeling of relaxation and comfort that came from the heart. The massive volcanic rock slab was scorching hot, and thick slices of jungle porcupine meat were laid on it, producing a delightfully sizzling sound the moment they touched. The rich fat was forced out by the high temperature, flowing slowly along the natural patterns on the stone slab, dripping into the campfire below, igniting even higher flames, and pushing the domineering aroma that blended meat, spices, and mineral notes to its extreme. Gilu! Gats sat cross-legged in the spot closest to the stone slab, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring unblinkingly at the slices of meat that were turning from raw to cooked. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and his saliva almost flowed into a small stream. He felt as if he were not waiting for a meal, but for a sacred coronation ceremony. Head chef, is it ready yet? I feel like my stomach is about to rebel. His voice carried a hint of grievance, like a child who was waiting for candy but couldn't get it. No hurries. Without turning his head, Ryan was using a special little brush to evenly brush the juice of crushed red berries, picked from the island and with a faint lemon scent, onto the slices of meat. This action not only cuts through the greasiness and enhances the aroma, but also neutralizes the slight earthy taste of porcupine meat. Top quality ingredients require patience. Ryan's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. A slight difference in cooking time can drastically alter the taste. You wouldn't want to eat a piece of meat that's burnt on the outside but raw on the inside, would you? Gats immediately shook his head vigorously. No, no. Then wait. Seeing Gats's embarrassed expression, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The air above the deck was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Newgate leaned back on his enormous throne, which had somehow been moved to the beach again, and took a large gulp of the largest oak barrel he had captured from the Buzz pirate's ship. The spicy liquor slid down his throat into his stomach, bringing a burning warmth, and he let out a satisfied burp. Glug glug glug, this wine is not bad. Although it can't compare to the special blend made by Ren, it's still strong enough. He looked at his family, who were eagerly anticipating a barbecue, and at the rising smoke and firelight. His usually dignified, hawk-like eyes were now filled with tenderness and contentment. This is the home he wanted. There is the most reliable family, the most delicious food, the most exhilarating battles, and the most reassuring noise. Chapter 152. Odin was completely captivated by Rain's fluid and skillful cooking techniques. He watched as every movement of Rain, every flip of the meat and every sprinkle of spices, seemed to contain a peculiar rhythm, which was somewhat similar to the principles of swordsmanship he pursued. Brother Ryan. Odin couldn't help but lean closer and ask curiously, is there any trick to your grilling technique? I feel like you flip the meat at just the right moment every time, as if you are looking for the weakest point in the enemy's defenses. Ryan glanced at him and said casually, there's no need to be particular, just listen. Listen. Odin was even more confused. Ah. Rain pointed to the stone slab. Listen to the sound of the fat bursting, the sound of the meat fibers stretching out under high temperature, and the sound of the spices blending with the meat juices. They will tell you when to flip it, when to add ingredients, and when it has reached its most delicious peak. This enigmatic answer plunged Odin into deep thought. He sat cross-legged, actually closed his eyes, and listened intently, as if trying to glean some profound truth about swordsmanship from the sizzling sound of the grilling meat. In the corner, Durham was writing furiously in his notebook by the light of the fire. The record shows that the volcanic rock slabs conduct heat evenly and are rich in various minerals beneficial to the human body, making them suitable as portable kitchen utensils for emergency use on board. The downsides are that they are too heavy and easily break under Gats's footsteps, leading to high repair costs. The new trainee crew member, Teach, performed flawlessly as always. He wasn't as loud and boisterous as Gats, nor as unconventional as Odin. He simply sat quietly in an inconspicuous corner, taking the initiative to distribute tableware and pour drinks for everyone. He would carefully remember everyone's cup, and would rush to the ship to fetch another one as soon as the Newgate barrel was empty, always with that innocent yet ingratiating smile on his face. "All right, let's eat." Finally, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, Ren uttered these heavenly words. He used huge iron tongs to pick up the first batch of grilled meat slices and distribute them to everyone's plates. The meat slices had an enticing caramel-colored exterior, while the inside was a tender pink, so juicy it seemed about to overflow. "I'm gonna start now." Gats was the first to let out a deafening roar. He didn't even bother with cutlery and just grabbed a piece of meat bigger than his face and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, Gats's eyes widened in surprise. It was an indescribable, primal, and wildly delicious flavor. The crispy, caramelized outer layer and the tender, chewy meat inside, combined with the complex flavors of spices and the subtle refreshing taste of lemon berries, exploded on his taste buds like a volcanic eruption. "Wow! So delicious! It's so good! I feel like my muscles are singing." Gats wolfed down his food while mumbling incoherent praises, his mouth greasy with oil. "Wow! This meat! It smells so good, it's full of power." Odin also thoroughly enjoyed the meal, feeling that it was more satisfying than all the delicacies of Wano country combined. A lavish stone-grilled meat feast was being held on the beach of this nameless island. Everyone ate meat and drank wine heartily, sweeping away the fatigue and depression of the past few days. Meanwhile, the prisoners of the Buzz Pirates, who had been forgotten on the other side, were tormented by the irresistible aroma of meat, to the point of ecstasy. They were tightly bound and left on the edge of the jungle, able to smell the intoxicating aroma, but unable to even get a sip of soup. That feeling was even worse than killing them outright. "Boss, I'm so hungry." A young pirate, looking at the bustling barbecue party not far away and smelling the mouth-watering aroma in the air, said with a mournful face to the scarred captain next to him who was unconscious. Captain Baz, the scarred-faced captain, slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the domineering aroma of meat accurately entered his nostrils, causing his empty stomach to roar in protest. He looked at the monsters feasting, then at his own mace, now deformed from being smashed, and his men, bound like dumplings, and a deep despair filled his eyes. "What kind of beings have I offended?" Just then, a small, thin figure walked over carrying a plate. The plate contained a few scraps of roasted meat. "It's Teach." With an innocent smile on his face, he placed the plate in front of Buzz. "Brothers, you must be hungry too. This is a treat from our head chef." Teach's voice was full of childlike innocence and compassion. "Eat quickly, you'll have the strength to continue your journey." The members of the Bart's Pirates were stunned when they saw the plate of roasted meat that had fallen from the sky. Then, their eyes gleamed with a hungry, wolf-like green light. They no longer cared about dignity, like a pack of wild dogs fighting for food. They eagerly brought their faces to the plates and began to wolf down their food. "Wah! It's so delicious. It's so good. I've never eaten such delicious meat in my life. Teach looked at their disheveled appearance, his smile growing even brighter. However, deep in his small eyes, a coldness and calculation, completely out of character for his age, flashed, as if he were observing experimental subjects. Ren caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and sighed softly to himself. This child has already begun to inadvertently reveal his talent for winning people's hearts. Using the smallest favor to gain the greatest intelligence value and psychological advantage is something an ordinary child cannot do. The barbecue feast lasted until late at night. When the last porcupine bone was completely gnawed clean, and everyone was lying on the beach with round bellies, contentedly counting stars, the unexpected happened. A very subtle yet venomous and greedy gaze was cast from the shadows of the dense forest deep within the island, precisely locking onto Ren. Okay? Rain's extraordinary senses instantly caught this unusual probing. He remained calm and continued lying on his back, but his observation Haki spread out silently in that direction like an invisible net. The next second, Ren's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Deep in that dense forest, he sensed a life force. The aura was peculiar, filled with the smell of death and decay, yet it was also mixed with an extreme yearning for life, especially for an existence with such abundant life energy as him. The feeling was like a vulture that had been lurking in the darkness for hundreds of years, starving and on the verge of decay, seeing the strongest eagle soaring in the sky. Interesting. Ren whispered to himself. It seems that this island is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Chapter 153. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the forest. After a night of revelry, most of the crew of the new Moby Dick were still fast asleep on the beach, snoring loudly. Gats even used a wild deer that he had scared into fainting as a pillow, and drooled all the while sleeping. Only a few people remained vigilant. Newgate leaned back on his throne, closing his eyes to rest, but his aura of dominance, as deep as the ocean, still enveloped the area within several miles, and no movement could escape his notice. Silver blended into the shadows of the tallest tree canopy like a ghost, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire island. Meanwhile, Ryan had already packed his food box and was heading alone into the depths of the island. The prying gaze he received last night confirmed to him that some unknown entity was hiding on this island. The aura filled with decay and longing reminded him of a rare, demonic plant called the soul-eating flower, recorded in the Food Encyclopedia. This plant has no physical form, it feeds on negative emotions and life energy, silently parasitizing the shadows of other creatures, absorbing their life force, and creating the most realistic illusions. Its fruit is highly poisonous, but it is also a top-grade ingredient for making a certain dish that can greatly enhance mental strength. For Ren, this is not just a crisis, but also an opportunity. He followed the faint scent through the dense forest, around the stream, and finally arrived at a dark and damp canyon covered by huge vines. A faint, cloying smell, like rotting corpses, filled the air. Ren stopped in his tracks, knowing he had entered the prey's hunting range. He didn't move forward. Instead, he took out a piece of leftover, fragrant roasted porcupine meat from yesterday from the food box, placed it on a rock, and then stepped aside, concealing his presence and waiting quietly. For a creature that feeds on spiritual energy, any form of physical search is futile, only a purer, more vital bait can lure it out. Time passed by, and the canyon was eerily silent, save for the dripping of water droplets and the rustling of the wind through the vines. Just as Ren thought he had made a mistake, the shadow of the roast meat began to wriggle in an extremely strange way. The shadow seemed to come alive, it slowly stretched and deformed, eventually transforming into a pitch-black hand that cautiously and greedily reached for the piece of roasted meat that emitted an enticing aroma. Coming! Ryan's eyes sharpened instantly. However, just as the shadowy hand was about to touch the roasted meat, a silver spear light, faster and silenter than the shadow, shot out like a venomous snake, precisely piercing the center of the hand and pinning it firmly to the rock. Squeak! A piercing scream, unlike anything a human could produce, filled with pain and resentment, instantly echoed throughout the entire canyon. The pinned shadow struggled violently, and countless black tentacles surged out from the surrounding shadows like wildly dancing serpents, sweeping towards the owner of the spear's edge. Silver's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the tree trunk. He held a spear, his face expressionless, but his other hand unconsciously covered his ear, clearly also affected by the piercing shriek. A mental attack? Troublesome guy. Silver's eyes were icy. With a flick of his wrist, a layer of dark armament Haki covered his spear, instantly shattering all the attacking shadow tentacles. Your opponent is me. Just as Silver was locked in combat with the eerie shadow, another figure silently emerged from the shadows behind Ren. It was a more solid shadow, filled with more resentment and malice. It transformed into a sharp blade and pierced straight into Ren's back. Make noise in the east and attack in the west. This thing even knows tactics. However, it was facing Ren. At the very moment the shadowy blade was about to strike him, Ren didn't even turn around. Culinary skills, flipping the wok. He tossed the food box in his hand gently backward and upward at an incredible angle. Boom! A dull bang. The shadowy blade, sharp enough to pierce steel, struck the bottom of the food box solidly, yet it seemed as if it had hit a swirling, boundless ball of cotton. That chilling, soul-corroding power was instantly neutralized by that small box in a way that seemed to deflect 1,000 pounds with a single effort. Immediately afterwards, a more concentrated, spiraling force rebounded from the bottom of the box. Squeak! The shadowy figure that launched the sneak attack let out an even more shrill scream than before, like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly cracking and then shattering into countless black specks of light that vanished into nothingness. What? The main shadow, which was locked in combat with Silver, suddenly froze, seemingly not expecting its clone to be so easily killed. In that moment of distraction, Silver seized the opportunity. Shadow thrust, silent. His figure blended into the shadows, and his spear, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, thrust out from the most tricky and unbelievable angle, with armament Haki condensed to its extreme at the tip of the spear. Puff! The spear pierced precisely through the core of that shadow. This time, the shadow made no sound. It twisted and struggled violently for a few seconds before melting away quickly, like ice and snow exposed to sunlight. Only a strange fruit, the size of a fist, jet black, and exuding an ominous aura, was left behind. The battle is over. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent aesthetics. Silver sheathed his spear, walked to Redden's side, looked at the fruit on the ground, and then at Redden's still calm face. A rare hint of confusion appeared on his usually icy expression. You noticed me a long time ago. Ah! Rain calmly replied, your breathing is different from that of other creatures on this island. Silver. He felt that his stealth skills, which he was so proud of, were a joke in front of this man. What is this thing? Silver pointed to the fruit on the ground. Soul-devouring fruit, a rare ingredient. Rain picked up the fruit and put it into a specially made lead box. It tastes terrible, but it can be used to make a special seasoning that can amplify the emotional energy contained in the dish. Ryan paused, then added, simply put, it can make happy people happier, and sad people, sadder. Just as the two were about to leave, a series of earth-shaking footsteps came from outside the canyon. Head chef. Silver. You're here. It was Gats, who came running over excitedly, carrying a giant rhinoceros that had been knocked unconscious, followed by Newgate and Odin. When they saw the scene of devastation in the canyon, they were all stunned. Hey? What just happened here? You guys were fighting? Why didn't you call me? Gats's face was filled with regret for missing out on a good show. Rain didn't explain, but just glanced at the rhinoceros on Gats's shoulder that was still drooling, and said calmly, "Perfect timing, we have the main course for today's lunch. I'm going to use the tenderloin of this jungle-armored rhinoceros, along with the soul-eating fruit sauce I just got, to make a bittersweet sizzling rhinoceros steak for everyone." Gats. He always felt that the name of this dish sounded strange. Chapter 154. Lunch was once again held on the beach. When Ryan served the grilled rhinoceros steak, a dish of bittersweet flavors, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The rhinoceros steak was pan-fried to perfection, with an enticing golden brown surface and a tender pink interior. The most peculiar thing is the layer of jet black sauce drizzled on top. It doesn't emit any fragrance, instead, it carries a faint, almost imperceptible scent of sadness, creating an extremely eerie contrast with the overpowering aroma of the meat. In the end, Newgate was the first to pick up a knife and fork. Gurgling sounds, "I'll see what kind of food makes me cry." He cut off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The chewing motion stopped abruptly, and Newgate's usually dignified face became incredibly complicated. He seemed to see his own turbulent childhood, his boundless longing for his family, the arrogant face of rocks, and the vast, boundless sea that would belong to him in the future. A tear, a mixture of pride, regret, and anticipation, silently slid down his hawk-like eyes. Good food." Newgate's voice was slightly hoarse, yet full of power. With the captain taking the lead, the others also mustered up the courage to try it. For a moment, the beach was filled with the sound of crying. As Gats ate, he remembered his anchor that Zifa had bent, and he cried like a 300-pound child. Odin, thinking of Wano country and his retainers who were waiting for his return, ate and danced a sorrowful hometown dance. Even the usually calm Silver, after eating the piece of meat, silently turned away and wiped his eyes from an angle where no one could see. Only Ryan and Teach remained still. Ryan said it was because he didn't need it, while Teach said it was because Ryan hadn't given him any. Teach looked at the group of monsters who were crying their eyes out over a meal, a deep sense of fear and an even more intense greed flashing in his eyes. This power to directly manipulate emotions and spirit through cooking, is more terrifying than any devil fruit. Ha ha ha. I absolutely must get my hands on it. After a lunch filled with tears and laughter, the resupply of the new Moby Dick was completed. The giant ship set sail again, slowly departing from the nameless island. The days of sailing returned to their usual monotony. Perhaps it was the bittersweet rhinoceros steak that had the effect, as the atmosphere on the ship became more cohesive than ever before. After venting their pent-up emotions, the crew members seemed to have a stronger bond with each other. Gats trained even harder. He no longer simply pursued power, but began to learn, under Odin's guidance, how to more effectively attach Haki to the anchor. Odin also learned something from Gats's brutal fighting style. His swordsmanship became more expansive and unrestrained, less like the restraint of Wano country samurai and more like the domineering nature of a sea hero. Newgate, on the other hand, spent more time sitting on his throne gazing into the distance. Sailing days are monotonous. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months have passed. The new Moby Dick, like a white behemoth, cruised leisurely through the ever-changing waters of the New World. In the past 6 months, everyone on the ship has grown at an astonishing pace, as if that bittersweet sizzling rhinoceros steak not only vented their emotions but also unlocked their potential for growth. In the corner of the deck, Gats was squatting in a perfect horse stance, his mountain-like body as steady as a rock, the huge anchor held above his head with one hand, motionless. His eyes were tightly closed, sweat poured down his forehead, and his bulging muscles trembled slightly, as if he were under tremendous pressure. Odin sat cross-legged opposite him, holding an unidentified animal bone he had stolen from the kitchen of Ren, and occasionally tapped it lightly on Gats's anchor. No, brother Gats, your domineering aura is still too weak. Odin shook his head, adopting a wise and condescending tone. You have to imagine that this anchor isn't a lump of iron, but a part of your body, your angry fist, your hungry stomach. Concentrate all your strength and all your will on one point. This is Guts' new spiritual practice. After witnessing Newgate and Zephyr's battles where they used Haki to its fullest extent, he finally realized that brute force alone was not enough. Under the guidance of Odin, one of the top samurai of Wano country, he began to learn how to more effectively attach armament Haki to his weapons, pursuing that indestructible destructive power. I understand. Guts gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out a deafening roar. A powerful, pitch-black aura, visible to the naked eye, erupted from his body and surged toward the anchor like a tidal wave. However, this domineering aura was too violent and too scattered. Instead of attaching perfectly, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, running wildly across the surface of the anchor. The massive anchor began to vibrate violently at an extremely strange high frequency, emitting a piercing buzz, causing the entire deck of the ship to tremble slightly. Not good. Odin's expression changed, and he turned and ran. The next second, with a loud clang, the anchor in Guts' hand slipped out of his grasp due to the overwhelming and domineering force. Like a boulder launched by a catapult, it soared high into the air, tracing a perfect parabola before finally crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, creating towering waves tens of meters high. My anchor! Guts let out a desperate wail and jumped into the sea without thinking. My ship! Another, even more piercing scream came from the cabin, and Durham rushed out like a gust of wind. He stared at the huge new footprint that had appeared on the deck from Guts' stomp, and at the ship rocking violently in the distance because the anchor had fallen into the water. Then, his eyes rolled back and he promptly passed out. Silver's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the mast. He glanced at Guts, who was struggling in the sea, and Durham, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. A rare hint of helplessness appeared on his cold face. He shook his head, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the shadows once more. Marco, Jaws, and the others exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. The deck was filled with a cheerful atmosphere once again. Newgate leaned back on his throne, watching the group of clowns, and let out his signature goo-hoo-hoo-hoo laugh. In the past 6 months, he has smiled more than ever before. That special rhinoceros steak made him realize many things. He no longer deliberately pursued that illusory title of king, but instead focused more on protecting his family. His domineering aura became more restrained and unfathomable, like a boundless sea that is usually calm but can unleash a raging storm capable of overturning the world once it is enraged. Chapter 155. In the corner, Teach was still perfectly playing his role as a well-behaved and sensible person. He would always rush over immediately, wiping the cold sweat from Durham's forehead with a towel, and then hand Guts a glass of Rain's special juice to replenish his energy, just as he climbed out of the sea. She always had that innocent yet ingratiating smile on her face. However, as he bent down to hand over the water, a cold and calculating glint flashed deep in his small eyes, completely out of character for his age, as if he were observing prey. He silently memorized everyone's habits, personality, and weaknesses, like a greedy sponge absorbing everything on the ship. Meanwhile, the ship's true heart, Ryan, was conducting new experiments in his galley. He had already processed the soul-devouring fruit he obtained from the nameless island using a special method. Instead of using it directly in cooking, Ryan extracted a very special seasoning from it, which he called an emotion amplifier. This seasoning itself has no taste, but just a tiny bit added to a dish can amplify the deepest emotions of the taster. The happy will be overjoyed, the sad will be in agony, and the angry will instantly transform into a destructive beast. This is a weapon that is more terrifying and more useful than any poison. Rain carefully dripped a drop of the refined, ink-black liquid into a pot of simmering soup that exuded a rich, meaty aroma. I scooped up a spoonful and took a small bite. In that instant, Ren seemed to see his lonely figure from his past life, his confusion when he first arrived in this world, and his noisy yet incredibly real family on the ship. A warm and powerful emotion called protection exploded in his heart, causing a gentle ripple to appear in his usually calm eyes. Yes, not bad. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. The timing is just right, which can sweep away the fatigue of Newgate and the others after training, and at the same time allow them to more clearly feel the increase in their own strength. He carried the pot of his special soup of joy out of the kitchen. Dinner time. At a single command, all the noise on the deck instantly subsided, and everyone's eyes were focused on the pot of thick soup that exuded a deadly aroma. After taking a spoonful of soup, Gats felt his muscles cheering. He excitedly waved the anchor he had just retrieved, feeling like he could punch 10 admirals. Odin felt his sword intent was clearer than ever before, he could even see the trajectory of the wind and hear the breath of the sword. After a lunch filled with laughter, the new Moby Dick's voyage continued. However, none of them noticed that in the unfathomable depths of the sea beneath their feet, a huge, twisted shadow had been silently following them for 3 whole days. The shadow exuded an aura of hunger, greed, and an extreme thirst for life. The new Moby Dick sailed into a strange sea area. The sky was no longer azure, but shrouded in a layer of grey mist that never dissipated, like a thin veil. The sunlight, penetrating the mist, became hazy and bleak, casting a mysterious and oppressive hue over the sea area. The sea was calm and still, like a giant black mirror reflecting the grey sky, making it impossible to distinguish where the sky ended and the sea began. Most peculiarly, there was a faint, seemingly indistinct whisper that constantly echoed in the air, as if coming from all directions. The sound was neither like the wind nor the waves, but more like countless people whispering in your ear the gentlest and most seductive tones, expressing your deepest desires. What the hell is this place? Gats, carrying the anchor, looked around warily, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. He sniffed hard, but there was no smell in the air, which made this gourmet with a keen sense of smell feel inexplicably irritated. The recording pointer completely lost its direction here, the magnetic field was chaotic, or rather, there was no magnetic field at all. Durham gripped the helm tightly, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. It seems we've stumbled into a shadowy sea that's never been marked on any map. The Shadow Sea. Newgate put down the barrel of wine and slowly stood up. His domineering aura, as deep as the ocean, had already spread out, but he was surprised to find that his domineering aura had been weakened by at least 30% in this strange fog, and his perception range had also been greatly shortened. Gurgling, interesting. It seems that this sea still holds many secrets that we don't know about. Far from being afraid, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Meat, so much meat. Just then, Gats's eyes suddenly became somewhat unfocused. He stared at the empty sea in front of him, and a suspicious liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. Look! That island! It's an island made up of giant, sizzling tomahawk steaks. The mountains are sizzling, juicy mountains, and the river is a river of meat juice. I want to go. I want to go. As he spoke, he actually picked up the anchor and, like a mad bull, charged straight toward the ship's side, seemingly preparing to jump into the sea. Gates, calm down. There's nothing there. Odin reacted quickly and grabbed him. Let me go. My roast meat. They're calling for me. Gats's strength was astonishing, Odin was almost dragged away by him. Quick! Hold him down! Everyone rushed over in a flurry, and it took 7 or 8 people working together to firmly pin Gats, who was in a hallucination, to the deck. It's not just him. Silver's cold voice came from the mast. Listen carefully. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively. The whispers grew clearer and more targeted. Odin heard the voices of Kojiki Toki and his retainers, who were anxiously waiting for him to return to the castle in Kuri, scolding him for not keeping his promise to open Wano country. The voice was so real that it made his yearning for freedom waver and feel guilty for the first time. Durham heard countless shipwright gods whispering to him, showing him flawless, timeless blueprints, telling him that if he abandoned this wrecked ship, he could obtain the supreme secrets of shipbuilding. He looked at his battered hands and the new cracks on the Azure Dragon, a struggle evident in his eyes. Even the usually composed Newgate seemed to hear a voice saying to him, "Edward, stop. You already have a family. Wouldn't it be better to find a quiet island and spend your old age peacefully with your children?" Marco, Jaws, Vista, all seemed to hear a voice coming from the depths of their hearts. This sea area can directly evoke and amplify the deepest obsessions and vulnerabilities in everyone's heart. Only 3 people were not greatly affected. Ryan, Silver, and Teach. Chapter 156. Silver's will was like a gun honed to its limit, sharp, pure, and without any superfluous thoughts. He silently resisted the mental erosion with his domineering aura, his cold gaze sweeping across the sea, trying to find the source of the sound. Teach, however, remained as innocent and harmless as ever. He looked curiously at his struggling companions, a hint of confusion on his face. "Strange, what did you all hear?" "I can't hear anything." He scratched his head and asked stupidly. However, no one saw that deep within his lowered eyes gleamed an intensely burning greed and ambition, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. He did hear the sound. The voice was showing him a completely black devil fruit that exuded infinite gravity, telling him that if he obtained it, he would gain the power to control everything and become the true king of the world. For him, this was not a temptation, but a guide. The reason he showed no abnormality was that his will had long been integrated with this ambition, and remained steadfast. It's some kind of large-scale psychological attack, and the source should be in the center of this sea area. Rain's calm voice pulled everyone back from the brink of hallucination. His understanding of food has long transcended the mere act of cooking, transforming into an unbreakable spiritual barrier that no illusion can penetrate. It seems that something doesn't welcome us outsiders. Ryan went to the kitchen without a moment's hesitation. Faced with this kind of attack that targets the mind, any physical means are futile, only pure cuisine that reaches the soul can counter it. Rain produced a special ingredient called the pure heart crystal lotus, which was collected from the Sky Island. Its petals were crystal clear, like glass, and had the miraculous effect of calming the mind. He also added a herb called soul-soothing grass, which he found near a deep-sea volcano, and a special sauce he extracted from soul-eating fruit that could neutralize negative emotions. Red's movements were fluid and fast, leaving only after images. Soon, a pot of calming and soul-soothing soup, exuding a faint lotus fragrance and with a crystal-clear broth that seemed to reflect the soul, was ready. "Come on, everyone, have some soup." Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a divine pronouncement, giving a jolt to the struggling crew members. After finishing a bowl of soup, everyone felt a cool yet warm energy rise from their stomachs and rush straight to the top of their heads. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over someone in the sweltering heat of midsummer, instantly extinguishing all distracting thoughts and desires in one's heart. The alluring auditory hallucinations in my mind melted away quickly, as if encountering their nemesis, ice and snow. "Call." Gats let out a long breath. Looking at the sea where he had almost jumped in, he patted his chest with lingering fear. "My goodness, I almost became fish food for a piece of roast meat." "Thanks, Brother Ren." Odin regained his senses and looked at Rain with eyes full of gratitude and respect. In his view, this method of directly affecting the spiritual realm through cooking was more incredible than any powerful swordsmanship. "You're welcome." Rain calmly finished the last bit of broth in the pot, then cast his gaze into the depths of the thick fog. "Now, it's time to see what's playing a joke on us. Young ones." Newgate roared, his suppressed domineering aura erupting once more after he drank the soup, dispersing some of the surrounding mist. "Raise the sails. Destination, the center of the sea. I'll see what dares to play tricks on my ship." The new Moby Dick let out a deep roar, like a white behemoth that had broken free of all its shackles, and boldly sailed toward the center of that unknown, shadowy sea. Deep within the thick fog lies an archipelago of dozens of islands of varying sizes. Unlike the bizarre landscapes of other parts of the New World, these islands are picturesque, lush with trees, blooming with flowers, and filled with a sweet, refreshing fragrance, like a legendary paradise. However, to the people on the new Moby Dick, this beauty had an inexplicable eeriness about it. "It's so quiet." Marco stood on the lookout tower, his cold gaze sweeping over the seemingly vibrant islands. There are no traces of any animals on these islands, not even a bird's call can be heard. Not only that. Ryan sniffed the air lightly, his brow furrowing slightly. The floral scent in the air is problematic, it contains at least 17 different hallucinogenic ingredients. Although the dosage is very weak, prolonged inhalation can cause ordinary people to fall into a permanent sleep and become nutrients for these plants. Nourishment. Jaws shuddered. "You mean, these flowers eat people?" "No, they are just accomplices." Redden's gaze fell on the largest island in the very center of the archipelago. The real predator is there. The new Moby Dick is docked on the shore of the central main island. The group disembarked and set foot on this beautiful yet deadly island. The island's scenery is even more magnificent, with exotic flowers and rare plants everywhere. Many plants even emit a soft glow, making the entire island look like a dream. But everyone remained highly vigilant. The calming and soothing effects of rain soup were still present, allowing them to clearly discern the deadly danger hidden beneath that beautiful exterior. They crossed a meadow of singing bellflowers, circled a stream flowing with colorful nectar, and finally arrived at the center of the island. The sight before them left everyone speechless. It was an ancient tree so huge that it was unimaginable. Its trunk is so thick that it would take hundreds of people to encircle it, and its canopy is like a giant umbrella that covers almost the entire island. The tree itself is not wood, but a strange substance somewhere between plant and flesh. Its bark is covered with veins that are like blood vessels and are still pulsating slightly, emitting a huge aura that is full of vitality yet extremely evil. The strangest thing is that there are no leaves on the tree, but countless fist-sized, eyeball-like purple fruits. These fruits were emitting a faint purple light, and the whispers that had caused everyone to fall into hallucinations were coming from these fruits. "Is this the true form of that thing?" Odin gripped his twin swords tightly. He could sense that the aura emanating from this tree was even more dangerous than any beast he had ever encountered. The nightmare tree. The light in Ryan's eyes was like that of a gourmet discovering the finest ingredients. A magical plant that exists only in legends and is recorded in the ingredient guide. It feeds on the dreams and spiritual energy of living beings. Its fruit is highly poisonous, but it is also a top-grade ingredient for making the ultimate spiritual cuisine. Ha ha ha. Who cares what kind of tree it is? Gats had recovered from his initial shock, he hoisted the anchor and roared with excitement. "It looks delicious. Watch me smash it to pieces with one anchor." As he spoke, he was about to rush forward. And many more. Rain stopped him. Physical attacks are not very effective against it. Its true form exists between reality and illusion, and its real core is hidden in everyone's dreams. To completely destroy it, you must first overcome the nightmare within your own heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant nightmare tree seemed to understand what Ren said, and all its purple fruits shone brightly at the same time. Chapter 157. A mental shockwave, 100 times stronger than before, instantly spread out, enveloping everyone within it. The next second, the scene before everyone's eyes changed instantly. Gats found himself on a plain made of giant roasted meat, each piece exuding a deadly aroma. However, as he excitedly pounced on it, the largest, mountain-sized tomahawk steak came to life. It grew arms and legs, wielded 2 enormous bones, let out a deafening roar, and slammed it down at Gats. "Wah-ah-ah! Meat can hit people!" Gats let out a strange cry and was forced to fight the monster that was the embodiment of his own appetite. Odin found himself back in Wano country, but Kuri was now a ruin with flames and thick smoke rising into the sky. His father, Kojiki Skiyaki, and all his retainers lay dead in pools of blood, while a huge, blue dragon shadow hovered above the castle, emitting a ferocious laugh. No. This isn't true. Odin's eyes widened in fury. He brandished his twin swords and charged toward the phantom, but was firmly suppressed by an invisible force. Newgate was confronting his deepest fears. He saw all his sons' gates, Odin, Marco, Yozu, Vista, even Ryan falling before him one by one, their faces filled with disappointment and reproach. Then the figure of Lox D. Jibek slowly appeared behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a mocking tone, "See, Edward, you can't protect anything. Your family game was a joke from the beginning. Shut up." Newgate's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his fist, trying to shatter the illusion, but found his body incredibly heavy. Even the usually calm Silver got into trouble. He saw his abandoned childhood and the people who had once given him warmth but then betrayed him. In an instant, everyone was plunged into the cruelest nightmare created by their own minds. Except for two people. Ryan and Teach. Rain's sense of justice was as firm as a rock. The illusions created by the nightmare tree were like reflections in a mirror or the moon in the water before him, shattering at the slightest touch. Teach, on the other hand, once again demonstrated his unique qualities. He did indeed see the illusion. He saw himself holding the dark fruit, standing on Whitebeard's corpse, while his other hand pierced through Rain's chest, taking away his incredible cooking abilities. Beneath his feet lay a burning world, above him a crumbling sky, and he stood atop the ruins of the world, letting out a maniacal laugh as he declared himself the king of the world. However, faced with this scene, Teach showed no fear or struggle on his face, but instead revealed an extremely excited and intoxicated smile. "Ha ha ha! So, this is what my dream is like? It's amazing!" He didn't even try to resist, instead, he willingly immersed himself in this wonderful illusion. The nightmare tree seemed to have sensed this anomaly as well. It tried to use its stronger mental power to attack Teach, but was surprised to find that its power was like a stream flowing into the sea when it came into contact with Teach's huge and dark ambition. It was instantly swallowed up and assimilated. Okay. Ren, who was observing the battle, keenly noticed this anomaly. He saw Teach standing there with a strange smile on his face, and the nightmare tree itself was showing a faint, abnormal energy fluctuation because of him. This guy is actually absorbing the power of the nightmare tree. Ryan was startled. For the first time, he had a very direct understanding of the danger this child posed. Can't wait any longer. Ryan's eyes narrowed. He knew he had to break the deadlock immediately. He took out a fist-sized, jet-black fruit from the food box. It was the soul-devouring fruit. Without hesitation, Ren tossed the whole fruit into his mouth and began to chew. A stench filled with resentment, decay, sorrow, and countless other negative emotions enough to cause an ordinary person to instantly break down exploded in Ren's mouth. However, Rain's face remained expressionless. He calmly activated his sense of sustenance, forcibly digesting and transforming this massive negative energy. Food techniques, mental explosion, after hardship comes happiness. Rain opened his mouth and spat out an invisible yet extremely concentrated mental shockwave at the nightmare tree's true form. The shockwave was no longer a simple attack, but a mixture of the negative energy of the soul-eating fruit and Rain's own warm will to protect his companions, forming an incredibly contradictory yet incredibly powerful force. Boom! An invisible shockwave slammed violently into the trunk of the dream tree. The enormous, seemingly ancient demonic tree, upon contact with this power, emitted a complex lament filled with pain and relief, unlike any other living being. Its trunk, both real and illusory, twisted violently, and countless eyeball-like fruits on the tree burst open, splashing purple sap everywhere. The illusion that had enveloped everyone shattered at that moment. The moment the illusion shattered, everyone was as if they had woken up from a long nightmare, panting heavily, their faces still showing lingering fear and anger. I was almost killed by a piece of steak just now. Gats touched the non-existent wound on his body with lingering fear, feeling that his worldview had been shaken like never before. Damn illusion! Odin gripped his twin swords tightly, staring at the nightmare tree that was trembling violently, his eyes burning with rage. Newgate slowly stood up. He glanced at his family members who were still in shock, and then at Ryan, whose face was pale from breaking the illusion. His hawk-like eyes were filled with lingering fear and anger. "How dare you lay a hand on my family?" His deep voice was like a pronouncement from hell, and a powerful aura of dominance, as heavy as a mountain, suddenly erupted and soared into the sky. "You deserve to die." The nightmare tree seemed to sense the deadly threat as well. It let out a shrill scream, and countless thick, tentacle-like roots burst out of the ground, sweeping towards the group like a swarm of wildly dancing demonic snakes. "Well done!" Newgate roared, unleashing the full power of the tremor fruit, his fists covered in a pure white, spiderweb-like cracked aura. "Emperor Zhen!" He unleashed both fists simultaneously, and two extremely condensed shockwaves, like two invisible giant axes, slammed fiercely into the surging torrent of roots. Boom! Without the slightest suspense, those roots, strong enough to crush steel, were as fragile as rotten wood in the face of absolute power, instantly shattered into pieces and turned into a sky full of black ash. Chapter 158. It's my turn. Odin was equally unwilling to be outdone. He drew his twin swords, simultaneously imbuing them with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Kojiki Itoryu, Peach Blossom Spring. He transformed into a white dragon-shaped phantom, carrying an aura of cutting through everything, and charged into the black ashes. Two massive slashes landed precisely on the core of the nightmare tree. Click! The tree heart, pulsating like a heart, finally let out a mournful cry under the weight of the blow, and huge cracks spread across it. Having lost its core support, this demonic tree, which had occupied this place for countless years, finally crumbled slowly and inch by inch amidst a series of unwilling howls, ultimately turning into countless purple light spots that dissipated into the air. All that remained was a purple crystal core, the size of a human head, crystal clear, seemingly woven from the purest dreams and nightmares. The battle is over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the crystal core that was emitting a strange light. Although the battle was brief, its danger far exceeded that of any physical battle. Defeating an enemy is easy, but overcoming the nightmares within one's own heart is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Ha ha ha! What a pity! An untimely voice rang out. It was Teach. He looked at the nightmare heart, his eyes flashing with undisguised greed and regret, as if a favorite toy had been stolen. Only then did everyone notice the little brat who had been ignored all along. "Teach, are you all right?" Newgate asked, somewhat surprised. "It's all right." Teach scratched his head, reverting to his innocent and harmless demeanor. "I think I just fell asleep and had a beautiful dream." His answer was flawless, but Ryan keenly caught a fleeting, lingering darkness in the depths of his eyes. This child is definitely not as simple as he seems. "All right, now that the problem is solved, we should prepare dinner." Rain stepped forward and carefully placed the nightmare heart into a specially made lead box. Looking at the slightly tired faces of everyone, who were exhausted from mental exertion, he calmly said, "Tonight's dinner will be a true feast of dreams, using the specialties of this island and this nightmare heart." As night fell, a huge bonfire was lit on the beach. A unique and grand feast began amidst everyone's anticipation. Instead of using conventional cooking utensils, Rain directed Gats and Odin, while Marco arranged the glowing crystal flowers containing pure energy on the island into a giant circular magic circle. Then, he placed the nightmare heart in the center of the magic circle. Rain took out various nectars and fruits collected from the island, each carrying different emotional energies, mixed them in an extremely mysterious ratio, and then slowly poured them onto the nightmare heart. As nectar was added, the nightmare heart began to emit a soft, iridescent light, and a peculiar fragrance, seemingly capable of intoxicating the soul, began to permeate the air. What are you doing? Gats was dumbfounded. He is purifying and transforming. Newgate watched Ryan's fluid movements and explained with a serious expression, he's using that pure plant energy to wash away the nightmare part of the nightmare heart, leaving only the purest energy that belongs to the dream world. This is no longer cooking, it's more like a mysterious alchemical ritual. Finally, when the last drop of nectar was absorbed, the dream heart had completely transformed into a beautiful gemstone, radiating a soft white light, like a moonstone crystal. Ryan took it out, carefully sliced off a piece as thin as a cicada's wing, and distributed it to everyone's plate. The thin slices were crystal clear, melted in the mouth, and had no taste, yet they seemed to ignite the deepest dreams in everyone's heart in an instant. A smile of unprecedented, immense satisfaction and happiness spread across Gats's face. He felt as if he had tasted the most perfect barbecue he had ever had in his life, and the taste made him feel that his whole life was complete. Odin seemed to see the day Wano country opened its borders, and he saw the happy smiles on the faces of all the people. He couldn't help but stand up and dance joyfully. Tears welled up in Newgate's eyes as he seemed to see a home that truly belonged to him, a home where all his sons could feel safe and happy. That warmth melted even his resolute heart. This is a feast for the soul, where everyone tasted their most desired dream. Only Teach's expression became somewhat strange after he ate the dream crystal. He saw no warm scenes, he only tasted one flavor, a cold, rusty, and bloody flavor called power. He concealed this feeling without showing any emotion, still wearing that silly smile on his face, but the desire for power in his small eyes became even more intense. Ryan took everything in, and he sighed softly as he watched Teach's reaction, which was out of place among the others. This seed, in the end, was simply not suited to this soil. Just as everyone was still immersed in the afterglow of the dream, Silver on the lookout tower suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Captain, there's a ship coming from the 11 o'clock direction." Everyone perked up and looked into the distance. On the horizon under the cover of night, a massive, mountain-like black shadow was hurtling straight toward their island at an astonishing speed. That's not a boat. It was a terrifying sea monster of unimaginable size, seemingly pieced together from countless corpses and resentment. Above the sea monster's head, a solitary figure, exuding endless malevolence, stood silently with his arms crossed. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless night, locking precisely onto Newgate. His eyes were filled with the fighting spirit of a worthy opponent and a hint of the complex emotions of a long-awaited reunion. "Gu la 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 la." Newgate looked at the figure, put down his wine glass, and slowly stood up. "I never expected to run into you here." The night was as dark as ink, and the sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness and coolness. The giant sea beast bone ship, pieced together from countless skeletons and resentment, stopped several hundred meters from the coastline. Ghostly blue flames burned in its empty eye sockets, and the immense death aura it emitted made the surrounding sea water seem to freeze. Above the bone boat, the solitary figure slowly raised his head, revealing a weathered face etched with stories. He was tall, with long silver hair that danced wildly in the night wind, and a hideous scar running from his forehead to his chin. What's even more eye-catching is the weapon he carries on his shoulder, a massive battle axe with a rugged and domineering design, made entirely of some unknown silver metal.